If anyone has in fact come into the room with any sort of device that makes noise of any kind, cell phones, beepers, cameras, particularly flash, please do not use those or turn them off during the duration of the debate. I cannot tell you how distracting it is on this stage to see or hear any kind of noise out in the audience that you are not counting on. Please do the candidates and Mr. Lehrer that service. I'd now like to introduce the co-chairman of the Commission on Presidential Debates to start the next few minutes, Paul Kirk and Frank Fahrenkopf.
Well, good evening, everyone. If you detect a New England accent, it's true. First, want to say, as a personal matter, as co-chairman of the Commission on Presidential Debates, it's a particular honor for me to be a co-chairman and to bring the first presidential debate of this cycle here to New England and to Hartford, Connecticut. Hartford deserves enormous congratulations for what has been a public and private partnership, a team effort of collective community can-do spirit. The city and the community, so many of those who couldn't be present in this hall tonight, made a major contribution to the spirit and drive and challenge that this city faced. A lot of its public and private leaders are here. We're grateful to them as well. This Bushnell Theater has seen rich in tradition with performing arts, civic and public and political discourse. Don't you think the set looks great tonight? That work is the work of a very talented production crew under the direction of Bob Asman, the lighting, the technicians who will be behind the scenes making this happen tonight. I also want to thank, in the presence of this audience and the presence of Hartford, Janet Brown, our executive director, who almost single-handedly has helped to coordinate all of this and make it possible. Frank and I, when we invited fellow directors to join the commission, we promised them, or told them, that this is a non-profit, non-partisan, non-controversial commission. About 2 weeks ago, I got some calls from those directors, and they said, well, 2 out of 3 isn't too bad. But in any event, we're proud of our mission. Tonight in Hartford, Connecticut begins the start of what the voters themselves have said is the single most important voter education project in our democracy in our time. It's serious business, which we're about to hear. And we're grateful to have all of your help in putting this on. I'd now like to introduce, for a few remarks, my fellow co-chairman, who gives a lot to public interest and public service himself, Frank Fahrenkopf.
Thank you very much, Paul, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight, all across this country, and really across the world, there are thousands, tens of thousands of what we call debate watches. They are small groups of people that are gathering today in schools, in libraries, in private homes, under the direction of our staff, to watch the debates. As soon as they're over, by the way, they turn off the television so that they're not spun by any of our friends in the media or any of the candidates' helpers, to examine and discuss what they've seen and what they've heard. Now, that has a lot to do with you in this audience. As Janet just told you a few moments ago, this is a live broadcast. Jim Lehrer, when he comes out in a few minutes, I'm sure will also discuss this with you. The two men who are going to be on this stage have worked very hard to get here this evening, and they deserve the right to answer the questions and direct answers to the American people with the least amount of interruption from the audience. So I know it's hard. Sometimes you've got to sit on your hands. But we would hope that you would let Ms. Gelair be a moderator and let two candidates present their case to the American people. It is extremely important. Now, a lot of people were responsible for this evening. But one young attorney in this town took it on his back to bring this idea to fruition. And we want to ask him to come out and say a few words. He's the general chairman of this debate, a fellow Paul and I have had some time to get to know, Dan Papermaster. Dan, would you please come out?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Fahrenkopf, and thank you to the Commission on Presidential Debates for allowing us to host this first presidential debate of 1996 and the first ever presidential debate in New England. A year and a half ago, when I first began approaching people with the idea of hosting a debate, more than one person said to me, "Nice idea, kid, come back with an adult." Well, I'm pleased to join them and lots of others in welcoming you to Hartford. What started as a small group of young people committed to Hartford's future has grown into a project fueled by the efforts of over 400 volunteers and 30 corporate sponsors. Tonight's debate is the culmination of 18 months of hard work, and now it is all happening here in Hartford, a city rich in history and tradition. Hartford is home to the Wadsworth Atheneum, this country's oldest art museum, the Hartford Courant, this country's oldest newspaper, and this, the historic Bushnell Theater, which has hosted such leaders as Eleanor Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, and Dr. Martin Luther King. History has been made in Hartford before, and history is being made here in Hartford again this evening. This event has served as a catalyst to bring together the civic, educational, corporate, and political leadership of our city and state. Now we must use this energy, and from this day forward, let us remove the word can't from Hartford's lexicon and replace it with three simple words. Together we can. Thank you. Over the past many months, I have thanked many people who have helped with this project, but tonight I want to mention just one, my wife, Beth. She has supported me throughout this project, endured my continual absences, and even took time out to give birth to our second child 4 months ago. I also want to thank our four co-chairmen, not only for their financial support, but for their time and guidance. Their leadership and commitment to civic duty serve as important examples to all of us. The first of our co-chairmen is someone who is a great friend to me and to Hartford, Oz Griebel, President and CEO of Bank of Boston, Connecticut.
Thank you, Dan, and good evening. All of us at Bank Boston, led by our CEO, Chad Gifford, are proud to be part of the team of leaders and volunteers who've made today possible. This initial presidential debate kicks off the most important part of the 1996 election cycle and provides an extraordinary showcase for the Hartford region and all of Connecticut. As is true of our 5 New England sister states, Connecticut has a rich tradition of ingenuity and determination that is propelling us into the next century. While we have the nation's highest per capita income, our true wealth lies in our intellectual capital that produces our international leadership in disciplines ranging from financial services to manufacturing expertise to substance abuse prevention. Our products and services are valued throughout the country and the rest of the world, and we intend to sustain our leadership positions well beyond the year 2000. We are also a people who prize both political independence and neighborly cooperation. And Debate 96 demonstrates the power of combining our heartfelt sense of self-reliance with our clear understanding that collective resources must be used for the common good. These assets of intellectual capital, international leadership, and community spirit make the Hartford region, the state of Connecticut, and all of New England an exceptional place to raise a family, to run a business, and to pursue one's dreams. Not only for those of us who live here today, but for all who share our values. Bank Boston joins the entire Debate 96 team in welcoming President Clinton and Senator Dole and all of you to this critical exercise in democracy. Welcome to Hartford. Welcome to Connecticut. It's now my pleasure to introduce the Chairman and CEO of Phoenix Home Life, Bob Fiandella.
Thanks, Oz. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Hartford. We're very proud to play a small part in putting a spotlight on this election, on this debate. But more importantly, we're very proud to put a spotlight on the renaissance that is occurring in Hartford. In May, we opened the new Old State House, which was the birthplace of democracy in this country. In about a year, we'll recapture, once again, the Connecticut River. In the last 2 years, we've seen $500 million invested in building quality health care with the new tower at St. Francis, the Children's Hospital, the Hospital for Special Care. We will be hosting, in 6 short weeks, the men's doubles championship of the U.S. Tennis Professional Association. But more importantly, we are putting a spotlight on the spirit of cooperation between business and government leaders. And as Dan suggested, together we can make this region and community all that it should be and all that we want it to be. I would like to introduce at this time Dan Meglio, who is the chairman of SNET, who will speak to you a bit about education and what we've done with telecommunications. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Bob. Now, Connecticut has a long history of firsts, and one I'm particularly proud of is that this is where the ability to connect people by phone began. The world's first commercial telephone call was made in New Haven in 1878. Of course, we've come a long, long way since then, and with millions of people tuned in to the upcoming debate, we're reminded of how much information technology is dramatically changing the way we live, the way we work, and the way we learn. And mastering this technology and how best to use it will be a prerequisite for success in the 21st century. So I'm really pleased that once again Connecticut is in the lead. Thousands of volunteers, or thanks to thousands of volunteers, who in one huge electronic barn raising day just a week ago. Most of Connecticut's schools and libraries are now wired for the information age with access to the internet. SNET's support of this exciting initiative is part of our continuing commitment to help prepare today's students for tomorrow's future. But this is just the beginning. We're going to have all sectors of our society committed. We're going to make sure that technology becomes an integral part of classroom curricula and school budgets. So I urge all of you to get involved. It's a must-do for our children's future and the future of our country. Meanwhile, I hope you enjoy the debate this evening, and don't forget to vote on November 5th. It's now my pleasure to introduce our cleanup batter, Evan DeBell, president of Trinity College.
Thank you, Dan. On behalf of the chairman of our board, Tom Johnson, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for Trinity College to help sponsor the 1996 presidential debate here in Hartford. Presidential debates have offered a window onto those who would lead this nation. In the face-to-face confrontation of candidates, the drama of our political system comes boldly to life as those who seek the highest office in the land face a stern and often unforgiving test. This year's debate in Hartford invites us to witness two men in the heat of the arena, two men who disagree about the fundamental role of government in our republic, two men who, under the glare of intense public witness, will make the case for their vision of America at a critical time in its history. At Trinity College, ours is a place of scholarship, which is devoted to the premise that learning for the sake of learning is intrinsically worthwhile. We know that we cannot escape the rare moment which history has set before this generation. Ours is to set the agenda for a new millennium. Now, as in other moments of historic challenge, our nation needs places like Trinity, where since our founding in 1823, those who embody America's promise can confront great issues and engage big ideas. We need higher education in places like Trinity, which encourage young men and young women to enter the arena and place lessons which stand above time to the service of today and of all the tomorrows yet to come. Today, Trinity College and Hartford each stand as they should. Hartford, a city of enduring character, stands at the advent of Renaissance, the focus of national attention, a place of action, a place where America's future is being made. And Trinity stands as one with its city, sharing in an historic moment. And it stands, as always, committed to the place of the liberal arts in American life, committed to the premise that big ideas matter, and committed to the notion that civil discourse is the foundation of a free and a just society. Trinity alumnus George Will once wrote that a politician's words reveal less about what he thinks about his subject than what he thinks about his audience. The American audience now awaits. This is a great moment for Hartford. It is a great day for the students, the faculty, and the alumni of Trinity College in Hartford, and it is an important day for each and every citizen of the United States of America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it now gives me a great deal of pleasure to introduce our moderator for this evening, who will also be the moderator for the next two debates, the vice presidential and the final presidential debate, Mr. Jim Lehrer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everybody. First thing I'd like to do is a show of hands. Everybody who has been in the hall for a presidential debate before, raise your right hand. Well, you all know what one of the major problems is at one of these things, and that's the audience inside the hall. Let me make a pitch to you, okay? What we're doing here tonight, I didn't come here, they're not going to all this trouble for me to show how cute and clever I am, and they also didn't go to all this trouble to show how partisan and loud you all can be. We are the privileged ones to be in this hall, and we don't want to abuse that privilege. And let me tell you what I'm talking about. I'm talking about applause. I'm talking about yelling and screaming and hollering and all those kinds of things. It'll disrupt what we're doing here. It'll distract your candidate, the one that you are supporting, and it'll just not make this thing work very well. Now, I know it's going to be difficult. Many of you are members not only of the political family, but maybe even the personal family of these candidates. And so I know what you want to do is to demonstrate that. But please don't do it, because let me tell you, if it gets out of hand, this chair I've got here is a swivel chair, and I'm going to turn around and I'm going to humiliate you is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop the debate and say, wait a minute, now think how bad that would be for all the folks in America who are watching. You remember, some of you may be old enough to remember the old Major Bowles show, you know, where they have the applause meters and all that. That's not what this is about. Trust me, there's not one American sitting out there saying, oh, candidate A got more applause than candidate B on question C, and I'm going to vote for that person because of that. Forget it. That's not what this is about. And I don't want to overdo it, but I'll make you a deal, okay? I won't try to be cute and clever and smart and show all that if you all won't try to be loud and partisan. Is that a deal? Now let me tell you what the drill is here. We've got, in a few minutes, 2 or 3 minutes, the two candidates, President Clinton and Senator Dole, are going to come out. They're going to come out before we go on the air. In other words, they're going to come out just for us, okay? It's okay to applaud. I'm going to say, and now the candidates, President Clinton and Senator Dole, and you all feel free to applaud. President Clinton will come out from this direction. Senator Dole will come out from that direction. They will go to their podiums. We'll have another minute or so, and then I'm going to count you all down to silence. You can feel free to, you know, to make a little bit of noise up till I start, and I'm going to tell you, okay, in a minute to go, 30 seconds to go, and then I'm going to go wham. And then from then on, it's for real. Now, after I say that, we go on the air. There's a minute and 15 seconds for the networks to get on the air. In other words, at 9 o'clock straight up, we're real, okay? This is on. However, I don't say good evening to that camera right, there's a camera right through there, and I'm going to say good evening. I don't do that until we're 1 minute and 15 seconds in. That's to give the network folks a chance to get on the air and say how wonderful all this is, okay? And so I say the President and Senator Dole will be out in a few minutes, and about 4 minutes actually, and that's your time to applaud. The other time to applaud is at the end. And I'm going to have my back to you, but don't think what you think that usually means, okay? So let me get organized here, and then I'll cue you exactly. I'll let you know just a few seconds before the candidates come, okay? So be at ease. Thank you very much.
C-SPAN, we show you all these preview events so you can experience the event just as if you were in the audience. We're going to continue watching the scene and just listening to the crowd sounds as if you were in the theater seats for the next 7 minutes until the debate gets underway. And a reminder that when the debate is over, 90 minutes from now, we'll open up our phone lines so you can tell us what you thought of tonight's event. We'll see you at about 10:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 Pacific Time for your reaction to tonight's first presidential debate.
Okay. I didn't know about that. I didn't know about it. Mrs. Dole, welcome. You missed all my rules, but they don't apply to you. It's all right. Welcome, Mrs. Clinton. All right, 30 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, until the candidates come out, all right? And you are permitted to applaud at this time. welcome President Clinton and Senator Dole. Got a couple of minutes still before we...
Trade notes. Now, Mr. President, Senator, you all, I'm sure, are aware of this. Let me remind you, when we, at 9 o'clock straight up, we go on the air, but there's a minute and 15 seconds before I actually say good evening for the networks to put us on the air and all that sort of business. So we're going to get two hard cues, and then we'll know we're on the air when I say good evening, when we're actually doing the thing, okay? But they may be getting shots and stuff before that.
We're not going to leave, are we?
I was afraid we'd give our openings and we wouldn't be able to do it again.
The audio works, by the way. That's good.
Good.
Yeah, everything checks out. Pictures are coming out all right. Everything's fine. All right, 1 minute. 1 minute to silence. Not y'all, not you, them.
Rising incomes, falling crime rates. In America, strong peace.
30 seconds, we're on. Greeting from the Bushnell Theater in Hartford, Connecticut. I'm Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS. Welcome to the first of the 1996 presidential debates between President Bill Clinton, the Democratic nominee, and Senator Bob Dole, the Republican nominee. This event is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It will last 90 minutes following a format and rules worked out by the two campaigns. There will be 2-minute opening and closing statements. In between, a series of questions, each having 3 parts: a 90-second answer, a 60-second rebuttal, and a 30-second response. I will assist the candidates in adhering to those time limits with the help of a series of lights visible to both. Under their rules, the candidates are not allowed to question each other directly. I will ask the questions. There are no limitations on the subjects. The order for everything tonight was determined by coin toss. Now, to the opening statements and to President Clinton. Mr. President.
Thank you, Jim, and thank you to the people of Hartford, our hosts. I want to begin by saying again how much I respect Senator Dole and his record of public service, and how hard I will try to make this campaign and this debate one of ideas, not insults. 4 years ago, I ran for president at a time of high unemployment and rising frustration. I wanted to turn this country around with a program of opportunity for all, responsibility from all, and an American community where everybody has a role to play. I wanted a government that was smaller and less bureaucratic, to help people have the tools to make the most of their own lives. 4 years ago, you took me on faith. Now, there's a record. 10.5 million more jobs, rising incomes, falling crime rates and welfare rolls, a strong America at peace. We are better off than we were 4 years ago. Let's keep it going. We cut the deficit by 60%. Now let's balance the budget and protect Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment. We cut taxes for 15 million working Americans. Now let's pass the tax cuts for education and child rearing, help with medical emergencies and buying a home. We passed family and medical leave. Now let's expand it so more people can succeed as parents and in the workforce. We passed 100,000 police, the assault weapons ban, the Brady Bill. Now let's keep going by finishing the work of putting the police on the street and tackling juvenile gangs. We passed welfare reform. Now let's move 1 million people from welfare to work. And most important, let's make education our highest priority so that every 8-year-old will be able to read, every 12-year-old can log on to the internet, every 18-year-old can go to college. We can build that bridge to the 21st century, and I look forward to discussing exactly how we're going to do it.
Senator Dole, 2 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for those kind words. And thank the people of Hartford, the Commission, and all those out here who may be listening or watching. It's a great honor for me to be here, standing here as the Republican nominee. I'm very proud to be the Republican nominee, reaching out to Democrats and independents. I have 3 very special people with me, my wife Elizabeth, my daughter Robin, who've never let me down, and a fellow named Frank Carafa, who, from New York, along with Ollie Mannanen, helped me out in the mountains of Italy a few years back. I've learned from them that people do have tough times, and sometimes you can't go it alone. And that's what America's all about. I remember getting my future back from doctors and nurses and a doctor in Chicago named Dr. Kalikian. And ever since that time, I've tried to give something back to my country, to the people who are watching us tonight. America's the greatest place on the face of the earth. Now, I know millions of you still have anxieties. You work harder and harder to make ends meet and put food on the table. You worry about the quality and the safety of your children, the quality of education. But even more importantly, you worry about the future. And will they have the same opportunities that you and I have had? And Jack Kemp and I want to share with you some ideas tonight. Jack Kemp is my running mate, doing an outstanding job. Now, I'm a plain-speaking man, and I learned long ago that your word was your bond. And I promise you tonight that I'll try to address your concerns and not try to exploit them. It's a tall order, but I've been running against the odds for a long time, and again, I'm honored to be here this evening.
Mr. President, first question. There's a major difference in your view of the role of the federal government and that of Senator Dole. How would you define the difference?
Well, Jim, I believe that the federal government should give people the tools and try to establish the conditions in which they can make the most of their own lives. That, to me, is the key. And that leads me to some different conclusions from Senator Dole. For example, we have reduced the size of the federal government to its smallest size in 30 years. We've reduced more regulations, eliminated more programs than my two Republican predecessors. But I have worked hard for things like the family and medical leave law, the Brady Bill, the assault weapons ban, the program to put 100,000 police on the street. All these are programs that Senator Dole opposed that I supported because I felt they were a legitimate effort to help people make the most of their own lives. I've worked hard to help families impart values to their own children. I supported the V-chip so that parents would be able to control what their kids watch on television when they're young, along with the rating systems for television and educational television. I supported strong action against the tobacco companies to stop the marketing, advertising, and sale of tobacco to young people. I supported a big increase in the Safe and Drug-Free Schools program. These were areas on which Senator Dole and I differed, but I believed that they were the right areas for America to be acting together as one country to help individuals and families make the most of their own lives and raise their kids with good values and a good future.
Senator Dole, 1 minute.
I think the basic difference is, and I've had some experience in this, I think the basic difference, I trust the people. The president trusts the government. We go back and look at the health care plan that he wanted to impose on the American people. 1/7 the total economy, 17 new taxes, price controls, 35 to 50 new bureaucracies that cost $1.5 trillion. Don't forget that happened in 1993. A tax increase that taxed everybody in America, not just the rich. If you made $25,000 as the original proposal, you got your Social Security taxes increased. We had a BTU tax turned into a $35 billion gas tax, a $265 billion tax increase. I guess I rely more on the individual. I carry a little card around in my pocket called the 10th Amendment. Where possible, I want to give power back to the states and back to the people. That's my difference with the president. We'll have specific differences later. He noted a few, but there are others.
Mr. President, 30 seconds.
I trust the people. We've done a lot to give the people more powers to make their own decisions over their own lives. But I do think we are right when we try to, for example, give mothers and newborns 48 hours before they can be kicked out of the hospital, ending these drive-by deliveries. I think we were right to pass the Kassebaum-Kennedy bill, which says you can't lose your health insurance just because you change jobs or because someone in your family's been sick. Our government is smaller and less bureaucratic and has given more authority to the states than its two predecessors under Republican presidents, but I do believe we have to help our people get ready to succeed in the 21st century.
Senator Dole, the president said in his opening statement, we are better off today than we were 4 years ago. Do you agree?
Well, he's better off than he was 4 years ago.
I agree with that. That's right. Thank you.
And I may be better off 4 years from now, but I don't know. I look at the slowest growth in a century. He inherited a growth of 4.7 to 4.8%. Now it's down to about 2.4%. We're going to pass 1 million bankruptcies this year for the first time in history. We've got stagnant wages. In fact, women's wages have dropped 2.2%. Men's wages haven't gone up, gone down. So we have stagnation. We have the highest foreign debt in history. And it seems to me that if you take a look, are you better off? Well, I guess some may be better off. Saddam Hussein is probably better off than he was 4 years ago. Rene Preval is probably better off than he was 4 years ago. But are the American people? They're working harder and higher and harder and paying more taxes. For the first time in history, you pay about 40% of what you earn, more than you spend for food, clothing, and shelter combined, for taxes under this administration. So some may be better off. They talk about family income being up. That's not true in Connecticut. Family income is down. And it's up in some cases because both parents are working. One works for the family, and one works to pay taxes for the government. We're going to give them a tax cut so they can spend more time with their children, maybe even take a vacation. That's what America is all about.
Mr. President, 1 minute.
Well, let me say, first of all, in February, Senator Dole acknowledged that the American economy was in the best shape it's been in 30 years. We have 10.5 million more jobs, a faster job growth rate than under any Republican administration since the 1920s. Wages are going up for the first time in a decade. We have record numbers of new small businesses. We had the biggest drop in the number of people in poverty in 27 years. All groups of people are growing. We had the biggest drop in income inequality in 27 years in 1995. The average family's income has gone up over $1,600 just since our economic plan passed. So I think it's clear that we're better off than we were 4 years ago. Now we need to focus on what do we need to do to be better off still. How can we help people as we are to get their retirements when they work for small businesses, to be able to afford health insurance, to be able to educate their children. That's what I want to focus on. But we're clearly better off than we were 4 years ago, as Senator Dole acknowledged this year.
Senator Dole?
I doubt that I acknowledge that this year, but in any event, I think we just look at the facts. We asked the people who are viewing tonight, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? It's not whether we're better off, it's whether they're better off. Are you working harder to put food on the table, feed your children? Are your children getting better education? Drug use has doubled the past 44 months all across America. Crime has gone down, but it's because of mayors like Rudy Giuliani, where one-third of the drop happened in one city, New York City. So yes, some may be better off. But of the people listening tonight, the working families who will benefit from our economic package, they'll be better off when Bob Dole is president and Jack Kemp is vice president.
Mr. President, Senator Dole has come pretty close in the last few days accusing you of lying about his position on Medicare reform. Have you done so?
Absolutely not. Let's look at the position. First of all, remember that in this campaign season, since Senator Dole's been a candidate, he has bragged about the fact that he voted against Medicare in the beginning in 1965, one of only 12 members. He said he did the right thing then. He knew it wouldn't work at the time. That's what he said. Then his budget that he passed along with Speaker Gingrich cut Medicare $270 billion, more than was necessary to repair the Medicare Trust Fund. It would have charged seniors more for out-of-pocket costs as well as more in premiums because doctors could have charged them more. The American Medical Hospital Association, the Nurses Association, the Catholic Hospital Association all said hundreds of hospitals could close and people would be hurt badly under the Dole-Gingrich Medicare plan that I vetoed. And now with this risky $550 billion tax scheme of Senator Dole's, even his own friends, his campaign co-chair, Senator D'Amato, says that they can't possibly pay for it without cutting Medicare more and cutting Social Security as well, according to him. Now, my balanced budget plan adds 10 years to the life of the Medicare Trust Fund, 10 years. And we'll have time to deal with the long-term problems of the baby boomers. But it was simply wrong to finance their last scheme to cut Medicare $270 billion to run the risk of it withering on the vine. We always have to reform it over the years, but we need someone who believes in it to reform it.
Senator Dole?
Well, I must say, I look back at the vote on Medicare in 1965. We had a program called Elder Care that also provided drugs and was means tests so people who needed medical attention received it. I thought it was a good program. But I've supported Medicare ever since. In fact, I used to go home, my mother would tell me, said, Bob, all I've got is my Social Security and my Medicare. Don't cut it. I wouldn't violate anything my mother said. In fact, we had a conversation about our mothers one day, a very poignant conversation in the White House. I'm concerned about health care. I've had the best health care in government hospitals, Army hospitals, and I know its importance, but we've got to fix it. It's his trustees, the president's trustees, not mine, who say it's going to go broke. He doesn't fix it for 10 years. We ought to appoint a commission just as we did in Social Security in 1983 when we rescued Social Security, and I was proud to be on that commission, along with Claude Pepper, the champion of senior citizens in Florida. And we can do it again if we take politics out of it. Stop scaring the seniors, Mr. President. You've already spent $45 million scaring seniors and tearing me apart. I think it's time to have a truce.
Well, let me say, first of all, I'd be happy to have a commission deal with this, and I appreciate what Senator Dole did on the 83 Social Security Commission. But it won't be possible to do if his tax scheme passes, because even his own campaign co-chair, Senator D'Amato, says he'll have to cut Medicare even more than was cut in the bill that I vetoed. I vetoed that bill because it cut more Medicare and basically ran the risk of breaking up the system. My balanced budget plan puts 10 years on the Medicare. We ought to do that. Then we can have a commission. But Senator Dole's plans are not good for the country.
Senator Dole, speaking of your tax plan, do you still think that's a good idea, the 15% across-the-board tax cut?
Oh, yes, and you'll be eligible. And so will the...
Me too?
So will the former president, yes.
That's good. I need it.
Well, the people need it. That's the point. This is not a Wall Street tax cut. This is a family tax cut. This is a Main Street tax cut. 15% across. Let's take a family making $30,000 a year. That's $1,261. Now, maybe some in this Bushnell Memorial, it's not a lot of money, but people watching tonight with a couple of kids, a working family, that's 4 or 5 months of daycare, maybe a personal computer. It may be 3 or 4 months of mortgage payments. This economic package is about families, but it's a 6-point package. First of all, it's a balanced budget amendment to the Constitution, which President Clinton defeated. He twisted arms and got 6 Democrats to vote the other way. We lost by 1 vote. It's balancing the budget by the year 2002. It's the tax cut, cutting capital gains 50%. So you can go out and create more jobs and more opportunities. It's a state tax relief. It's a $500 per child tax credit. It's about litigation reform. Now the president gets millions of dollars from the trial lawyers. He probably doesn't like this provision. In fact, when I fell off that podium in Chico, before I hit the ground, I had a call on my cell phone from a trial lawyer saying, I think we got a case here. So, and it's also regulatory reform. So it's a good package, Mr. President. We'd like to have your support.
Mr. President?
Well, here's the problem with it. It sounds very good. But there's a reason that 500 economists, including 7 Nobel Prize winners, and business periodicals like Business Week, and even Senator Dole's friend, Senator Warren Rudman, former Republican senator from New Hampshire, says it is not a practical program. It's a $550 billion tax scheme that will cause a big hole in the deficit, which will raise interest rates and slow down the economy and cause people to pay more for home mortgages, car payments, credit card payments, college loans, and small business loans. It's not good to raise the deficit. We worked too hard to lower it. It'll actually raise taxes on 9 million people, and in addition to that, it will force bigger cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment than the ones that he and Mr. Gingrich passed that I vetoed last year. So it sounds great, but our targeted tax cut for education, child rearing, health care, and home buying, which is paid for in my balanced budget plan, something that he has not done, certified by the Congressional Budget Office, that's the right way to go.
Senator Dole?
The president wants to increase spending 20% over the next 6 years. I want to increase spending 14%. That's how simple it is. I want the government to pinch pennies for a change instead of the American families. We're talking about 6 percentage points over 6 years. And with that money, you give it back to the working people. You also provide opportunity scholarships so low-income parents will have the same choice that others have in sending their children to better schools. And it will work. And when it does work, Mr. President, I know you'll congratulate me.
Mr. President, the senator mentioned trial lawyers and campaign. That means campaign financing. How do you personally avoid being unduly influenced by people who give you money or give you services in your campaigns?
Well, I try to articulate my positions as clearly as possible, tell people what I stand for, and let them decide whether they're going to support me or not. The senator mentioned the trial lawyers. In the case of the product liability bill, which they passed and I vetoed, I think that's what he's talking about. I actually wanted to sign that bill, and I told the people the Congress, exactly what kind of bill I would sign. Now, a lot of the trial lawyers didn't want me to sign any bill at all, but I thought we ought to do what we could to cut frivolous lawsuits. But they wouldn't make some of the changes that I thought should be made. Now, let me just give you an example. I had a person in the Oval Office who lost a child in a school bus accident where a drunk driver caused the accident directly, but there were problems with the school bus. The drunk driver had no money. Under the new bill, if I had signed it, a person like that could never have had any recovery. I thought that was wrong. So I gave 4 or 5 specific examples to the Congress, and I said, prove to me that these people could recover, but we're going to eliminate frivolous lawsuits. I'll sign the bill. But generally, I believe that a president has to be willing to do what he thinks is right. I've done a lot of things that were controversial: my economic plan, my trade position, Bosnia, Haiti, taking on the NRA for the first time, taking on the tobacco companies for the first time. Sometimes you just have to do that because you know it's right for the country over the long run. That's what I've tried to do, and that's what I will continue to do as president.
Senator Dole?
I mean, how does he avoid conflict? Well, I don't know in the case of the trial lawyers. When I look at the trial lawyers, I mean, you're a few million short. You run out to Hollywood and pick up 2 to 4 million. And organized labor comes to Washington, D.C. and puts 35 million into the pot. Now, if these aren't special interests, then I've got a lot to learn. I was there for a while before I left on June the 11th. The trial lawyers, and I don't, you know, my wife's a lawyer. We're the only 2 lawyers in Washington trust each other. But we're lawyers. I like lawyers. I don't dislike trial lawyers. But it seems to me there's got to be some end to the frivolous lawsuits, and there's got to be some cap on punitive damage. You're putting a lot of business people out of business, small businessmen and small business women who paid 70% of your $265 billion tax increase, the largest tax increase in the history of America. I said that one day, and Pat Moynihan, a Democrat, say no. He said in the history of the world. So I modified it, the largest tax increase in the history of the world. And it seems to me that there's a problem there, Mr. President. And I will address you as Mr. President. You didn't do that with President Bush in 1992.
Mr. President.
Let me say, first of all, I signed a tort reform bill that dealt with civilian aviation a couple of years ago. I proved that I will sign reasonable tort reform. Secondly, Senator Dole had some pretty harsh comments about special interest money. But it wasn't me who opposed what we tried to do to save the lives of children who are subject to tobacco, and then went to the tobacco growers and bragged about standing up for the federal government when we tried to stop the advertising, marketing, and sales of tobacco to children. And it wasn't me that let the polluters actually come into the halls of Congress, into the rooms, and rewrite the environmental laws. That's what Speaker Gingrich and Senator Dole did, not me.
That's not true.
So I believe that we should take a different approach to this and talk about how we stand on the issues instead of trying to characterize each other's motivations. I think Senator Dole and I just honestly disagree.
Well, Senator Dole, let me ask you the same question I asked the President. How do you avoid being influenced by people who contribute money and services to your campaign?
I think it's very difficult. Let's be honest about it. That's why we need campaign finance reform. That's why I reach out to the parole voters, and we've done about all that. We are the Reform Party, the Republican Party, and the parole voters are looking for a home ought to take a look at the Republican record. Whatever it is, whatever the checklist was in '92, it's all done but campaign finance reform. I worked with Senator Mitchell, who played me, I guess, in the debate warm-up. We tried 6 or 8 years ago. He appointed 3 people. I appointed 3 people to get campaign finance reform. We couldn't get it done because it wasn't enforceable. You suggested a commission. Newt Gingrich did. I've suggested that at least 4 or 5 years ago. We have a commission on campaign finance reform. They sent it to Congress, and we have to vote it up or down. That's how it works. We're never going to fix it by the parties because Democrats want a better advantage themselves. We want a better advantage as Republicans, and that's not how it's going to work. But I want to touch on this tobacco thing. I know the President's been puffing a lot on that. But I want to go back to 1965. That was my first vote against tobacco companies when I said we ought to label cigarettes, and I've had a consistent record ever since 1965. We passed a bill in 1992 that encouraged the states to adopt programs to stop kids from smoking. All 50 states did it. It took 3.5 years. It wasn't until election year, Mr. President, you ever thought about stopping smoking. What about drugs that have increased double in the last 44 months? Cocaine's up 141%, or marijuana, cocaine up 166%. I mean, it seems to me that you have a selective memory, and you know, mine doesn't work that way, so I just want to try to correct it as we go along.
Mr. Lehrer, I hope we'll have a chance to discuss drugs later in the program, but let me respond to what you said. I agree that too many incumbent politicians in Washington in both parties have consistently opposed campaign finance reform. That was certainly the case from the minute I got there. So after Speaker Gingrich and Senator Dole took over the Congress, I went to New Hampshire, and a man suggested, a gentleman that unfortunately just passed away a couple of days ago, suggested that we appoint a commission, and I shook hands with him on it, and I appointed my members, and the commission never met. And then Senator Dole's ardent supporter, Senator McCain, who's out there today, along with Senator Feingold, sponsored a campaign finance reform proposal. I strongly supported it, and members of Senator Dole's own party in the Senate killed it, and he was not out there urging them to vote for the McCain-Feingold bill. So I think the American people, including the Perot supporters, know that I've had a consistent record in favor of campaign finance reform, and I will continue to have, and I hope we can finally get it in the next session of Congress, because we need it badly.
Senator Dole, 30 seconds.
Well, on campaign reform itself, we're going to get it when we have a bipartisan commission. Take it out of politics, get people who don't have any interest in politics, but understand the issue, and let them make a recommendation to Congress. No, we're not kidding anybody, Mr. President. These are sophisticated people watching that, millions and millions of Americans. They know the Republican Party hasn't done it. They know the Democratic Party won't do it. We ought to agree that somebody else should do it, and we have to vote it up or down.
Mr. President, the senator mentioned drugs. He's suggested in the past that you bear some responsibility for the rise in drug use of teenagers in the United States. Is he right?
Well, Jim, I think every American in any position of responsibility should be concerned about what's happened. I am. But let's look at the overall record. Overall in America, cocaine use has dropped 30% in the last 4 years. Casual drug use down 13%. The tragedy is that our young people are still increasing their use of drugs, up to about 11% total with marijuana. And I regret it. Let me tell you what I've tried to do about it. I appointed a 4-star general who led our efforts south of the border to keep drugs from coming into the country as our nation's drug czar, the most heavily decorated soldier in uniform when he retired. We submitted the biggest drug budget ever. We have dramatically increased control and enforcement at the border. We supported a crime bill that had 60 death penalties, including the death penalty for drug kingpins. And I supported a big expansion in the Safe and Drug-Free Schools program to support things like the DARE program, because I thought all those things were very important. Do I think that I bear some responsibility for the fact that too many of our children still don't understand drugs are wrong, drugs can kill you? Even though I have consistently opposed the legalization of drugs all my public life and worked hard against them, I think we all do, and I hope we can do better. I don't think this issue should be politicized, because my record is clear, and I don't think Senator Dole supports youth using drugs. I think we just have to continue to work on this until those who think it isn't dangerous and won't kill them and won't destroy their lives get the message and change.
Senator?
Well, again, you're very selective, Mr. President. You don't want to politicize drug, but it's already politicized Medicare and go out and scare senior citizens and other vulnerable groups, veterans and people who get Pell Grants and things of this. I mean, you say we've done all these bad things, which isn't the case. But it seems to me the record is clear. The record is pretty clear in Arkansas. I mean, your governor, drug use doubled. You resisted the appointment of a drug czar there because you thought it might interfere with treatment. But here you cut the drug czar's office 83%. You cut interdiction substantially. I mean, that's what I want to stop it from coming across the border. And in my administration, we're going to train the National Guard to stop it from coming across the border. This is an invasion of drugs from all over the world, and we have a responsibility. You had a surgeon, or before General McCaffrey, you had a lady who said we ought to consider legalizing drugs. Is that the kind of leadership we need? And I won't comment on other things that have happened in your administration or your past about drugs. But it seems to me that the kids ought to, if they started, they ought to stop and just don't do it.
Mr. President?
Let me say again, we did have a drug czar in Arkansas, but he answered to the governor, just like this one answers to the president. That's what I thought we ought to do. Secondly, Senator Dole, you voted against the crime bill that had the death penalty for drug kingpins in it, and you voted to cut services to 23 million school children under the Safe and Drug-Free Schools Act. I don't think that means you're soft on drugs. We just have a different approach. But let me remind you that my family has suffered from drug abuse. I know what it's like to see somebody you love nearly lose their lives, and I hate drugs, Senator. We need to do this together, and we can.
Senator Dole, on the government, continuing to talk about the government's role, if elected president, would you seek to repeal the Brady bill and the ban on assault weapons?
Not if I didn't have a better idea, but I've got a better idea. It's something I've worked on for 15 years. It's called the automated check or the instant check. It's being used in 17 states right now, states like Florida, Colorado, Virginia, and other states. You don't buy any gun. You don't get any gun. We've got 20 million names on a computer in Washington, D.C. of people should not have guns. We ought to keep guns out of the hands of criminals, and there are 8 other categories that should not have guns. I've been working on this for a long, long time. You walk in, you put your little card in there. If it says tilt, you don't get any gun. You don't get a handgun. You don't get a rifle. You don't get a shotgun. You get Zippo. If we're going to protect America's children and American families and people who live as prisoners in their own home, we've got to stop guns from being dumped on the street. The administration says they support the instant check. They've appropriated about $200 million, but only spent about $3 million to get it underway. In our administration, in my administration, we will expedite this. Keeps up with technology. It keeps guns out of the hands of people who should not have guns. That is the bottom line. And I believe it's a good idea, has strong bipartisan support, and perhaps that's another thing we can depoliticize. You talk about the Brady bill. There's only been 1 prosecution under the Brady bill, only 1 under the assault weapon ban, and only 7 under the Brady bill that you talk about all the time. And on the assault weapon bans, out of 17 weapons that were banned, only 6 banned now because 11 have been modified and they're back on the street. Let's get together on this instant check, because that will really make a difference.
Mr. President.
Let me say, first of all, Senator Dole has gone back and forth about whether he'd be for repealing the Brady bill or repealing the assault weapons ban, and I think his present position is that he would not do so, and if that's true, I'm grateful for it. But let's look at the facts here. The Brady bill has kept at least 60,000 felons, fugitives, and stalkers from getting handguns. Senator Dole led the fight against the Brady bill. He tried to keep it from coming to my desk. He didn't succeed, and I signed it, and I'm glad I did. Then when we had the assault weapons ban in the Senate, Senator Dole fought it bitterly and opposed the entire crime bill and almost brought the entire crime bill down because the National Rifle Association didn't want the assault weapons ban, just like they didn't want the Brady bill. But 2 years later, nobody's lost their handguns, their rifles. We've expanded the Brady bill to cover people who beat up their spouses and their kids, and this is a safer country. So I'm glad I took on that fight, and I believe, with all respect, I was right and he was wrong.
Well, the president doesn't have it quite right. I mean, it seemed to me that the time that the assault weapon ban was not effective, that's history. As I've told the NRA, that's history. You're not going to worry about it anymore. I'm not going to worry about it anymore. Let's do something better. Let's stop playing the political game, Mr. President, talking about this and this. You add up all the states that used the instant check and how many weapons they've kept out of the hands of criminals, it would far surpass the number you mentioned. So in my view, if you want to be protected, you ought to vote for Bob Dole, and we'll get the instant check passed, and we'll keep guns out of the hands of criminals.
Mr. President, Senator Dole said the other day that you practiced a photo-op foreign policy that has lessened the credibility of the United States throughout the world. Is he wrong about that?
If that's what he said, he's not right about that. Look at where we are today. The United States is still the indispensable nation in the aftermath of the Cold War and on the brink of the 21st century. I have worked to support our country as the world's strongest force for peace and freedom, prosperity and security. We have done the following things. Number one, we've managed the aftermath of the Cold War, supporting a big drop in nuclear weapons in Russia, the removal of Russian troops from the Baltics, the integration of Central and Eastern European democracies into a new partnership with NATO, and I might add, with a democratic Russia. There are no nuclear missiles pointed at the children of the United States tonight, and have not been in our administration for the first time since the dawn of the nuclear age. We have worked hard for peace and freedom. When I took office, Haiti was governed by a dictator that had defied the United States. When I took office, the worst war in Europe was waging in Bosnia. Now there's a democratically elected president in Haiti, peace in Bosnia. We've just had elections there. We made progress in Northern Ireland and the Middle East. We've also stood up to the new threats of terrorism, the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, organized crime, And we have worked hard to expand America's economic presence around the world with the biggest increase in trade, with the largest number of new trade agreements in history. That's one of the reasons America's #1 in auto production again.
Senator?
Well, I have a different view. Again, I've supported President on Bosnia, and I think we were told the troops would be out in a year. Now I understand it's been extended till sometime next year. But let's start with Somalia, where they dragged Americans through the streets and where 18 Americans were killed one day because they were pinned down for 8 hours, the Rangers. They didn't have the weapons. They didn't have the tanks. They asked for the tanks. They didn't get the tanks from this administration because we were nation building. It's called mission creep. We turn it over to the United Nations. The president didn't have much to do about it. Look at Haiti, where we spent about $3 billion. We got an alarm call there about 2 weeks ago. You got to send down some more people because the president's found out there are death squads in his own property. So we need more protection from America. Bosnia, Northern Ireland, there's no ceasefire in Bosnia. I think there's still lots of problems in Bosnia. We agreed to train and arm the Muslims so they could defend themselves. The policy you had when you ran in 1992, we haven't done that. We're way behind, which means Americans can't come home. Americans shouldn't have gone there in the first place had we let them defend themselves, as they have a right to do under Article 57 of the United Nations Charter.
Mr. President.
First of all, I take full responsibility for what happened in Somalia, but the American people must remember that those soldiers were under an American commander when that happened. I believe they did the best they could under the circumstances, and let's not forget that hundreds of thousands of lives were saved there. Secondly, in Haiti, political violence is much, much smaller than it was. Thirdly, in Bosnia, it's a virtual miracle that there has been no return to war, and at least there has now been an election, and the institutions are beginning to function. In Northern Ireland and the Middle East, we are better off than we were 4 years ago. There will always be problems in this whole world, but if we're moving in the right direction and America is leading, we're better off.
Senator Dole, if elected president, what criteria would you use to decide when to send U.S. troops into harm's way?
Well, after World War I, we had, a policy of disengagement. Then from World War I to World War II, we had sort of a compulsory engagement policy. Now I think we have to have a selective engagement policy. We have to determine when our interests are involved, not the United Nations interests. And many of the things the president talked about, he turned over to the United Nations. They decided. He's deployed more troops than any president in history around the world. It's cost us billions and billions of dollars for peacekeeping operations. But these are facts. And it seems to me that when you make a decision, the decision is made by the President of the United States, by the Commander-in-Chief. He makes that decision when he commits young men or young women who are going to go around and defend our liberty and our freedom. That would be my position. Then I'm going to have a top-down review at the Pentagon, not a bottom-up review. We all fight over how much money's there. I want a top-down review to determine what our priorities are and what we should do in defense, and then follow that policy instead of this bottom-up review with all the services fighting for the money. The president said he was going to cut defense $60 billion. He cut defense $112 billion, devastated states like California and others. And I think now we've got a problem. We've got to go back and look. It's just like you said in Texas one day, you raised taxes too much, and you did. And you cut defense too much, Mr. President, and you did, and you may have said that too. But the bottom line is we are the strongest nation in the world. We provide the leadership, and we're going to have to continue to provide the leadership. But let's do it on our terms, when our interests are involved, and not when somebody blows a whistle at the United Nations.
Our military is the strongest military in the world. It is the strongest, best prepared, best equipped it has ever been. There is very little difference in the budget that I propose in the Republican budget over the next 6-year period. We are spending a lot of money to modernize our weapons system. I have proposed a lot of new investments to improve the quality of life for our soldiers, for our men and women in uniform, for their families, for their training. That is my solemn obligation. You ask, when do you decide to deploy them? The interests of the American people must be at stake. Our values must be at stake. We have to be able to make a difference. And frankly, we have to consider what the risks are to our young men and women in uniform. But I believe the evidence is that our deployments have been successful in Haiti, in Bosnia. when we moved to Kuwait to repel Saddam Hussein's threatened invasion of Kuwait, when I have sent the fleet into the Taiwan Straits, when we've worked hard to end the North Korean nuclear threat. I believe the United States is at peace tonight in part because of the disciplined, careful, effective deployment of our military resources.
Senator Dole?
Well, I failed to mention North Korea and Cuba a while ago. You look at North Korea, where they have enough plutonium to build 6 nuclear bombs, where we've sort of distanced ourselves from our allies, South Korea. They lost about 1 million people in the war, the Korean War, the Forgotten War. We lost 53,000 Americans. We shouldn't be doing any favors for North Korea. It's a closed society. We don't have any inspection. We don't know whether it's going to work or not. But we keep giving them these incentives. Some would call them something else. Incentives. We don't know what's going to happen. Here we have Cuba 90 miles from our shores. And what have we done? We passed a law that gave people a right to sue, and the president postponed it for 6 months. I mean, it seemed to me if you want to send a signal, you've got to send a signal, Mr. President. As soon as the better off will be if you put tougher sanctions on Castro, not try to make it easier for him.
Mr. President, what is your attitude toward Cuba and how Cuba should be treated?
Well, first of all, for the last 4 years, we have worked hard to put more and more pressure on the Castro government to bring about more openness and a move toward democracy. In 1992, before I became president, Congress passed the Cuba Democracy Act, and I enforced it vigorously. We made the embargo tougher, but we increased contacts people to people with the Cubans, including direct telephone service, which was largely supported by the Cuban American community. Then Cuba shot down 2 of our planes and murdered 4 people in international airspace. They were completely beyond the pale of the law, and I signed the Helms-Burton legislation. Senator Dole is correct. I did give about 6 months before the effective date of the act for lawsuits can actually be filed, even though they're effective now and can be legally binding, because I want to change Cuba. And the United States needs help from other countries. Nobody in the world agrees with our policy on Cuba now, but this law can be used as leverage to get other countries to help us to move Cuba to democracy. Every single country in Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean is a democracy tonight but Cuba. And if we stay firm and strong, we will be able to bring Cuba around as well.
Well, that's the point I made. We have to be firm and strong, and I hope that will happen. It will happen starting next January, and maybe it can happen the balance of this year. We have not been firm and strong. You look at the poor people who still live in Cuba. It's a haven for drug smugglers, and we don't have a firm policy when it comes to Fidel Castro. In my view, the policy has failed. So Congress passes a law, the president signs it like he does a lot of things, but like welfare reform, well, I'm going to sign it, but I'm going to try to change it next year. I mean, a lot of these election year conversions, the president talking about all the drug money and all the other things, all this anti-smoking campaign, all happened in 1996. And I think the people viewing out there ought to go back and take a look at the record. When he fought a balanced budget amendment, when he gave you that biggest tax increase in history, when he tried to take over your health care system, when he fought regulatory reform that cost the average family $6,000 to $7,000 a year. This is serious business. It's about your family. It's about your business. And in this case, it's about a firmer policy with Cuba.
There were several off-the-subject whoppers in that litany. Let me just mention, Senator Dole voted for $900 billion in tax increases. His running mate, Jack Kemp, once said that Bob Dole never met a tax he didn't hike. And everybody knows, including the Wall Street Journal, hardly a friend of the Democratic Party or this administration, that the '82 tax increase he sponsored in inflation-adjusted dollars was the biggest tax increase in American history. So we ought to at least get the facts out here on the table so we can know where to go from here.
Senator Dole, you mentioned health reform several times. What do you think should be done about the health care system?
Let me first answer that question about the 1982 tax cut. You know, we were closing loopholes. We were going after big corporations. I know you probably would oppose it, Mr. President, but I think we should have a fair system and a flatter system, and we'll have a fair, flatter system, and we're going to make the economic package work. Health care, well, we finally passed the Kassebaum bill. The president was opposed to it in 1993. He wanted to give us this big system that took over about 1/7 the economy, that put on price controls, created all these state alliances. It would cost $1.5 trillion. and force people into managed care, whether they want it or not. Most people want to see their own doctor. They're going to see their own doctor when Bob Dole is president. We won't threaten anybody. So we passed the Kennedy bill. That'll cover about 20 to 25 million people. We've been for that for 4, 5, or 6 years. The president held it up. And even when it finally got near passage, Senator Kennedy held it up for 100 days because he wasn't satisfied with one provision. But it will cover pre-existing conditions. If you change your job, you're going to be covered. So there are a lot of good things in this bill that we should have done instead of trying this massive, massive takeover by the federal government. But then, of course, they had a Democratic Congress, and they didn't want to do that. Instead, we got a Republican Congress. We finally got action, and I'm very proud of my colleagues in the Republican Party for getting that done. It means a lot to a lot of people watching us tonight.
Well, that sounds very good, but it's very wrong. Senator Dole remembers well that we actually offered not to even put in a health care bill in 1994, 93, but instead to work with the Senate Republicans and write a joint bill. And they said no, because they got a memo from one of their political advisors saying that instead they should characterize whatever we did as big government and make sure nothing was done to aid health care before the 94 elections so they could make that claim. Well, maybe we bit off more than we could chew, but we're pursuing a step-by-step reform now. The Kennedy-Kassebaum bill that I signed will make it possible for 25 million people to keep their health insurance when they change jobs or somebody in their family's been sick. I signed a bill to stop these drive-by deliveries where insurance companies can force people out of the hospital after 24 hours. And I vetoed Senator Dole's Medicare plan that would have forced a lot of seniors into managed care and taken a lot more money out of their pockets and led to Medicare withering on the vine.
Well, many of the provisions in the Kassebaum bill were provisions of my provisions, like deductions for long-term care, making certain that self-employed people who are watching tonight can deduct not 30%, but 80% of you pay for premiums. You can also deduct long-term care now. So it's a good start. I think there's another, we're even looking at our tax cut proposal, our economic package. There may be a way there to reach out to the uninsured, because there are a lot of uninsured people in this country, particularly children, that should be covered. Another way you can do is to expand Medicaid. In America, no one will go without health care. No one will go without food.
Senator, go ahead and finish your sentence. Sorry.
Food.
Food. Back to foreign affairs for a moment, Mr. President. Are you satisfied with the way you handled this last Iraq crisis and the end result?
Well, I believe that we did the appropriate thing under the circumstances. Saddam Hussein is under a UN resolution not to threaten his neighbors or repress his own citizens. Unfortunately, a lot of people have never been as concerned about the Kurds as the United States has tried to be, and we've been flying an operation to protect them out of Turkey for many years now. What happened was one of the Kurdish leaders invited him to go up north. But we felt, since the whole world community had told him not to do it, that once he did it, we had to do something. We did not feel that I certainly didn't feel I should commit American troops to throw him out of where he had gone, and that was the only way to do that. So the appropriate thing strategically to do was to reduce his ability to threaten his neighbors. We did that by expanding what's called the no-fly zone, by increasing our allies' control of the airspace now from the Kuwait border to the suburbs of Baghdad. Was it the right thing to do? I believe it was. Is it fully effective? Did it make him withdraw from the north? Well, he has a little bit, and I hope he will continue. We have learned that if you give him an inch, he'll take a mile. We had to do something, and even though not all of our allies supported it at first, I think most of them now believe that what we did was an appropriate thing to do.
Senator Nolan?
Well, the president's own CIA director says that Saddam is stronger now than he was. And I don't understand extending the no-fly zone in the south when the trouble was in the north. And what we've done during the Bush administration, the Kurds were at the State Department negotiating, trying to work their differences out. Now we've got all thousands and thousands of refugees. We've been shipping, I guess, 3,000 Kurds to Guam. It involves Turkey, and it's a real problem, and Saddam is probably stronger than he ever was. We shot, 44 cruise missiles? They're worth about $1.2 million apiece. and hit some radar that repaired in a couple of 3 days. Did we inflict any damage? No. Do we have any of our allies helping? Well, we have Great Britain. They're always very loyal to us, and I appreciate that. And of course, Kuwait, even though they had to find out there had 5,000 troops coming, they didn't even understand that. We had to get their permission. The bottom line is we went in there alone. We're supposed to be operating under UN resolution. We did it without any of our allies that helped us in the Gulf.
Senator Dole has 2 or 3 times before tonight criticized me for working with the UN. Now I'm being criticized for not working with the UN.
It's not the UN.
Sometimes the United States has to act alone, or at least has to act first. Sometimes we cannot let other countries have a veto on our foreign policy. I could not send soldiers into the north of Iraq. That would have been wrong. I could reduce Saddam Hussein's ability to threaten Kuwait and his other neighbors again. That's what I did. I still believe it was the right thing to do.
Senator Dole, on your photo op foreign policy charge against the
Not
president.
mine.
Oh? No, I mean your charge against the president that he has a photo op foreign policy. Does the Middle East summit last week fall into that category?
Well, there were some good pictures, but does it fall in that category? I don't know. I want to be very serious. I've supported the president when I thought he was right on Bosnia. I supported him on NAFTA and GATT. So it's not that we always disagree. Others disagreed with us. The Mideast is very difficult. But it seemed to me, just as an observer, that, before you'd call somebody to America, you'd have some notion what the end result might be. Now, maybe it's better just to get together and sit down and talk. Maybe that was the purpose. And I know talks have started again today. But again, it's almost like an ad hoc foreign policy. It's ad hoc. It's sort of, well, we get up in the morning and read the papers, and what country's in trouble, we'll have a meeting. To me, that's not the strategy that I think that people expect from America. I think we have lost credibility. And I say this very honestly, without any partisanship. We've lost credibility around the world. Our allies know, they're not certain what we're going to do, what our reaction, what our response is going to be. Nobody suggested sending troops to Iraq if that was the hint there from the president. But I do think that Saddam Hussein is stronger than he was. And I do believe that he didn't gain a great deal in the Mideast by bringing 3 of the 4 leaders. One refused to come to Washington, D.C.
We have a very consistent policy in the Middle East. It is to support the peace process, to support the security of Israel, and to support those who are prepared to take risks for peace. It is a very difficult environment. The feelings are very strong. There are extremists in all parts of the Middle East who want to kill that peace process. Prime Minister Rabin gave his life because someone in his own country literally hated him for trying to bring peace. I would like to have had a big organized summit, but those people were killing each other rapidly. Innocent Arab children, innocent Israeli people, they were dying. And so much trust is broken down in the aftermath of the change of government. I felt that if I could just get the parties together to say, let's stop the violence, start talking, commit to the negotiations, that'd be a plus. Now today, the Secretary of State is in the Middle East, and they've started negotiations, and all those leaders promised me they would not quit until they resolved the issues between them and got the peace process going forward again.
Senator Dole?
Well, I was disappointed the president not call for an unconditional end of the violence. I mean, it seemed to me the violence had stopped when these leaders came to America. The killing and the tragedies had taken place, and it's unfortunate. And it is a difficult area, no doubt about it. It shouldn't be politicized in any way by the president or by his opponent. And I don't intend to politicize it. I hope that they've talked, and I hope they reach some result, and that the killing will end.
Thank you. Mr. President, in your acceptance speech in Chicago, you said the real choice in this race is, quote, whether we build a bridge to the future or a bridge to the past, about whether we believe our best days are still out there or our best days are behind us, about whether we want a country of people all working together or one where you're on your own, end quote. Are you saying that you believe Senator Dole is a man of the past, and if elected president, he would lead the country backward?
Well, I'm saying that Senator Dole said in his fine speech in San Diego that he wanted to build a bridge to the past. And I think I know what he meant by that. He's troubled, as I am, by some of the things that go on today. But I believe America is the greatest country in human history because we have maintained freedom and increasing prosperity by relentlessly pushing the barriers of knowledge, the barriers of the present, always moving into the future. That's why when I became president, I was determined to kind of move beyond this old stale debate that had gone on in Washington for too long to get this country moving again. And that's why we've got a country with 10.5 million more jobs and record numbers of new businesses and rising incomes and falling crime rates and welfare roll rates. It's why we're moving in the right direction. And I'm trying to emphasize that what I want to do is to continue to do that. That's why my balanced budget plan will still invest and grow this economy. That's why I want a tax cut for education and child rearing, but it's got to be paid for. That's why I want to continue the work we have done over partisan opposition to work with communities to bring that crime rate down until our streets are all safe again. These are my commitments. I am very oriented toward the future. I think this election has to be geared toward the future. I think America's best days are still ahead, but we've got to build the right bridge.
Senator Dole. You know, the president reminds me sometimes of my brother Kenny, who's no longer alive, but Kenny was a great talker. And he used to tell me things that I knew were not quite accurate, so he always had a rule: we divide it by 6. Now, maybe in your case, maybe just 2. But 11 million new jobs and everything. I mean, the president can't take credit for everything that governors are doing, or that's happening in New York City when it comes to the murder rate, and then not be responsible for the bad things that happen, whether it's drug use or something else in America. And so it seems to me that we can talk about what we call Kenny the great exaggerator, because he just liked to exaggerate, make it sound a little better, made him feel better. When it comes to bridges, I want a bridge to the future. I also want a bridge to the truth. We have to tell the truth. We've got people watching tonight and listening tonight trying to find the truth. And the truth is, there's a lot wrong with America. We need a strong economic package. We need a tax cut. We need the $500 child credit, and we'll have that soon.
Mr. President.
I do not for a moment think I'm entitled to all the credit for the good things that have happened in America. But where I have moved to work with the American people to help them have the tools to make the most of their own lives, I think I should get some credit for that. I also personally took responsibility tonight when Senator Dole asked me about the drug problem. But you know, I think my ideas are better for the future. Senator Dole voted against student loans, against Head Start, against creating the Department of Education. If he gets elected president, we'll start the new century without anyone in the cabinet of the president representing education and our children. I personally don't think that's the right kind of future for America, and I think we ought to take a different tack.
Senator Dole, do you still favor eliminating the Department of Education?
Yes. I didn't favor it when it was started. I voted against it. It was a tribute after President Carter's election to the National Education Association, who sent a lot of delegates to the Democratic Convention, who give 99.5% of their money Democrats and the president. And a lot of the teachers send their kids to private schools or better public schools. So what we want to do is call opportunity scholarships. Now, some say, oh, you're a Republican, you can't be reaching out to these people. I've reached out to people all my life. I've worked on the food stamp program proudly, and the WIC program and the school lunch program with senators like George McGovern, Hubert Humphrey, and others, to name a few of my Democratic friends. I'm not some extremist out here. I care about people. I have my own little foundation that's raised about $10 million for the disabled. I don't advertise it, just did, haven't before. And I try to do a lot of things that I think might be helpful to people. Well, it seems to me that we ought to take that money we can save from the Department of Education, put it in opportunity scholarships, and tell little Landale Shakespeare out in Cleveland, Ohio, and tell your mother and father you're going to get to go to school because we're going to match what the state puts up, and you're going to get to go to the school of your choice. I don't fault the president or the vice president for sending their children to private schools or better schools. I applaud them for it. I don't criticize them. But why shouldn't everybody have that choice? Why shouldn't low-income Americans and low-middle-income Americans? I'm excited about it. It's going to be a big, big opportunity for a lot of people.
Let me say, first of all, I'm all for students having more choices. We've worked hard to expand public school choice. In my balanced budget bill, there are funds for 3,000 new schools created by teachers and parents, sometimes by business people, called charter schools, that have no rules. They're free of bureaucracy and can only stay in existence if they perform and teach children. The ones that are out there are doing well. What I'm against is Senator Dole's plan to take money away from all the children we now help with limited federal funds and help far fewer. If we're going to have a private voucher plan, that ought to be done at the local level or the state level. But Senator Dole has consistently opposed federal help to education. He voted against student loans. He voted against my improved student loan plan. He voted against the National Service Bill, against the Head Start bill. He voted against our efforts in safe and drug-free schools. He has voted against these programs. He does not believe it. That's the issue. 90% of our kids are out there in those public schools, and we need to lift their standards and move them forward with the programs like those I've outlined in this campaign.
I better correct the president. I don't know what time it is, but it's probably getting late. But I want to correct the president. All these things I voted against, they were probably part of some big package that had a lot of pork in it, or a lot of things we shouldn't have had, and we probably voted no. I've supported all the education program. I've supported Head Start. I think we ought to look at it. So I don't want anybody out there to think that we've just been voting no, no, no. Let's give low-income parents the same right that people with power and prestige have in America, and let them go to better schools. Let's turn the schools back to the teachers and back to the parents and take it away from the National Education Association.
Mr. President, what's wrong with the school choice proposal?
I support school choice. I support school choice. I have advocated expansions of public school choice alternatives, and I said the creation of 3,000 new schools that we are going to help the states to finance. But if you're going to have a private voucher plan, that ought to be determined by states and localities where they're raising and spending most of the money. I simply think it's wrong to take money away from programs that are helping build basic skills for kids. 90% of them are in the public schools. To take money away from programs that are helping fund the school lunch program, that are helping to fund the other programs that are helping our schools to improve their standards. Our schools are getting better. And our schools can be made to be even better still with the right kind of community leadership and partnership at the school level. I have been a strong force for reform. And Senator, I remind you that a few years ago when I supported teacher testing law in my home state, I was pretty well lambasted by the Teachers Association. I just don't believe we ought to be out there running down teachers and attacking them the way you did at the Republican convention. I think we ought to be lifting them up and moving our children forward. And let me just say, that budget you passed that I vetoed would have cut 50,000 kids out of Head Start. It would have eliminated the AmeriCorps plan, and it would have cut back on student loans and scholarships. Now, it would have. That's a fact. That's one of the big reasons I vetoed it. We need to be doing more in education, not less.
Well, the AmeriCorps program, I must say, if that's one of your successes, I wouldn't speak about it too loudly. It's cost about $27,000 to pay people to volunteer. We've got 4 million young people volunteering every year. The number hasn't gone down. And you pick out 20,000, whether they need the money or not, and they get paid for volunteering. I like young people. I like teachers. I'm a product of public schools. You attended a private school for some time in your life. I like teachers. But you're not for school choice. You can't be for school choice, because this is that special interest money again. When you get 99.5% of the money, we don't know what happened to the other 0.5%. We're looking for it. Somebody got it. But it all went to Democrats, and this is part of that liberal establishment, one of those liberal things that you just can't do. You're for school uniforms and curfews, and you're opposed to truancy. Now, that's not reform, Mr. President. Why can't Landell Shakespeare in Cleveland or Pilar Gonzalez in Milwaukee give their children an opportunity to go to a better school? Some schools aren't safe. Some schools aren't even safe. And your choice is nothing. Let's give them a real choice, the kind of choice you have, and the kind of choice a lot of people have in America. If we want to stop crime and teenage pregnancy, let's start with education.
First of all, Senator Dole, let's set the record straight. I was able for 2 years when I was a very young boy to go to a Catholic school, but I basically went to public schools all my life. And I've worked hard for a long time to make them better. 90% of our kids are there. It's amazing to me. You are all for having more responsibility at the local level for everything except schools. where we don't have very much money at the federal level to spend on education. We ought to spend it helping the 90% of the kids that we can help. If a local school district in Cleveland or any place else wants to have a private school choice plan like Milwaukee did, let them have at it. I might say the results are highly ambiguous, but I want to get out there and give a better education opportunity to all of our children, and that's why I vetoed the budget that you passed with $30 billion in education cuts. It was wrong, and my plan for the future is better.
Senator Dole, at the Republican convention, you said the following, and I quote, "It is demeaning to the nation that within the Clinton administration, a core of the elite who never grew up, never did anything real, never sacrificed, never suffered, and never learned, should have the power to fund with your earnings their dubious and self-serving schemes," end quote. Whom precisely and what precisely did you have in mind?
I had precisely in mind a lot of the people who were in the White House and other agencies who've never had any experience, who came to Washington without any experience. They're all very liberal, of course. They wouldn't be in the administration. And their idea was that they knew what was best for the American people. Now, I feel very strongly about a lot of things. I feel strongly about education. I want to help young people have an education, just as I had an education after World War II with the GI Bill of Rights. And we've had millions of young men and women in subsequent wars change the face of the nation because the government helped with their education. Now, the reason they don't have, the reason the president can't support this is pretty obvious. It's not taking anything away from schools. It's new money. It's not going to be taken away from anybody else, except we'll downsize the Department of Education. But this is a very liberal administration. This is the administration that gave you the big tax cut. This administration that tried to take over health care and impose a governmental system. This is the administration that fought regulatory reform that's putting a lot of small businessmen and small businesswomen out of business. This administration that fought the balanced budget amendment and vetoed a balanced budget and vetoed welfare reform twice. And the list goes on and on and on. That's what I had in mind. I want people in my administration, and we'll have people in my administration, who understand America. There won't be 10 millionaires and 14 lawyers in the cabinet. There'll be people with experience and people who understand America and people who've made it and know the hard knocks in life.
When Senator Dole made that remark about all the elitists, young elitists in the administration, one of the young men who works for me who grew up in a house trailer looked at me and said, "Mr. President, I know how you grew up. Who is he talking about?" And this liberal charge, that's what their party always drags out when they get in a tight race. It's sort of their golden oldie, It's a record they think they can play that everybody loves to hear. And I just don't think that dog will hunt this time. The American people should make up their own mind. Here's the record. We cut the deficit 4 years in a row for the first time since before the Civil War. I mean, before World War II, and maybe before the Civil War, too. We've got 10.5 million new jobs. We've got record numbers of those new small businesses. We made every one of them eligible for a tax cut. We've got declining crime rates, 2 million fewer people on welfare rolls before welfare reform passed, and a 50% increase in child support, and a crime bill with 60 death penalties, 100,000 police, and the assault weapons ban. The American people can make up their mind about whether that's a liberal record or a record that's good for America. Liberal, conservative, you put whatever label you want on it.
Well, I think it's pretty liberal. I'll put that label on it. I mean, you take a look at all the programs you've advocated, Mr. President. Thank goodness we had a Republican Congress there. The first thing you did when you came into office was send up a stimulus package. Say, we got a little pork we want to scatter around America, $16 billion. And even some in your own party couldn't buy that. I remember talking by the telephone. I'm not even certain you were too excited about it. I'll never repeat what I talked with the President about, but in any event, we saved the taxpayers $16 billion. And then came some other programs, and then came health care, and then came the tax increase. And a lot of these things just stopped in 1994 because then the Congress changed, and I think we've done a good job.
Mr. President, if you're not a liberal, describe your political philosophy.
I believe that the purpose of politics is to give people the tools to make the most of their own lives, to reinforce the values of opportunity and responsibility, and to build a sense of community so we're all working together. I don't believe in discrimination. I believe you can protect the environment and grow the economy. I believe that we have to do these things with a government that's smaller and less bureaucratic, but that we have to do them nonetheless. It's inconvenient for Senator Dole, but the truth is I've reduced the size of government more than my Republican predecessors. And I did stop them. I admit that. I sure stopped their budget. Their budget cut enforcement for the Environmental Protection Agency by a third. It cut funds to clean up toxic waste dumps, with 10 million of our kids still living within 4 miles of a toxic waste dump, by a third. It ended the principle of the polluter should pay for those toxic waste dumps unless it was very recent. Their budget weakened our support for education, $30 billion, even cut funds for scholarships and college loans. Their budget cut $270 billion in Medicare, and finally, their budget withdrew the national guarantee of health care to poor children, families with children with handicaps, the elderly in nursing homes, poor pregnant women. It was wrong for the country, and calling it conservative won't make it right. It was a bad decision for America, and it would have been bad for our future if I hadn't stopped it.
Well, the president can define himself in any way he wants, but I think we have to look at the record. You go back to the time he was, Texas director for George McGovern. George McGovern's a friend of mine, so I don't mean, but he was a liberal, proud liberal. I've just finished reading a book, I think it's called, what is it, The Demise of the Democratic Party by Ronald Kardash or something, talking about all the liberal influences in the administration, whether it's organized labor, or whether it's the Hollywood elite, or whether it's some of the media elite, or whether it's the labor unions or whatever. And so I think you take a look at it. But the bottom line is this. I think the American people probably recite all these bills and all these things. They want to know what's going to happen to them. They've all got a lot of anxieties out there. Did anybody complain when you raise tax? Anybody go out and ask the people, how are you going to pay the extra money? That's why we want an economic package. We want the government to pinch their pennies for a change instead of the people pinching their pennies. That's what our message is to people watching. Not all this back and forth, you voted this way, you voted that way. We want a better America as we go into the next century.
The way to get a better America is to balance the budget and protect Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment. To give a targeted tax cut, and let me talk about the education tax cut, to let people have a $10,000 deduction for the cost of college tuition in any year, any kind of college tuition. To give families a tax credit, a dollar-for-dollar reduction in their taxes for the cost of a typical community college, so we can open that to everybody. And then to let people save in an IRA and withdraw from it without a tax penalty for education, home buying, or medical expenses. That's the right way to go into the 21st century, balance the budget and cut taxes, not balloon with this $550 billion tax scheme.
Senator Dole, we've talked mostly now about differences between the two of you that relate to policy issues and that sort of thing. Are there also significant differences in the more personal area that are relevant to this election?
Let me say first on the president's promise for another tax cut. I mean, I've told people as I travel around, all you got the tax cut he promised last time, vote for him in '96. And not many hands go up. So the question was, I used election promise from my opponent. The people want economic reform. They're having a hard time making ends meet. You got one parent working for the government, the other parent working for the family. And this is important business. This is about getting the economy moving again. This is about American jobs and opportunities. It's about the government, as I said before, pinching its pennies for a change instead of the poor taxpayer. When they raise your taxes, nobody runs around asking people, where are you going to get the extra money? I think the government can do better. Are there personal differences?
That are relevant to this.
Well, my blood pressure is lower and my weight, my cholesterol, but I will not make health an issue in this campaign. So I think he's a bit taller than I am, but I think there are personal differences. I mean, I don't like to get into personal matters. As far as I'm concerned, this is a campaign about issues. It's about my vision for America and about his liberal vision for America. Not about personal things. And I think his liberal vision is a thing of the past. I know he wants to disown it. I wouldn't want to be a liberal either, Mr. President, but you're stuck with it because that's your record. It's your record in Arkansas, the biggest tax increase in history, biggest crime increase in history, biggest drug increase in history in Arkansas.
Mr. President?
Well, just for the record, when I was governor, we had the lowest, second lowest tax burden of any state in the country, the highest job growth rate of any state when I ran for president, and we're widely recognized for a lot of other advances. But the important thing is, what are we going to do now? I think a targeted tax cut is better for our future, targeted to education and child rearing. With the rest of the education plan, hooking up all of our classrooms to the internet by the year 2000, making sure we've got an army of reading volunteers, trained people to teach with parents and teachers so that our 8-year-olds can learn to read, investing in our environment, cleaning up 2/3 of the worst toxic waste dumps. Those plans are better than this $550 billion tax scheme. Now, remember, folks, even Senator Dole's campaign co-chair, Senator D'Amato, says he's got to cut Medicare to pay for this. Everybody who's looked at it, 500 economists, 7 Nobel Prize winners, say it's bad for the economy. It's going to blow a hole in the deficit, raise taxes on 9 million people, and require bigger cuts than the one I vetoed. Our plan is better. It'll take us into the future with a growing economy and healthier families.
Well, I'm really encouraged to know of your renewed friendship with Al D'Amato, and I know you appreciate it. You didn't even have tax cuts in your budget, Mr. President, the first 2 years you were president. It wasn't until we had a Republican Congress you even thought about, you talked about tax cuts. And getting back to personal differences, I don't, I think, Jim, if you're a little more specific, but I think the President could clarify one thing tonight, and that's the question of pardons. I know you talked about it on with Jim Lehrer on a PBS show, and I've never discussed Whitewater, as I've told you personally. I'm not discussing Whitewater now, but I am discussing a power the President has to grant pardons. And hopefully, in the next segment, you could lay that to rest.
Mr. President?
Well, first of all, he made that remark about Senator D'Amato. He's arranged for me to spend a lot more time with Senator D'Amato in the last couple of years, and so I'm more familiar with his comments than I used to be. Let me say what I've said already about this pardon issue. This is an issue they brought up. There's been no consideration of it, no discussion of it. I'll tell you this, I will not give anyone special treatment, and I will strictly adhere to the law, and that is what every president has done, as far as I know, in the past. But whatever other presidents have done, this is something I take seriously, and that's my position.
But it seemed to me the President shouldn't have any comment at all, particularly where it's someone where you've had business dealings. I mean, you may be sending a signal. I don't know. I'm not questioning anybody. But as the President of the United States, when somebody asks you about pardons, you say no comment, period. And I think he made a mistake. And I think when you make a mistake, you say, I made a mistake. But apparently his position hasn't changed. So if there are other specific areas, but beyond that, I haven't gotten into any of these things, as the President knows. We've had that discussion. And I know Senator D'Amato, I think, may have had a hearing or two on Whitewater, I can't remember. But he's not my general chairman, he's a friend of mine. And so is Senator Kennedy, a friend of yours. And
you bet.
I remember one day on the floor, I said, now, gentlemen, let me tax your memories. And Kennedy jumped up and said, why haven't we thought of that before? So one of your liberal friends.
Thank you.
Mr. President, 30 seconds.
No comment.
What's the subject matter?
Senator Dole, if you could single out one thing that you would like for the voters to have in their mind about President Clinton on a policy matter or a personal matter, what would it be? Something to know about him, understand it, and appreciate it.
See, if I say anything, it's going to be misconstrued. I don't think there's even a race between the two. It's about our vision for America. I happen to like President Clinton personally. I'm addressing him all evening, Mr. President. I said in 1992 he didn't extend that courtesy of President Bush. But I respect the presidency. I've served under a number of presidents. They all have their strengths and they all have their weaknesses. So I'd rather talk about my strengths. I think I have my strengths. And I think the best thing going for Bob Dole is that Bob Dole keeps his word. It's a question between trust and fear, and I would say, I think, Mr. President, about all you've got going in this campaign is fear. You're spending millions and millions of dollars in negative ads frightening senior citizens. I know this to be a fact because I had one tell me last week, Senator, don't cut my Medicare. I'm trying to save your Medicare, just as I rescued Social Security with a bipartisan commission. I have relatives on Medicare. I used to sign welfare checks for my grandparents. I know all about poverty and all about need and all about taking care of people, and that's been my career in the United States Senate. And I'll keep my word on the economic package. If I couldn't cut taxes and balance the budget at the same time, I wouldn't look you in the eye tonight in your living room, wherever you may be, and say that this is good for America. People will tell you who served with Bob Dole, would agree or disagree, he kept his word. That's what this race is all about.
I'd like the American people to know that I have worked very hard to be on their side and to move this country forward, and we're better off than we were 4 years ago, but the most important thing is my plan for the 21st century is a better plan. A targeted tax cut, a real commitment to educational reform, a deep commitment to making welfare reform work with incentives to the private sector to move people from welfare to work. Now we have to create those jobs now that we're requiring people to go to work. A commitment to continuing step-by-step health care reform, with the next step helping people who are between jobs to access health care and not lose it just because they're out of work for a while. A commitment to grow the economy while protecting the environment. That's what I'd like them to know about me, that I've gotten up every day and worked for the American people and worked so that their children could have their dreams come true. And I believe we've got the results to show we're on the right track. The most important thing is I believe we've got the right ideas for the future. And I like Senator Dole. You can probably tell we like each other. We just see the world in different ways, and you folks out there are going to have to choose who you think is right.
Well, I'd say that, the first homeless bill in the Senate was the Dole-Byrd bill, part of the Byrd-Dole bill. I can't remember who was in control then. I remember working with Senator Ribicoff in Connecticut on the hospice program. We now have 2,500 hospices. As I said, I've worked all my life while I was in the Congress. I left on June the 11th because I wanted the American people to know that I was willing to give up something. President Clinton ran for governor in 1990 and said he's going to fill out his term, but he didn't. He's president, so I guess it's a little better deal. But I wanted the American people to know that I was willing to give up something. It wasn't just getting more power and more power. So I rolled the dice. I put my career on the line because I really believe the future of America is on the line. We can give you all these numbers. They don't mean a thing. If you're out of work, you have nothing to eat, or you can't have medical care, or you're holding a crack baby in your arms right now, and what do you do next? America's best days are ahead of us. I've seen the tough times. I know they can be better. And I'll lead America to a brighter future.
Mr. President, what do you say to Senator Dole's point that this election is about keeping one's word?
Let's look at that. When I ran for president, I said we'd cut the deficit in half in 4 years. We cut it by 60%. I said that our economic plan would produce 8 million jobs. We have 10.5 million new jobs. We're number one in autos again, record numbers of new small businesses. I said we'd pass a crime bill that would put 100,000 police on the street, ban assault weapons, and deal with the problems that ought to be dealt with capital punishment, including capital punishment for drug kingpins. And we did that. I said we would change the way welfare works, and even before the bill passed, we'd move nearly 2 million people from welfare to work, working with states and communities. I said we'd get tougher on child support, and child support enforcement's up 50%. I said that I would work for tax relief for middle-class Americans. The deficit was bigger than I thought it was going to be, and I think they're better off, all of us are, that we got those interest rates down and the deficit down. The Republicans talk about it, but we're the first administration in anybody's lifetime looking at this program to bring that deficit down 4 years in a row. We still gave tax cuts to 15 million working Americans, and now I've got a plan that's been out there for 2 years. It could have been passed already, but instead the Republicans shut the government down to try to force their budget and their plan on me, and I couldn't take that. But we'll get the rest of that tax relief. And so I think when you can look at those results, you know that the plan I've laid out for the future has a very good chance of being enacted if you'll give me a chance to build that bridge to the 21st century.
Senator?
Well, there he goes again. I mean, it's a line that's been used before, but exaggerating all the things that he did. He didn't do all these things. Let's take all these 4 years in a row. He came in with a high growth rate. The 1990 budget agreement, which some, didn't like, had some very tough cost controls, put a lot of pressure on Congress. The S&L crisis was over. They're starting to sell assets. All that money was coming in. And he cut defense, an extra $60 billion. Threw a lot of people out of work. He talks about a smaller government. There are actually more people in government, except for people in defense-related jobs. They're gone. The government's bigger than it was when President Kennedy was around. He says it's not. In addition, the Republican Congress cut $53 billion. So let's just, let's give credit where credit is due. Governor Engler of Michigan cut taxes 21 times, created a lot of new jobs. So did Governor Thompson. So did Governor Rowland. A lot of people out there deserve credit, Mr. President. When I'm President of the United States, we're going to have a governor's council. And we're going to go work directly with the governors, Republicans and Democrats, to get power back to the people and back to the states.
I think a lot of people deserve credit, and I've tried to give it to them. But I believe that my plan is better than Senator Dole's ill-advised $550 billion scheme, which I'll say again will blow a hole in the deficit. Our plan will balance the budget and grow the economy, preserve the environment, and invest in education. We have the right approach for the future, and look at the results. It is not midnight in America, Senator. We are better off than we were 4 years ago.
All right, that's the last question, the last answer. Let's go now to the closing statements. Mr. President, you're first. 2 minutes.
Well, first, Jim, let me thank you, and thank you, Senator Dole, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen, all of you listening tonight, for the chance you've given us to appear. I want to say in the beginning that I am profoundly grateful for the chance that you have given me to serve as president for the last 4 years. I never could have dreamed anything like this would come my way in life, and I've done my best to be faithful to the charge you've given me. I'm proud of the fact that America is stronger and more prosperous and more secure than we were 4 years ago. I'm glad we're going in the right direction. And I've done my best tonight to lay out my plans for going forward to an even better future in the next century. I'd like to leave you with the thought that the things I do as president are basically driven by the people whose lives I have seen affected by what does or doesn't happen in this country. The auto worker in Toledo who was unemployed when I was elected and now has a great job because we're #1 in auto production again. All the people I've met who used to be on welfare who are now working and raising their children. And I think what others could do for our country and for themselves if we did the welfare reform thing in the proper way. I think of the man who grabbed me by the shoulder once with tears in his eyes and said his daughter was dying of cancer, and he thanked me for giving him a chance to spend some time with her without losing his job because of the Family and Medical Leave Act. I think of all the people that I grew up with and went to school with, whom I stay in touch with, and who never let me forget how what we do in Washington affects all of you out there in America. Folks, we can build that bridge to the 21st century, big enough and strong enough for all of us to walk across, and I hope that you will help me build it.
Senator Dole, your closing statement, sir.
Thank you, Jim. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank everyone for watching and listening. I want to address my remarks to the young people of America, because they're the ones who are going to spend most of their life in the 21st century. They're the ones who have the challenges, and there are people out there making predictions that it's not going to be the same. You're not going to have the opportunities. It's going to be more deficits, more drugs, more crime, and less confidence in the American people. And that's what you're faced with, the parents are faced with, and the grandparents are faced with. It's important. It's their future. And I would say to those, I know there are more young people experimenting with drugs today than ever before. Drug use has gone up. And if you care about the future of America, if you care about your future, just don't do it. And I know that I'm someone older than you, but I've had my anxious moments in my life. I've learned to feed myself and to walk and to dress. And I'm standing here as proof that in America, the possibilities are unlimited. I know who I am, and I know where I'm from, and I know where I want to take America. We are the greatest country on the face of the earth. We do more good things for more people in our communities, our neighborhoods, than anywhere that I know of. This is important business. This election is important. I ask for your support. I ask for your help. If you really want to get involved, just tap into my homepage, www.dolecamp96.org. Thank you. God bless America.
There, Bill. Let me. Yeah, terrific. Yeah, terrific. Yeah, that was great. Why don't you, let me just say goodnight. Okay. Hi. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Gotta get out of your way.
Thank you.
Do you want to go sit?
Okay.
Thanks, sir. Great job.
Yes, sir.
You're just ready to move when you are.
How many was tomorrow night?
Jim, give me a shot. Tomorrow night. Hi. How are you?
Hi. Good to see you, Jim. Yeah.
What a wonderful job. What a wonderful job.
I just, you know what they did was come on, they just did their thing, and we never even closed the show. They didn't need to. They made a decision back there. Right.
watching the scene from the Bushnell Theater in Hartford, Connecticut as the candidates make their way through the crowd and welcome and thank their supporters. We're going to continue to watch the scene there for a few minutes, but let me tell you about what's ahead on this network. For the next 90 minutes, we'll be airing reaction to this first presidential debate from you at home, from the internet, from people in the audience in Hartford, from campaign representatives in what's called the Media Spin Room, and from students at a Debate Watch program at George Washington University in Washington, D.C. But we will begin with your calls. As you can see on the screen, we've got lines set aside for you if you're supporting President Clinton, 202-624-1111. Those of you supporting Senator Dole, 202-624-1115. Undecideds or others should use the third line on the bottom of the screen. Please do use those lines, and what we're looking for in our first part of our program is a very quick reaction. We're going to move quickly through the calls to see what you learned or what was the most significant moment in this debate as you watched it. We'll begin with calls in just a couple minutes. First comment comes from Miami. You're on the air, caller.
Hi.
Your reaction to the debate, please.
I think Clinton talked about the issues. I think he talked about his record. I think his record speaks for himself. I think when Dole was pushed, that he mumbled a lot and didn't say anything specific, and didn't. The points that he made against Clinton were exactly the points that his record shows that he did, and I think Clinton should be the next president.
Evergreen, Colorado.
Yes. Hello?
Go ahead, please, caller.
Yes, we just got finished watching the debates, and we think that Bob Dole was straightforward and honest, as he usually is, and we believe that President Clinton is still not telling the truth to the American people, that he's giving the same old campaign rhetoric that he did in the last campaign. But we are definitely for Bob Dole. We have a lot of trust in him, and we believe he won that debate.
Phoenix, Arizona. Most significant moment in the debate.
Well, I just thought that Bob Dole was a clear winner here. He has such an incredible vision for this country, and I think that my feeling was that Bill Clinton was the same as he was in the presidential debate back in 1992, that he was just evading issues. I mean, he keeps saying, like Bob Dole said, about his record, and he's done this and he's done that. But, I think when you really look at what the real record is, you'll see that it was the Republican Congress, and I just think Bob Dole did a great job. We just love him.
Next is Pittsburgh.
Yes, I was a Dole supporter until this evening. I think that Bill Clinton demonstrated a knowledge of results. I felt very badly after listening to Senator Dole. I felt he was just not up with anything new. I didn't have anything in mind about what he wanted for the country. So I really feel that Bill Clinton won the debate this evening.
Next is Coltsville, Pennsylvania.
Yes, sure. Hello.
You're on the air.
Look, I'm a supporter of Mr. Clinton, and I think he did a wonderful job.
Thank you for your call, sir. San Antonio, Texas, your reaction to the debate.
I think Senator Dole did an outstanding job. I think he had President Clinton on the run, because all President Clinton knows how to do is to have photo ops with children or either talk about children. He doesn't care about the adults in the United States, and the sooner America wakes up, the better. Thank you.
Next is Garfield, New Jersey. Your reaction, please.
Hi, I'm an independent voter, and I think that Dole came across as a mean-spirited person who didn't want to talk about the issues and continued the typical Republican approach of attacking and a lot of personal attacks, and really did not present any type of plan for the future except to go back to the past. And if America knows what's best, they just won't do it.
Next is Washington, D.C. Your reaction, please.
Yes, please. I support Clinton. I thought he was more clear in everything he was giving, and he was calm. And I mean, looking at what he has done all the last 4 years, I think he made clear and he explained exactly what he has done. And he was cool, even though Senator Dole tried to make him nervous and make him lose his temper. But I think he did a good job, and I would I prefer that he be the next president. Unfortunately, I'm not American, and I'm not going to elect, but if I were...
Thank you for the call. Let's move on to Newport Beach, California, with your reaction, please.
Well, I'm for Dole. I think he did a great job in the speech, and I think Clinton stuttered a lot, and he had his Pinocchio nose. He just kept lying and lying and lying, whatever he said.
Next is a call from Bel Air, Maryland.
Hello.
You're on the air. Your reaction.
Yes, my reaction is Senator Dole, although he's an integrous man, just has no vision for America, especially into the 21st century. I believe that President Clinton did a wonderful job in the debate, and he definitely won this debate. You have a lot of sour grapes with all these Republicans calling, and of course they must be muddled because they just don't understand. They don't get the picture here. You have a president that not only has performed these past 4 years, but he has excelled in just about every area during his presidency.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Let's move on to a call from Fallon, Nevada.
Hi, I just want to say that I'm a Dole supporter. I think he did an excellent job tonight. And I think the public needs to realize, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? My husband is upper middle class income. I did not work 4 years ago. I did not need to. We have 3 children. Now I do need to. Thank you very much.
Next is Zanesville, Ohio. Good evening.
Good evening. I've never been more proud to be a Democrat. It started this year with the State of the Union address, and has been a great year all the way through. I think President Clinton has done a fine job. I like Bob Dole, but I just feel that Clinton represents my views and how I'd like to see this country head, the direction I'd like to see it head in. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Washington, D.C., you're on the air.
Yes, I'm calling from Washington, D.C. I'm a Dole supporter, and I'm only 16 years old, and I think that the Republicans is the way to go, and I think Senator Dole did a good job tonight's debate. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Las Vegas, your reaction, please.
Yes, my husband and I, like the couple from Fallon, Nevada, are middle income. We're raising 3 kids. We have found ourselves in worse shape over the last 2 to 3 years with more income and less debt than we did during the Reagan and Bush years. I find it increasingly difficult to sit and watch a president that has no clue of what's going on in this country. He keeps himself guarded by all of these people around him who are continually getting forced into the limelight by breaking the laws and then suspicion for all kinds of things that the rest of the country would not get away with.
Thank you for your call. Next is Anna Cortez, Washington.
Yeah, I'm clearly a Dole supporter.
think that the last 4 years that we've had President Clinton in office there, the country has gone downhill. I don't know about all these tax cuts that he supposedly made. We've had numerous tax increases, lost many jobs to NAFTA, gone south of the border. He may have created a few jobs here, but they're certainly not the middle-income, blue-collar type jobs. They're low-income jobs, and with his tax increases, people are having to work multiple jobs now just to pay all the government taxes. And I certainly don't think this country can stand another 4 years of Clinton.
Thanks for the call. Next to the theater in Hartford for reaction from some of the audience members.
I'd like to react. We can begin with a Connecticut resident. You are?
Jamie Robinson. I'm from Washington, Connecticut.
We're interested in hearing about significant moments in the debate tonight. What struck you most?
Well, I think what struck me the most was the overall impression that Senator Dole set for me. As a younger person, I was particularly impressed with his track record. I think that experience counts for this job, and that has really shown itself more and more as the debate went on. To sort of coin a phrase, Senator Dole really is a workhorse, not a show horse. And that came through to me. I think he's reaching out to younger people. I work in education. I think the school voucher issue is something that should be hotly debated. And it came across as very personable and very sincere.
Tell us about your experience. What was it like to be here tonight?
Well, I felt pretty privileged. I'm from a small rural town in the northwest corner here, and there are a lot of very influential and powerful people. I was lucky enough to get a ticket. We brought some school kids into Hartford today so that they could participate in the political process on both sides of the House. And to sit here and see Reverend Jackson and Jean Kirkpatrick was really an amazing experience.
We appreciate your time. Thanks for stopping by.
Thanks for having me.
And back to phone calls. Silver Spring, Maryland, your reaction.
Yes, I think Bob Dole, he just doesn't have any vision. I think Clinton's done a fine job as president. He's done a fine job tonight in debating. I think Clinton's the best man for the job. It's pretty evident.
Next is Jacksonville, Florida.
Yes, I believe that Bill Clinton did a fine job tonight to voice the views of my family and everyone that I'm involved with, and I think we got a good president. I hope he stays president. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Tuscaloosa, Alabama. Most significant moment in the debate. What'd you learn?
I thought that Bob Dole had a real sincerity tonight that came through, and he brought a real dignity to the debates that I haven't seen in presidential debates in a long time.
Any issues stand out for you?
Yeah, especially the issue on the economy and tax cuts, and I believe he's sincere about that.
Thanks for your call. Long Beach, North Carolina, you're on the air.
Yes, I was completely unimpressed by Dole's presentation. It's obvious that he doesn't know the facts, and if he gets in, I mean, which I don't think is possible, we'd be walking backward. I mean, Clinton is taking us to the future. This is what we need. Even if we're having to struggle a little bit with any of the, the taxes and all, we're taking a step toward the future. Dole wants to go backward. I don't think he knows the facts.
Next is Gastonia, North Carolina.
Yes, I'm a Dole supporter. My name's Chuck Roden, and I think Clinton, he'd make an excellent car salesman because he can sure hide the truth in many different ways. And I think Dole's an honest person, and he can take us into the future sure a lot better than what Clinton's done in his past 4 years.
Thank you for your call. Another call from the Carolinas, this time Florence, South Carolina.
Yes, I can truthfully say that I'm more proud of Clinton. He stuck to the issues. And I can say that voters need to go out, support a president who sticks with the issues. All that stuff what Dole talked about, it was ludicrous. Clinton is a proven leader.
Thank you for your call, sir. Appreciate it. Back to the theater in Hartford, Connecticut for reaction from the audience there.
Rankin, Nancy, where are you from?
West Hartford, Connecticut.
And who are you in support of?
I'm in support of President Clinton.
What did he say tonight that reaffirmed your support?
I thought that he was very good in staying above the name-calling and the tenor of the debate that Bob Dole set. He spoke personally only once, and that was about from his own experience in terms of drugs. And when he said, "I hate drugs," I thought he was very believable, and I think the country will believe that he was believable.
Did anything tonight surprise you particularly?
There were no surprises for me tonight. I expected Dole to act as he did, and I think the president did very well in staying above it all.
How did Dole act? You said as he expected.
Well, he brought out the liberal tag and used it several times. He personalized everything and spoke in terms of his experience, the people he knew, and I think that he really tried to just say things that that were underhanded, such as saying he wasn't going to mention Whitewater, and then he mentioned Whitewater. So I thought he was true to form.
Nancy, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And we're back to telephone calls. Washington, D.C., your reaction to the debate, please.
Yes, I think that Clinton I'm a very strong supporter against Clinton, and I think that everything that Dole said was against Clinton, and I think that everyone should vote for Clinton.
Thanks for the call. Clearwater, Florida.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening.
This is George Schaefer down in Clearwater, Florida. And first, I'd like to thank C-SPAN for the excellent coverage. And as far as Mr. Dole, I think that he really did come along very strong and very pointed on all the issues. And I think that anybody that really takes a look at the political race, and especially the record, will know that Mr. Dole should be our next president. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Clement, New Jersey. Comment from you, please.
Yes, I think that when Bob Dole talks about education in this country, it's clear that he's talking about the children that go to these schools and the teachers that are in them. And when President Clinton talks about education in this country, he's talking about a bureaucracy in Washington that's controlled by a liberal organization such as the NEA. And he believes it should continue that way, and Bob Dole wants to put it back into the hands of the parents and the teachers and the children that go to these schools.
Did education get enough discussion tonight?
I think it should have gotten a lot more, but I think the debate was handled in a very gentlemanly fashion tonight.
Thanks for your call. Next is Stanton, Kentucky.
Well, I'm a Clinton supporter, and I think he did real well tonight, and I know I'm from a small town, and anyone around here that looks around can tell how much he's done. We've had businesses come up, a lot more jobs. I have a small business of my own, and things are just going good. I don't know why people don't see it.
What did you hear tonight that you particularly learned from?
Excuse me?
What did you hear in the debate tonight that you liked? Specific issue.
Well, the tax cuts for the people that need them and stuff.
All right, thanks for the call. Next is Monarch Beach, California.
Hi, I'm a Clinton supporter, and the bridge to the future is the education of our children. And I believe that Clinton supports this concept on all levels. And frankly, Dole's performance tonight and also his concepts are totally inefficient. And I'm sorry that Dole ever chose to run, because I feel a great sense of loss from the standpoint of this is a great man for us in the Senate, and he should have stayed in the Senate. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Next, Westfield, Indiana.
Yeah, I just want to invite all of my Perot friend voters back from the 92 election to throw their support behind Dole. I think that Bill Clinton came across as the type of person that he really is. His true colors really showed, and I hope nobody makes that same mistake again and throws their support behind Perot. Hopefully these people will move like I have behind Dole. It's a clear choice between Dole and Clinton, and if you're voting for a quality guy, I'd vote for Dole.
Next is a call from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
Yes. Hi, my name is Jomo Jones from Goldsboro, North Carolina. And I would like to say that I'm a Clinton supporter, and I think that his facts were very clear and concrete. And I think that, as a matter of fact, I know that this country has been changed since he has been in office. And I also feel that Dole wants to go back to the past, and Clinton is definitely taking us forward, and that's where we need to be going, forward.
Thanks for your call, sir. Back to the theater, the Bushnell Theater in Hartford.
We have a couple ladies with us now who told us that they were somewhat undecided going into tonight's debate. First of all, what's your name? Where are you from?
Ann Brady, West Hartford, Connecticut.
And you are?
Sharon Kirpin from Windsor, Connecticut.
Let me begin by asking you what kept you somewhat undecided for this period of time.
Well, I generally don't make a informed decision till almost when I'm ready to go into the voting booth. It's nice to get the different candidates' opinions. And I think I was very fortunate to be part of this group tonight, to hear them. Also the American people to be able to hear on their televisions what our candidates are talking about.
I think I've probably followed Bill Clinton and his political views a little bit more closely, and I was very interested in hearing more about what Dole would offer this evening. So for that reason, I think I was somewhat undecided.
Let me jump off her comment and ask you, what were you looking to hear tonight, and what did you hear?
Actually, I think both candidates kept to the issues. There was occasional diversion on both sides. I think at times I saw some antagonism from Senator Dole, and at times Mr. Clinton was defensive. Those are the only really two big issues that I thought.
What was the most important issue for you, and what did you hear about it?
It's rather interesting because I think the moment that had the greatest impact for me actually happened before the debate was aired nationally, in that I sensed that I could see Bill Clinton probably whispering a little prayer before the debate actually started, and for some reason that set me off into becoming more enamored with whatever he said as becoming very real and very human.
Two more Connecticut residents. Thanks a lot.
You're looking at a live picture from outside the Bushnell Theater in Hartford, Connecticut. We have an hour left to go in hearing your reaction from around the country and around the world. If you're watching us internationally and would like to phone in your comments to tonight's debate, we welcome your participation. If you are living outside the U.S., please do remember to dial the U.S. international dial-in code before choosing the number on your screen. We will take your calls, take your faxes, take your email reaction. Also, we'll be listening in to some students in a few minutes who have watched the debate as part of their university experience and hear what they have to say about what they heard tonight. But back to telephone calls. Next is Nashville, Arkansas. You're on the air, caller.
Yes, I was glad that they touched on the fact that in 1990, Bill Clinton promised the state of Arkansas that he would not run for president, and I voted for him in that election. And then when it was convenient for him to break that promise to run for president, he did so. And I want to say that, you know, I'm going to support Senator Dole in this election.
Thanks for the call. It's a week of debates. Tomorrow night in Washington, D.C., there's a third-party presidential candidates debate. It's sponsored by a local university, George Mason, held at the National Press Club, and the confirmed participants are Harry Browne of the Libertarian Party, Howard Phillips of the Taxpayers Party, and Jim Hagelin of the Natural Law Party. You'll see live coverage of it on this network beginning at 8 Eastern Time. Next call comes from Lake Jackson, Texas. Go ahead, please, caller.
How you doing?
Fine, sir. What's your reaction, please, to tonight's debate?
I think Dole won.
Why?
Because I think that when you look at the vision of the future, that he offers a more positive view of it, and I don't think that President Clinton has done exactly what he needs to do.
Thank you for your call. Bowie, Maryland.
Yes, I am for Clinton, and I am 65 years old tomorrow. I am in better position than I've been in the past 12 years. Dole only likes to make all kinds of derogatory remarks, and so does all the other Republicans. Let them see how well off people are at this point in our time.
Thank you for your call. Fairfax, Virginia. What did you think of tonight's debate?
Hello, America. This is Kathy Forrest from Fairfax, Virginia. And as a young American, I think the role model of the United States should walk the walk and talk the talk. If President Clinton is truly behind the public education, he would send Chelsea to a public school. Senator Dole clearly displayed this evening that he stands behind what the American people want, and he truly showed that in his clear speech of standing behind what he does. Thank you.
Thanks for your comments. Back to the theater for reaction from the audience.
We have a quick little 2-minute debate here. We have a Clinton supporter on the left side of the screen and a Dole supporter on the right side. What are you going to remember about tonight?
Just that it was very historical and very informational. I was surprised that Clinton was as poised as he was. I mean, I think that's what I'm going to remember best about this. I'm going to take that away. I wasn't expecting him to be as good a debater as he was and to stick to the issues as well as he did. And so I'm going to take that away from this.
I thought Bob Dole managed to avoid falling into a pit of personal comment. I thought he handled himself very well, and I thought that President Clinton was a bit more aloof and less emotional than I thought he would have been.
Since we are in the theater here, we wanted to hear people's thoughts about being in the theater compared to other debates that you might have seen on TV. What was this experience like?
I think it's a tremendous experience. I really felt the energy here. I disagree about the aloofness. I think Clinton was in an enviable because he's much in the lead, and so he could be more thoughtful in his responses than I thought he was. And I also thought Dole was very personal in some of his attacks, and that came across, I think, a great deal more in the theater, as a sense that I really felt almost a tension or the word anger when he said about, make sure I'm going to call you president, and you didn't do the same thing 4 years ago with Bush. And so I thought there was a good deal of, it was nice to be here because you felt the tension and I felt a very closeness, not aloofness with Clinton.
Okay, well, I thought it was a very polite debate, actually. I thought both of them managed to stay on the issues and not attack each other on a personal basis. But as far as being here is concerned, it really was interesting that you had a significant representation from both sides. And it appeared to be the first time the first ladies and the two candidates had actually faced each other. And being here beforehand to see them shake hands, that added a little something special to the experience.
Thanks very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks to our colleague Paul Orgel, who is at the theater in Hartford to talk to the audience. We'd like to see some of the comments coming in on the internet. If you have access to the internet and would like to post your comments on tonight's debate there, the address is www.cspan.org. Here are some of the comments we've received so far. This from Steve Johnson in Newport Beach, California. Senator Dole is losing these debates badly, but he will still have my vote. His honesty and integrity is as overwhelming as Clinton's used car salesmanship is charismatic. And this from Wannock, New Jersey, Jason Rubenstein writes, here goes Dole talking in the third person again. And Nicholas Koff of Los Angeles writes, while Dole is obviously not fit for the Oval Office, he is quite entertaining on occasion. Perhaps he has a future as a comedian on the chicken supper circuit. And we'll go back to calls. Next is Spencer, Iowa.
Hi, this is Lori Feldhacker from Spencer, Iowa. I'm a college student. And I agree with President Clinton and Senator Bob Dole when they say we need a better government. But I say that we need, to the next president, we need a more efficient government. President Clinton is a very intelligent man, and I noticed that Bob Dole displayed more of the sense of humor, and he acted very natural. After the debate, I believe that age and wisdom pretty much go hand in hand.
Who will you be voting for? Caller?
I'm really undecided right now, but Bob Dole looks pretty positive.
Thanks for calling in. Next is the call from Seattle, Washington. Seattle, your comments on tonight's debate.
Yes, I'd like to comment that I am a Clinton supporter, and to point out a couple of facts that former Senator Dole's tax cut plan, he has not said how he is going to pay for it. So how can we elect a future president that doesn't even know how he's going to be able to pay for his current tax cut proposal? He does not connect with the younger voters, which I am, and he has not offered a clear vision for the future. Thank you.
Thanks for your call. Muskogee, Oklahoma. Good evening. What do you have to say about tonight's debate?
Well, I'm a Dole supporter. And I have one comment I'd like to make about Mr. Clinton saying everybody was better off. Last year was my worst year. I'm in sales, and I heard that it was nationwide. So I'm going to support Dole.
Next is the call from Woodbridge, Virginia. Go ahead, caller.
Yeah, I just wanted to say regarding the second previous caller about the tax cut plan, the economy is dynamic. And if you have a tax cut, it's going to fuel the economy much as it did during the Reagan years and during the Kennedy years. And I'm not much better off because now in my family I've got 2 kids and we have 3 jobs between my wife and I, and we're barely making ends meet.
Next, Hacienda Heights, California.
Yes, I'm a Clinton supporter, but I'm a little concerned about this issue of presidential pardons. I think that Susan McDougal received a very poignant message from President Clinton when he indicated that presidential pardons are possible. And I'd really like to see what she has to say about his involvement in Watergate. Thank you.
Thank you for your call. And we'll return to Paul Orgel with people watching in the audience in Hartford.
Susan, we have here with us another couple of attendees who have opposing viewpoints on what took place tonight. What's your name?
My name is John O'Connell.
Where are you from?
I'm from Hartford, Connecticut.
How about you?
Rosida Rosario from West Hartford.
Let me set the scene here. Each of you are writing the newspaper story for tomorrow's edition. What is it going to say?
Well, I would say that it was a home run for Bob Dole. I think he accomplished what he wanted to. He appeared more personable. He exhibited some humor. He didn't come across as stiff as some people might personify him or view him now. I thought it was an excellent job, and he echoed the concerns of middle America. More money in their pocket, cut their taxes, and grow the economy.
I would say that while I saw a side to Bob Dole that I haven't seen before, namely humor, I would think that I would have to say he's also fragmented and did not answer half the questions most of the time. Clinton, on the other hand, clearly rose above it all and was very visionary and did have a perspective on how we could get to a 21st century with a better America.
What advice would each of you have for the candidates for the next debate on the 16th?
Well, I think Bob Dole needs to do more of the same, show his true nature, hammer the tax cut home. I think that's an issue that people care about a lot, and if he keeps doing that, maybe he can ride out some of the polls and make it a good 4 weeks until the election.
Did you want us to give advice to both candidates?
Sure, or your candidate.
Well, I think Clinton was exactly on target with what he said. A little bit more humor, if anything else, but I think Dole needs to be much more focused and much more substantive in his addressing of the issues and less personal.
Thanks a lot. Have a good evening.
You too.
The podiums and that stage in Hartford, Connecticut are going to be packed up and shipped so they can be in St. Petersburg for use in the debate between the vice presidential candidates this Wednesday, the 9th of October. You'll see live coverage of it on our network and, of course, on others as well. It begins at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. And as we did tonight, we will have a preview program and your reaction afterward. Back to calls. Waynesville, North Carolina. You're on the air.
Hello. I'm a younger voter, and until tonight, I was basically undecided who I was going to vote for. But I was totally impressed with Senator Dole tonight, and I feel that that's where my vote's going to go this fall.
What impressed you?
His remarks about education were right on target.
Okay, thank you for your call. Next is Redding, California.
Yes, hello. Thank you, C-SPAN. I just love you. I just want to say that I'm just so proud of Bob Dole for showing himself to be the humorous person that he is, as well as the sincere, caring politician and person that he is in real life. I've had the privilege to meet him when he came to Redding, California, and it's really true. He really does have a sincerity that's genuine that comes across to people when you meet him in person, and I know he's been tried and tested and really does care about the concerns that we all have for ourselves, especially regarding taxes. And so I was really excited when he confronted Clinton on the fact that he raised the taxes on us and that you can't trust his word that he's going to lower the taxes. I think he just intends to say that because Bob Dole said he was going to lower taxes by 15% across the board.
Thank you for your comments. Next is San Francisco.
Yes, hi. I'm a Clinton supporter, and the events of Dole talking about his tax cuts just didn't seem to win me over. I'm voting for Clinton, and I think that he has the vision for the next century.
Next is, thank you. Next is a call from Washington, D.C.
Oh, hello.
You're on the air, sir.
How you doing?
Fine. What did you think of tonight's debate, please?
I think that Clinton was a more open person when he was talking about the education and whatever.
Education was the most important issue tonight?
Yep.
All right, thank you for your call. Well, speaking of education, we're going to take you to a university campus next. At many college campuses around the country, there are official debate watch sessions. We're going to listen in to some first voters as they discuss tonight's debate.
You can do the format whichever way you want, 90 seconds, 30 seconds, it doesn't matter really.
I actually like the format just because just in the answers they give or the things they didn't say. I know they're prepped before, but you can see at times that they weren't ready for the response, and in their response or their non-response to a question, it also gave me a better judge of where they were coming from and the issues that they had. There was a lot of times, and it really bothered me that, like Martha said, questions were asked, but they were never answered. And I'm sitting here waiting for the answer, and you stop listening, and you stop. They lose their credibility when they do that, and that's a big factor in these debates. You know, I know we're trying to stay away from the Hollywood aspect of it, but these things are important, and when you can't present or you can't, be specific or show what your position is on an issue, it's going to hurt.
I think oftentimes, though, that would be considered skillful debating. I mean, I think people who debate skillfully, they oftentimes will take a question and they manage to, in the answer, turn it around to whatever it is that they want to talk about. I mean, that's one of the things I learned about in debate class, answer the question, but if it's something that you're not really comfortable with answering as is, you turn the question to something that you feel more comfortable answering. And I think the two gentlemen were both very skilled in that. Now, I think it takes something away from the American public because we're not exactly getting the answers that we desire. But as far as style and technique, they both were on tonight.
Zakia? But I think that we weren't looking as to what their debate style and technique were. We were really looking for answers. So however skilled they may be, they still evaded the question. And I think at least I wasn't satisfied sometimes as to the quote unquote answer that was given to the question.
I would just say I wonder what would happen if they give more power then to the debate, not to the president or the senator, but to the person posing the questions to say, well, Senator, could you answer the question that I'm saying, or Mr. President, I think we're getting off here. Can you go back to what I was saying? That never happened, and maybe that would have made it flow a little bit better.
Actually, I think it did happen once. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it was Bob Dole, and the moderator said something to the effect. I can't remember exactly what he said, but it did happen. I remember.
Well, the question, the topic on hand was a time question. It wasn't really, get back to the subject question. But just, I'm familiar with debate styles also, but even in doing that, like you said, you answer the question, and then you slowly change you change the topic. That was, it was not answered at all at times. And they have 2 minutes to speak. And in 2 minutes, if you can't address, at least part of what was asked to you, like I said, it throws credibility. It brings credibility away from you.
And like when I was watching it, and there were certain questions that were asked that I wanted to get answers to, and one party beat around the bush and started talking about his family and all this other stuff, and by the time that he answered the question, to the best of his knowledge, I forgot what the question was. And I think they need to be advised that they need to stick to what the question was, as you were saying, and, keep the credibility up.
Debate style is an important issue that we have to consider, though, because we have to remember that, even though the people that will take the time to sit down and watch a political debate are going to be the people that want to be knowledgeable about who they're voting for, we also have to remember that there's a large percentage of the American public that goes out and votes on whose personality they think is best, on who seem most knowledgeable about answering the questions, and sometimes about who could relate to them, who could talk about their family, who could talk about, who could relate to just everyday down to earth issues that they know about. So, I mean, apart from the issues, apart from wherever a person may stand on something, if somebody doesn't have a good presence, then they're going to have a problem. So.
Okay, we're going to need to start wrapping up. The last question I want to pose to you is how, if this debate and the discussion that we just had influenced you in any way on issues?
Well, it didn't influence me at all, pretty much. I mean, going in the debate, I kind of knew. You could probably guess what was going to happen in the debate, and I think that it all kind of played out. And not that the discussion was bad, but when you kind of know what you're thinking already, it's kind of hard to get your opinion changed.
I think it's good to hear other people's opinions and to discuss. This is the whole point, but to discuss before you hear like Tom Brokaw or Dan Rather, to discuss the issues with everybody else, like right after you saw the debate. It's fresh in your mind. You're not talking to your friend. You're talking to people you don't know, and about like issues such as gun control and stuff like that. And you usually don't do that. I usually don't do that with anybody. Like sometimes I argue with my friend or something, but that's my friend. But people, I think it's good to hear different sides of the issues coming from like different people, from society about their opinions.
It's not so much that my opinion changed, but like Seth said, I've got a new perspective on a lot of issues. I never really thought of the gun control aspect from the point that Alex brought up, and the voucher system also in the same way. And just having this discussion made me more knowledgeable of things that I heard in debate, because the debate kind of, it is brief. They have 2 minutes. That's all they have to talk. So they answered the question, and then they started talking about something else also. So the discussion really enabled me to be more informed about a lot of things.
You're watching students at George Washington University in the District of Columbia reacting to tonight's presidential debate. We're going to be continuing to tape that, and it will be on our schedule overnight. There are debate watch groups going on all around the country. We also have cameras at one at Trinity College in Hartford, Connecticut, and that will be shown to you tomorrow if you'd like to hear the reactions of young voters to the '96 presidential debates. We're going to go back to calls. We have about 40 minutes left to go in this segment of reaction to debates. And at 12 midnight Eastern time, we're going to replay the 90-minute debate and follow it once again with reaction. So lots of time tonight to get your comments in if you would like to participate. Next is the call from Dayton, Nevada.
Yeah, I'd like to say that I am going to vote for Dole, but I think a theater is a good place for acting, and Clinton was right on cue for acting. But I'd like the American people to sit back and look at his history. If I had that many skeletons in my closet, I'd probably be a mortician.
Next is the call from Hempstead, New York.
Hi, I'm calling from Hempstead, Long Island. I just think that it's strange that everybody is so much in support of Dole when Dole is clearly one to take us back into the past. If anyone wants this man to go into the presidency, we're looking back at slavery. And I think that a lot of people, especially in the Hempstead and Long Island area, better support Clinton strongly.
Next is the call from Willow Grove, Pennsylvania.
Hi, my name is Valerie, and I am a very dyed-in-the-wool Republican, but last election I voted for Clinton, and I plan to this time, because one thing that I noticed that Dole is not doing is touching with reality. His tax cut, 15% across the board, means $4 a week for me. I'm a widow with 3 children. $4 a week doesn't do anything. With the minimum wage, the Republicans didn't want to pass the minimum wage. I can't, at 50 hours a week, make my rent. School vouchers, Governor Ridge is really for them. They're not flying in Pennsylvania because one thing the people refuse to understand is if they give you a voucher and the school you want to send your kid to is full, your kid's not going to that school. It would be better to put the money into the schools to fix the schools the way that they should have been maintained instead of telling people, well, you can send your kid wherever you want. It just isn't going to work. With the food stamps, everything that Dole has said, I'm not impressed. I'm scared. I am better off 4 years ago than I was now, but I still get some state coverage for my health. For the first time, I have health coverage. For the first time, I'm not worried about being evicted on the street. I really think that Dole connects with the people, or not Dole, Clinton connects with the people. And one of the callers had said that Clinton is just for the kids, the kids, the kids. We must remember that the children of today, in a blink and a heartbeat, are going to be the adults of tomorrow.
Okay, caller, let me jump in. Thanks. You've had some time to make your comment. Appreciate your phoning in. Next is a call from Morgantown, West Virginia.
Yes, I would like to make the comment about how Clinton clearly lived up to his nickname, Slick Willie, tonight. I wish someone would have had the courage to ask about Mena, Arkansas drugs and Clinton's involvement. In one of your live interviewers, a woman indicated she thought Clinton was praying prior to the beginning of the debate, and she thought this was a great thing. Actually, thanks to C-SPAN's unfiltered airing of these events, it was quite clear that Mr. Clinton was merely rehearsing, and I wouldn't know what God he would be praying to anyway. Thank you.
Monument, Colorado.
Yes, ma'am. I'm from the ranks of undecided, and tonight, using a sports euphemism, Bob Dole definitely hit a home run. I was surprised that the president was so defensive, particularly on his record of not providing me, a middle-income wage earner, a tax cut. Bob Dole also seemed to speak more clearly to me on wanting to get the government off my back. The only other thing about the president, he seemed rather evasive and non-committal on issuing pardons for convicted felons. And it's definitely a home run tonight for Bob Dole.
Next is a call from Clinton, Wisconsin.
Hello, this is Les Garrett from Clinton, Wisconsin. First of all, I'd like to say the only thing that I don't like that Clinton has done is the NAFTA deal. He's lost a lot of big jobs over there. But the problem with Dole is, I mean, who in their right mind would vote somebody like Dole and Newt Gingrich that would shut the government down not once but twice? And then they want to talk about raising taxes. Okay, let's talk about taxes. Every president that has ever been has raised taxes. You tell me one president that has never raised taxes. You got to raise taxes to keep the country going. Okay, education, Dole has no clue whatsoever what education is all about. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the call. There is a spin room, as it's called, set up where the advisors and campaign operatives from both campaigns meet with the media, and that's what you see on your screen right now. It's at the Hartford Civic Center, about a mile away from the debate site, and the media is just lined up there to talk to many of the people with their reaction to tonight's debate. That's Ann Lewis on your screen, who's chairing the Clinton-Gore campaign, and we'll listen in and watch some of this for a few minutes.
Encourage people who care about this election, be sure they turn out and vote.
And how do you do that when so many Democrats feel it doesn't matter, the president's got a comfortable lead, and so many Republicans feel, well, there's no point?
You know, if you're asking, why do I wait? What is it I wake up in the middle of the night worried about? I worry that people will think, oh, it doesn't matter, and that would just be so sad. This is such an important election for our country. The differences between these candidates is so great. And how ironic that often the very people who have the most at stake in an election will think politics doesn't matter to me, but the political decisions they make will matter with what kind of education their children will have, or whether we're going to clean up that toxic waste site, or whether we're going to continue forward on this economic path. So our job is to build the organization state by state that says to everyone, this is why it matters to you. Please, we need you. Here's your chance to vote.
You've got 4 weeks. Can you do it in that time?
We can do it because we've been organizing really since the spring for our state campaigns, and the last month is wholly about getting out the vote. Those campaigns are in place. We now spend the last month doing voter persuasion, voter identification. Of course, that last week, it's just calling people up and urging them to vote.
Let me ask you one more question. What do you expect Bob Dole to do on the 16th? Do you expect some sort of desperation?
Well, I don't know what to say. I was a little taken aback that I shouldn't say taken back, don't make it straight. I was a little surprised that he chose to use so much of his time tonight on criticism rather than affirmatively talking about what he believed in and what he would do. I thought there was a very important moment this evening when the two candidates talked about education. And President Clinton talked about how education would be his priority in a second term, talked about making college tuition tax deductible, tuition tax credits so that those first 2 years of college will be easily and widely accessible for young people. And then Bob Dole, the real contrast, saying, no, I don't believe in a Department of Education. which, as President Clinton said, would mean that if there were a President Dole and he gathered his cabinet together, there would be no one at the table to talk for education, to talk for students and for teachers. That was a very big difference. I think as the Dole campaign meets tomorrow and thinks of what they need to do, they may want to try to figure out how they can do a little better job of talking about education next time.
Thank you.
Turns to issues, Clinton is on the defensive, unable to defend Clinton's effort to create a government-run healthcare system. Clinton can't defend his pushing through the largest tax increase in history. Clinton can't defend the fact that teenage drug use has more than doubled during his administration. So every time it was on issues from the very beginning, when Lyra asked Dole, what's the difference? And he said, Dole said, the difference is Bob Dole trusts the people and Bill Clinton trusts in government. That was the best synopsis of this whole debate.
Bob Dole's got a long way to go, though, Ellie.
Gordo, tonight, millions of Americans for the first time paid any attention to this race. Millions more is the first time they had any serious focus. And they liked what they saw because they saw the real Bob Dole, unfiltered through the media elite. 90 minutes of Dole instead of 9 seconds of Dole, and they saw a witty, warm, comfortable guy. And when the Democrats try to say, oh, Dole's mean, Dole's dark, people saw it and say, are you kidding? He was funny. Clinton was laughing. How can you say Dole was mean? Clinton was laughing. And they also saw Dole agreed with them on the issues, that Dole was right on the issues, and Clinton's record on the issues is dead wrong.
Does strategy change now after this debate?
Stay focused on the issues. Stay focused on the issues. I got to go do a live show. Okay. Well, I'm sorry. Oh, hey, John. How you doing?
3,000 journalists are at the debate in Hartford, Connecticut, and the spin room, which you are seeing now, has become a fixture of modern presidential debates. If this whole process of watching the spins interests you, you have access to C-SPAN 2, our companion network. We're televising much of the scene from that room live. We're going to go back to your telephone calls here on this network, and we welcome your comments from around the country if you'd like to tell us what you thought about tonight's debate. Tallahassee, Florida. Good evening.
Yes, I'd like to say that I'm an avid Clinton supporter. I'm a student here, a senior, about to enter the real world, so to speak, and I think Dole's campaign is on its last straw. He's attacked Clinton on everything from going to crime to the 15% tax cut. Now he's on the liberal kick. And you may ask yourself, when's it going to end? Well, it's probably going to end November 5th when Clinton's reelected. And thank you guys for C-SPAN. I really enjoy it.
Thanks for your call. Sorrento, Louisiana.
I thank you. This is Clifton Stone in Sorrento, Louisiana. I'm supportive of Bill Clinton. I think he makes a better president. I enjoyed his speech tonight. And I'm telling you, if Bob Dole, he voted against everything, but and now he's up there saying that he did this and he's going to do that. I don't think he's a man of his word. And I'm supporting Bill Clinton. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Jonesboro, Arkansas.
Hi. I was a Clinton supporter before the debate, and I've changed now because I really saw a side of Dole that I hadn't seen before. It was amazing because he came across as a gentleman and he made Clinton laugh. And one of the things that swayed me and a lot of my friends that were Clinton supporters, we saw that Bill Clinton took credit for a lot of the things that went right and then blamed the Republicans for the things that went wrong. For instance, he said that the deficit was cut by 60%, and then he blamed the Republicans for all the cuts in the budget. So he was taking credit for something that Republicans did. And myself, along with a lot of my friends, switched from Clinton to Dole tonight.
Thanks for the call. Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
Yes, I'm a Dole supporter. I thought the most important part of the debate was when Clinton made the comment of no comment. This just demonstrates that Clinton operates through sound bites and photo opportunities, and when pushed with the hard issues and the facts, he always responds with the easy way out by saying no comment. And I thank you for taking my call.
Thanks for phoning in. Plattekill, New York. Good evening.
Yes, hi, Nelson Rivera from Plattekill, New York. First, I don't understand how someone could let 90 minutes let them sway their decision on who they're going to back when it's going to affect the next 4 years. Being a father of 3, affected by government shutdown, having parents on Social Security and Medicare, I feel strongly behind Clinton. I think that's what's going to bring the country ahead, help our family, help our children. He's done a lot for us, and he will continue to do a lot. Again, I can't see how 90 minutes could sway someone's decision when it's going to affect millions and millions of people across this country.
Thanks for the
Thank
call.
you.
30 minutes left to go until we replay tonight's debate. Spartanburg, South Carolina, your comments, please.
Yes, hi. I'm really a diehard independent, so I was watching the debate very carefully tonight. I think in terms of style, Bob Dole seemed extremely nervous. He did not really look into the camera. He seemed to be staring at the floor through most of the debate, and that really bothered me. I think the country has gone a little too far to the right, and I say that from an independent perspective. I think Bill Clinton showed more of a leadership capability tonight, and Bob Dole just doesn't seem to have a vision for the future. It goes beyond just cutting taxes. So I'm an independent, but I'm going to vote for Bill Clinton.
Warner Robins, Georgia.
Yes, I'm a Clinton supporter. I'd like to say that President Clinton's done a good job these last 4 years. Under President Clinton, we have 4.5 million new homeowners, the lowest interest rates in 2 decades. President Dole's, Senator Dole's tax cut sounds good, but I don't think he has demonstrated how he plans to pay for that. Thank you.
Biloxi, Mississippi.
Yes, there's a lot of things I suppose I could say. First off, regarding education, I believe the NEA has proven they stand more for the NEA than they do for education. And I believe Senator Dole's plan would put education back in the hands of the parents and the teachers where it belongs. Regarding the tax cut, President Kennedy happened to create a very big tax cut, and that did fuel the economy. Historically, tax cuts do fuel the economy, which lead to greater resources going into the government, which would help fuel a reduction in the deficit. My kudos to Senator Dole. It's very difficult to debate with an individual who is such a charismatic and adroit fabricator. And personally speaking, I prefer waffles on my plate, not in the Oval Office.
Thank you for the call. Back to comments from the internet. Here is one from a viewer in New York who writes, I'm tired of hearing all the Clinton supporters can say that Bob Dole has no vision and is so out of touch, and how Clinton has such a clear vision for a bridge to the 21st century. Bob Dole is our best hope for the future. How can the Clinton supporters not believe a tax plan from someone that hasn't lied before, and believe one from someone who's lied more than George Bush promised? Great job from Bob Dole tonight. And this from Old Town, Maine. President Clinton did very well tonight, but I was a little disappointed that he let Senator Dole off the hook so easily. Mr. Clinton was very benevolent not press him to explain how he intends to pay for his outrageous tax cut proposal and how he intends to support education at the federal level while eliminating the Department of Education. And for more comment on tonight's debate, we will go back to the spin room at the Hartford Civic Center.
With the Whitewater discussion and
No.
Why not?
No. Well, I think he was focusing on the issues throughout the entire debate. There were a couple of references to some problems in the administration, which are certainly within bounds. I personally wish that he'd got into the FBI memo and the Pentagon memo on drugs, where they were highly critical of the administration's failure on drugs, and that President Clinton has asserted executive privilege over. I wish that had become more of a discussion, because I think that the doubling of teenage drug use in this country is a very serious problem. Certainly, by my standards, much more serious than some of the other issues that were discussed. But I thought it was a good debate, and it was a good evening. Certainly, it was a good evening for Bob Dole. Everyone in the country knows the President of the United States. They don't know the challenger. Tonight, with 90 million people watching, they do now have a good sense of Bob Dole after an hour and a half. And people have to develop a comfort level with a person before they can think of them about voting for them for President of the United States. And I think they did tonight. They saw that he is what he is. He's not the caricature that the Democratic ads have been suggesting for the last 18 months. So now the next step is, after getting comfortable with him and understanding what kind of a person he is, they then will start looking at those issues, and I like the side of the issues we're on.
How do you think his appeal to the youth vote at the very end of his speech, what was the strategy behind that?
Well, I think I mean, I don't know if there was a strategy. It was he gave a very nice ending, and he said, look, contact us at our website, which is fair game. Everyone does that these days. It used to be a 1-800 number.
What did you think of Jim Lehrer as the moderator? Did you think his questions were...
I thought he handled it about as well as it could be handled. I thought he was very fair and balanced and yet came right in with very good questions. And he followed up questions. I thought he couldn't... I don't know how you could have done much better job than Jim Lehrer did.
Do you think there were any issues that Bob Dole was caught off guard on, or that he maybe could have done a better job responding to?
No.
What do you think was his strongest point tonight?
I think that the strongest point was that after an hour and a half, the American people come away and say, oh, I see. Now I understand why he's the Republican nominee. He's a fine man. Now I understand why his colleagues in the Senate reelected him leader longer than any man in history. And now I understand why he's had such a successful career, because that isn't what they saw through those ads.
Do you think he was definitely targeting his message towards certain audiences, and if so, which ones?
Well, I've got to have something to drink. Great, thank you. Boy, my throat is just... Talk too much.
That's Donald Rumsfeld speaking to reporters in the media room in Hartford. About 3,000 media on hand at the Hartford Civic Center for tonight's debate, and most of them will be traveling to St. Petersburg for the Wednesday vice presidential debate. We'll be there as well and bringing you live coverage of that beginning at 7 Eastern Time and the debate itself at 9. Back to your telephone calls. Tulsa, Oklahoma. Good evening.
Hi, I'm a Clinton supporter and proud of it. I think that Dole's tax cut plan, 15%, that would be good if it was directed toward the lower income family. However, he's offering a 15% tax cut across the board, and though this would only save $290 for a family with 3 children making $32,000, $290, big deal, but it's going to be big millions of dollars savings for big corporation. That's all his tax cut's for. It's for big corporation, and he's offering the 50% capital gains tax cut. He's all for the wealthy people. He's looking out to save on his investments, and he's not looking out for the lower income families. I'm voting for Clinton. I think he's doing a good job. $500 tax credit for children, good for education, offering students a tax deduction, and he's the one that's going to lead us to the future. Thanks.
Next is a call from Omaha, Nebraska. You're on the air.
Yes, I'd like to make a few comments. First of all, to a former caller, I would like to say that Bob Dole was looking at Bill Clinton and concentrating on what he was saying so that he could respond to Bill Clinton and what he was saying. Another thing is that I cannot see how people can see these two characters and not look at their personal lives and how much controversy surrounds Clinton and his past events, whereas Bob Dole has stood to be a man of his honor, a man of his word, and all of that. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the call. We are going to be checking in with the newspapers available online to show you the headlines and some of the stories that they're writing about tonight's debate. Let's begin with USA Today, where their latest version of the online version of the newspaper says Clinton-Dole share differing visions. Candidates clash over tax cuts, Medicare, strength of economy, federal government's role. And if we can look at the story, here is how they lead. President Clinton and Bob Dole clashed vigorously over the role of the federal government, tax cuts, Medicare, and the strength of the economy Sunday night in a prime-time debate critical to the Republican challenger's comeback hopes. Clinton and Dole challenged each other again and again during a 90-minute showdown that ushered in the final month of the White House campaign. Their fast-paced exchanges were often pointed and ranged from the causes of rising teen drug use to the role of the American military at the dawn of the 21st century. A look at USA Today's coverage of the debate. And to your calls. Next is Spartansburg, South Carolina. You're on the air, caller.
Yes, ma'am.
Your comments on tonight's debate, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that 4 years ago, President Clinton had promised economic issues in the society. And the fact is, in the last 4 years, he's dealt with moral issues, with the abortion bill, with homosexuality and lesbian rights. And the fact is that he does not care about moral issues in our society. He says he cares about education on one end, but yet he doesn't care about the children that go into that education. The nagging question that I've always wanted to ask President Clinton is, if your mother had aborted you, would you have appreciated that decision and that choice? The fact is that Dole is the better alternative. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Potomac, Maryland.
Yeah. I'm Dinesh. Yes, I'm
Sir, turn down the volume on your TV. That's making the feedback.
Hello.
All right, try again, please.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Sir, we can hear you. Make your comments, please.
Okay. I'm Dinesh Sharma and legal immigrant from India. I like Mr. Bill Clinton because the Democrat Party favors the immigrants. But from this debate, as well as from other things, I thought Mr. Dole is very straightforward, and he is having a national character and integrity, and he is having a good economic 15% cut, plus the most thing that Mr. Clinton has no foreign policy. When I came in this country, I thought Mr. Bush, who was the president, he did such a wonderful job that Cold War was end. So that due to that, deficit reduced of the United States, as well as economic growth was done, which the credit is being taken by the Bill Clinton. If there is no Cold War, still then we have to be in deficit loss and everything. So I can say now from this debate, the Bill Dole is better. No doubt, Democrat Party favors the immigrants.
Thank you very much for your call tonight, sir. You're looking at reporters at work in the Media Filing Center in Hartford, Connecticut. We're going to show you the story filed by John King, political writer for the Associated Press. It's currently on the Washington Post's homepage. Clinton-Dole clash in debate, he writes. President Clinton and Bob Dole clashed vigorously over tax cuts, Medicare and education, and the economy Sunday night in a spirited prime-time debate over who should be trusted to lead America into the 21st century. There's a quote from Bob Dole. I think the best thing going for Bob Dole is that Bob Dole keeps his word, the Republican challenger said, in a 90-minute debate critical to his hopes of launching an October comeback. And we're back to your telephone calls. Brick, New Jersey.
Hello.
You're on the air.
Hi, yes, I'm a 25-year-old voter, and I'd just like to say that Dole seemed like he fell apart when he was put on the spot, and he had a nasty, defensive type of attitude. I think he wants a bridge to the past because the past was very good to him, but I think his plans will leave a lot of Americans out in the cold. And I think Clinton was good-natured and tactful in dealing with Dole's blunders, and he has a realistic vision to deal with the diverse problems of Americans on the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Glenview, Illinois.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to thank C-SPAN for carrying the coverage. I really appreciate that. And I'd like to make a comment. I am for Dole. First of all, I really believe he tells the truth. I watch a lot of C-SPAN coverage of the Senate debates and things like that, and I really know that Bob Dole tells the truth. I would like to say that me and my wife both work. We're really fighting to take on our family and raise them correctly. I'm now going to have to start working a third job because we want to stick our daughter into private school because she has on the school grounds here in Glenview, Illinois, experimented with alcohol, experimented with smoking, and things like that. And Bill Clinton's bridge to the future just really isn't realistic, and Bob Dole does tell the truth, and I really appreciate what he's doing, and I hope he becomes president.
Thanks for the call. You just saw on your screen the Washington Post area in the media filing center, that gentleman in the plaid shirt, veteran political reporter David Broder. Next is Glenview, Illinois. We'll move to Scottsdale, Arizona. Scottsdale, go ahead, please.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Oh, Susan?
Yes, sir. Make your comment, please.
Okay. Yes. First of all, let me say that I think Senator Dole is a very fine and upstanding individual. But as things progress, it's very evident that the A word, the H word, comes into play. The president is on top of things. He's very astute and can provide the leadership that we need. And although the senator has seen a lot of things in times gone by, he will not be able to provide us with what we need to go forward.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we take a call from Shelley, Idaho.
Hello, how are you doing? Thank you, Susan, for the chance to come on the air. I just want to comment on a couple things. One in particular is the Clinton supporters mentioning Bob Dole's aggressive nature towards Clinton, and I thought actually that Bob Dole has been pretty reserved and what have you, considering the things that Clinton has had going on in his administration. So I think that Bob Dole needs to continue to not attack Clinton like Clinton supporters would like to say, but tell the truth, which Bob Dole does. And Bob Dole is telling the truth when he mentions these things about Clinton. And most of all, you can just look at the two men, and Bob Dole is clearly the man that's getting my vote and my family's vote. And you know, you can just tell that he's a man of honor and truth. And I do not trust Clinton. And the age thing, I think the age thing is Bob Dole's advantage, actually, because he's got more experience in the Senate and what have you. So, and again, I'm real grateful for the chance to voice my opinion.
Thanks for participating. Next, Kansas City, Missouri.
Hello, my name is Vicki Wahlberg, and I'm a strong Clinton supporter. I think that Dole, the fact that he couldn't look at the audience directly, he kept staring at the floor, and the fact that he kept going in circles with his answers, he kept going around the same thing, and Clinton would answer each question directly with some real positive statements for the future, and I don't think he is lying. And I go for Clinton totally.
Thanks for the call. We return to the Hartford Civic Center and the spin room.
Couldn't find the beef. Now, I do wish Ross Perot had been in the debate, because there would have been a more vigorous debate about trade and investment policy. Because while the focus, Jim Lehrer never raised affirmative action, he never raised trade and investment policy, and when you consider the impact of economic downsizing and corporate outsourcing, no vigorous debate can take place that does not include a plan to reinvest in America's infrastructure and the impact of downsizing and outsourcing.
Well, you know, there's an awful lot of Americans out there figure right now there's nobody looking out for me, and that was my next question. Did anybody get a sense of that by listening to these two men?
Well, in some sense, they spoke to those who feel America is working for them. And if there were no one to speak for those who are not being spoken for, then they got away clean. That's why if you'd had an additional voice speaking to the voiceless, after all, with all the talk about welfare, most poor people are not on welfare. They work every day. Most poor people are not black. They're white, female, and 2/3 of children. These points did not get really raised, or to go forward with affirmative action, as Clinton says, or no, as Dole says. That really did not get discussed. How could they discuss Cuba and not discuss China? And Jim Lehrer seemed to me had some responsibility to give that some context.
Thank you,
Reverend Jackson, what was the most important part of this debate, the most important moment of the debate?
Was Clinton defining his plan, economic growth, jobs, less deficit, less debt, a commitment to Medicare and scholarship for our youth? Those are the big, broad themes that really hit us. Dole could not disprove those themes and could only, in the sidelines, take little personal jabs that came off as unpresidential. Dole came off as a smaller man. He is a man tonight experiencing a sinking feeling.
But was there one moment in that debate?
And you're watching the Media Spin Room in Hartford, Connecticut. We'll show you next another newspaper story, this one filed locally in Hartford. David Lightman is the Washington bureau chief for the Hartford Courant. And his story, Candidates Have War of Words, is the headline on the internet page. President Clinton and Republican challenger Bob Dole dueled Sunday at the Bushnell in the 1996 presidential campaign's first debate, a debate marked by frequent and sometimes harsh clashes over policy and philosophy. I'm very oriented toward the future, Clinton said. We're going to build the right bridge. Clinton had said in previous speeches that Dole had sought to build a bridge to the past. Dole offered an addendum to that thought Sunday. When it comes to bridges, I want a bridge to the future, he said. I also want a bridge to the truth. The truth is there's a lot wrong with America. And we'll return to your telephone calls. Reeseville, West Virginia.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak on C-SPAN. This is a great venue for people like us just to get out on the airwaves and give our opinion. Thank you much for that. I'd like to make one point. I am a Dole supporter. I'm not sure if I feel very strongly about how he did in the debate. I know President Clinton seemed to be more poised, and he did a good job. But I have to say this, that it seems to me that in every election that he has been involved in, initially in 92 when he beat Bush, and in 94 when the congressional elections came up, and now it seems that he has a conservative line. In 92, he immediately turned to the left as soon as he got elected. I know one thing that worries me. He says and talks conservative, but will he be that way when he's a lame duck president, whenever he has nobody to hold his feet to the fire, when he doesn't have to get elected in the next presidential election?
Thank you for your call, sir. About 8 more minutes left with your comments, and then at midnight, re-airing the 90-minute debate. That takes us till about 1:30 Eastern Time, and then from 1:30 to 2:30, we'll reopen up our phone lines for your comments. Tustin, California, what'd you think of tonight's debate?
Oh, I thought Bill Clinton did an excellent job. I'm so proud to be a Democrat. I am a liberal. We care about people.
Okay, sir, thanks for the comments. Columbus, Georgia.
Yes, hello. I would like to ask the American people about their quality of life since, I'd say about the early 70s. I'm one of these so-called Generation Xers, and I've noticed that since Dole has been in the Senate, he's enacted a lot of the policies that has governed our life. It hasn't been working out so well. Clinton has only had 4 years to set things straight, and I think the voters should take this into consideration. Voting for Clinton would definitely put us forward and possibly improve our quality of life in the long run. Even though the tax increase, that's going to be a short-term thing, I'm sure. But Dole has been a career politician now for a good 20 years, and he hasn't improved any of our lives that we can see.
Thanks for your comments. Next is Chesterton, Indiana. Go ahead, caller.
Hello. Well, you know, the thing that bothered me about this debate was President Clinton's response to the pardon question. That was an admission that he would do what every other president had done. That's what I got out of it. And I was sort of up in the air. I wasn't so sure about Dole. But I'll tell you, that one evasive answer, and I'm beginning to wonder about that bridge to the 21st century. Is it a toll bridge? It seemed to me that he argued both ways. Big government and small government. I mean, everything that he said that he's going to do implies Washington control. And then on the other hand, he's talking about the welfare reform, which, if I'm not mistaken, I think that was done just within the states by the governors and was joined this year by Mr. Clinton. So just looking at the whole picture as to which way, who I'm going to trust, I think I'm going to have to go Dole.
Thanks for the call. Wilmington, North Carolina.
Yes, I'm a Dole supporter,
and I would like to explain one way Dole will pay for his tax cut. Part of it will pay for itself. It's like getting a raise. It might not be a lot, but you will have more take-home pay for the same amount of work. If you have more take-home pay, then you have more money to spend for a car, house, food, etc. This will create jobs to keep up with the demand. And if you have more jobs, then you will have more taxpayers. If you have more taxpayers, then you don't have to collect as much from each taxpayer to get the same revenues. Example, collect $50 from 2 people is better than 100 from 1. You also have less people on welfare and unemployment, which means it will take less of taxpayers' monies to fund these programs. Most of the tax cut will pay for itself by stimulating the economy.
Thank you for your comments. Cincinnati, Ohio.
Yeah, this is Angie, and I'm 20 years old. And I'd like to say that young people need to be more realistic in who they pick for the president. You want someone with more experience and someone that knows what they're doing versus someone who's just completely idealistic. And I just would support Dole because he's very straightforward, and I think Clinton's just telling people what they want to hear and not doing it.
Next is Virginia Beach, Virginia.
Hi, I'm a former member of the United States Navy, and I'd like to say, in response to President Clinton's assertion that there's no missiles pointed at the United States today, those missiles can be retargeted in a matter of minutes. Not only that, a lot of material is passing out of the former Soviet Union into Arab countries, and we don't have any means of defending ourselves. And the United States military has been so decimated by the cutbacks that we don't even have anywhere near the capability to do anything like Desert Storm that we just did a few years ago. You go to Norfolk Naval Base and there's no ships in port because they're all out because we don't have enough ships anymore.
Thanks for your comments. Cairo, Georgia.
Yes. I was very ambivalent about who won any kind of debate tonight, but pulled more so for Clinton than I did his opponent. And after being unemployed for about 11 months, I was able to watch a lot of C-SPAN and see how Congress did some of the voting and all. And I never saw the line item veto make it across to the president to where a lot of the president's opponents' ideas could be passed, where he could clean a lot of pork out of the bills before they were even offered to him. But right now, I would have to go with the president.
Thank you for your call. Raleigh, California.
Hello, my name is Antonio. I am a Clinton supporter, and
that have made tonight possible. One is that if for any reason you have in fact entered the hall with any kind of equipment that makes noise, a pager, a cell phone, or any other kind of equipment, please make sure it is turned off, and please do not take any photographs during the debate. It is extremely distracting. As you can tell, there are a lot of lights up here anyway. New unpredictable ones are very unhelpful and disrespectful, and I would ask that you not take any photos during the debates. The second is that I would ask that you meet a challenge I will throw down in the form of the Hartford audience. They were extremely respectful of the fact that this time belongs to the candidates and to the American public that view this debate. It is very important that the audience not interfere with that. We would ask you to meet the extraordinary quiet and respect that was exercised in Hartford, and I will thank you for that in advance. I would also refer you to the language on your tickets regarding any kind of interference or disruption with this event. Please read that and understand that it is meant seriously. Thank you again for being here. I would now like to introduce the co-chairman of the commission, Frank Fahrenkopf and Paul Kirk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Commission on Presidential Debates, I join with Janet Brown in welcoming you all here. This is the second of the 3 debates that the Commission is sponsoring in this election cycle. The first one, of course, being last week in Hartford. This evening, the vice presidential debate. And a week from tonight, the final debate between the presidential candidates, which will take place in San Diego, California. A lot of work, hard work, goes into putting on something like this, and while certainly wanting to thank our staff, which Paul and I will at an appropriate time we really want to extend our thanks to the people of the Tampa Bay area, and particularly the people of St. Petersburg, some of whom you're going to be hearing from in just a few minutes. They've done a remarkable job to get us to the position where you're going to be able to participate in this audience tonight by watching these two great candidates put before the American people their dream for the future of this nation. So again, I welcome you, and now I'd like to turn the microphone over to my dear friend and colleague who 8 years ago helped establish this entity, the former chairman of the Democratic National Committee, Mr. Paul Kirk of Massachusetts.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to another great night for democracy. Let me say first, there are a lot of people to thank here in this audience. There are also some special people to thank who are on this stage and behind the scenes. You met Janet Brown, but you didn't really have a chance to thank her the way she should be thanked, because she is the one that really first saw the kind of spirit that existed in this community and helped to tell the Commission this is where we should come for this important night. So to Janet, who's been the stalwart of this commission, and behind the scenes, Bob Asman, who put together this terrific set, let's give them a round of applause. We join tonight in a very important evening to hear the issues debated between two young, outstanding public servants, to debate the issues of the day and to get a sense of what the future will be like. In the course of a campaign, you hear a lot of ads and a lot of different ways to deliver a message. But the voters in 1992 told us that the debates were the single most important voter education forum in American democracy. So we're proud, very proud, to be continuing with our mission as the Commission. And frankly, we're as proud of our decision to come here to the Tampa Bay area and to St. Petersburg as we hope that community is that we chose this as the first site for a debate in this region. In selecting sites, you look for those regions or communities who have that collective civic can-do spirit and who day to day and rising to the occasion can bring together the public and the private sector working in partnership to highlight the best assets and facets of a city. That is why we are here in St. Petersburg. We're proud of our choice, and we're proud to be here. And the people who made it possible are the people who work in partnership every day. And you're about to hear a few brief words from them before we get to the main event. Leading off from the public sector, the Chief Executive of the City of St. Petersburg, please welcome Mayor David Fisher.
Thank you very much, and welcome to St. Petersburg. We're a city of roughly 245,000 people with the largest shoreline in the state of Florida. I'm going to tell you a few things right now that might change your image about us just a little bit. We're a lot younger than you think. 3 decades have seen our average age fall from the mid-50s to the mid-30s. We're also in the midst, or in an area that has major league sports. Of course, we have football, we have hockey, we have soccer, but in 1998, St. Petersburg will launch the newest member of the Major League Baseball with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And for you basketball fans, 1999 is going to see us host the Final Four NCAA Men's Basketball Championship here in St. Petersburg. But it's all not just sports. We also are a cultural center, and I know that if you visited this city 40 years ago, or your parents did, they might have thought of art as going into a tourist shop here and picking out a velvet pillow with a flamingo on it and saying, there's the art of St. Petersburg. Well, since then, and that's a long time ago, we have wonderful museums in this city. In fact, we have a new international museum that has hosted artifacts from Russia, Egypt, and right now, Alexander the Great from Greece. We're a city of surging neighborhoods and a city that's quite beautiful. But the truth of the matter is, in the last 4 years, we've landscaped this city more than we have in the last 4 decades. I would like to thank the sponsors that helped St. Petersburg host this event, especially AT&T. But I also would like to thank the commission who chose us and allowed us to receive hundreds of media and political people into our city so that we could show off a little bit. We're very proud here to be a host city. And now I'd like to introduce you to another host, the University of South Florida, and its president, Betty Castor. Betty?
Well, I would like to join Mayor Fisher in also welcoming all of you to St. Petersburg and to the west coast of Florida. Our university has added a valuable educational component to this debate as we have involved our faculty, our students, and our staff. In fact, we have debate-related classes going on now at all of our 5 campuses. Just last Saturday, we hosted a statewide student forum in which students from all of our 9 state universities and 28 community colleges participated. You can imagine what a fun event that was, and we very much enjoyed encouraging our students and listening to their advocacy for education. At USF, we are keenly aware of the issues in education that face us as a community, as a state, and as a nation. In just 40 years, the University of South Florida has graduated almost 150,000 students, and we have grown to become the 13th largest university in this nation. Our students reflect a changing environment. They're older, they work, they're going to school longer, they will change careers many times. Because of that, I think it is our hope that education will continue to be a major component and a debatable issue in this campaign, because indeed it is and will have much to do with the future strength of this nation. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce to you the chairwoman of the Pinellas County Commission, Sally Parks. Sally.
Good evening and welcome to St. Petersburg's beautiful Bayfront Center in Pinellas County, Florida. We're delighted to be a part of this debate when we will hear certainly a lively discussion tonight by 2 thoughtful and articulate candidates. Pinellas County's Convention and Visitors Bureau is a rather unique one in that it is a part and arm of Pinellas County government. We have a wonderful and viable Pinellas County Convention and Visitors Bureau, and this debate affords us an excellent opportunity to expose a lot of people to this community, not only you that are here as our guests, but our viewers as well. So we hope that you will come back and visit us if you don't have time to stay right now. Our tourism marketing research shows that 90% of the people are very satisfied with their experience in Pinellas County and would return. So I hope that any of you will return that can't stay around this time. We're very proud of our county. I personally know of no other part of the country in the United States where we have been named with the best 3 beaches by a noted beach expert at the University of Maryland. And of course, we have lots of cultural, sporting, and recreational events, as Mayor Fisher has already alluded to. But perhaps the most important reason for us to all be involved in this as a part of the host committee is that we're pleased to be involved firsthand in the political process. No other single event is as important as our presidential election. To be directly involved in this historic occasion is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The eyes and ears of the entire nation are on St. Petersburg tonight, and of course, our vice presidential candidates, Al Gore and Jack Kemp. And so on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and the citizens of Pinellas County, I welcome you to this debate. And now I'd like to take the opportunity to introduce to you Paul Tash, Executive Editor of the St. Petersburg Times.
Thank you. And on behalf of Florida's best newspaper, welcome to St. Petersburg and the vice presidential debate. Tonight's debate between Vice President Gore and Mr. Kemp represents a pair of historic firsts. This is the first time that a presidential debate has come to Florida, and this is the first time that a newspaper has led the effort to bring a presidential debate to its community. There are many groups who have contributed enormously to this effort, but the project began in the newsroom of the St. Petersburg Times with a single question: what would it take to bring a presidential debate to this community? Well, good journalism usually starts with good questions, and we see a strong connection between our customary work and this debate tonight. It may sound a bit old-fashioned, but we regard newspapers as institutions of democracy whose highest purpose is to give citizens the information they need to govern themselves and their communities. The debate tonight falls squarely within that tradition, and we're very pleased to play such a prominent role within it. In 112 years at the St. Petersburg Times, there have been many proud moments, including 5 Pulitzer Prizes. Tonight we mark another historic occasion. As I mentioned, many groups brought their tremendous resource to the effort, and I especially want to recognize 3 of them: AARP, the Eckerd Corporation, and Northern Trust Bank. We welcome these co-sponsors, and we commend their commitment to a robust public life. But there is one other person to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude this evening, a little guy in a bow tie named Nelson Poynter. Before he died in 1978, Mr. Poynter owned the St. Petersburg Times, and he was committed to keep his newspaper independent and locally owned. The unique structure that he set up to preserve that independence endures to this day, and without it, our efforts to lead this debate effort would have been unthinkable. Thank you, Mr. Poynter, for your legacy of public service and journalistic excellence. They guide us and inspire us today. As we turn the stage over now to the candidates, we take great pride in the work that makes their presence possible, and we think that Mr. Poynter would be very proud too. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Kemp. We welcome you. And now, speaking of outstanding choices, ladies and gentlemen, Mrs. Gore. Welcome. And the rest of the Gore family. Thank you. And now, speaking of outstanding choices, I'd like to ask you to welcome the moderator for this debate, Mr. Jim Lehrer.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll do it again, J.C.
Thank you. We'll do it. We'll do it. Hello, everybody. Mrs. Gore? Mrs. Kemp, where are you? There you are. First, a show of hands. How many of you all were in the audience in Hartford? Let me say thank you very much. That was the finest audience there's ever been had for a presidential debate. Now, how many of you watched the Hartford debate. So you know what I'm talking about. Wasn't that a great audience? They set a standard. Now what I'm going to do is make the same pitch and the same deal with you all that I made with them. And that is, it goes like this. Just a quick reminder about what this is all about here tonight. This is not, the candidates are not coming here so I can show how cute and clever and smart I am, or how partisan and loud you all can be. They're coming here to talk about what matters in this election. We are the privileged ones to be in the hall with them, and let's cool it. I will not show how cute and clever I am, or try, if you all will not show how loud and partisan you are. Now, it's going to be hard, I understand, because most of you all here are partisan. You're part of the political family, if not the personal family. This is not the place to do it. Trust me. Billy Bob Voter is not sitting out there saying, oh, yay, candidate A got more applause than candidate B. To question C, I'm going to vote for candidate A. Forget it, trust me, this is not an applause meter game. So the more noise there is, the more disruptive it's going to be. It's going to walk on the main business at hand. And let me tell you something. This chair I've got, and I'm going to have my back to you, but this chair swivels. And I'll turn around and humiliate you. I'll stop the debate. Think about how awful that would be. I'll stop the debate, turn around and humiliate you in front of everybody you've ever known in your life. Because they're all watching here tonight. No, this is serious business. Now, there's a couple of times when applause is not only permitted, it's welcome, and that's in a few minutes when the two candidates come out. Mr. Kemp's going to come out from the right. Vice President Gore is going to come out from this side, and they'll shake hands, go to the podium. When they come out, that's before we go on the air. Feel free to applaud. And then at the end, feel free to applaud. But everything in between, let's not do it, okay? And for all the obvious reasons. The Hartford, there is a Hartford standard now to meet. Now we can do the St. Petersburg standard and raise it just a tiny bit more. Although I have no complaints about Hartford. I was delighted about that. I have been told that somebody has a cellular phone that's working. Turn it off, and so you can't hear it. Because what that does is there's an awful lot, as you can see, an awful lot of communications going on around here. So somebody just turn off your cellular phone if you have it. Okay, do we have a deal? Okay. The candidates will be out in a few minutes. I'm going to sit down at my desk. Y'all can go ahead and talk among yourselves. I will cue you to silence. I'm going to sit down here for a few minutes and try to think of some questions, okay? And I'll cue you to silence after the candidates come in. After the candidates come in, there'll be about a minute 15, a little less than that maybe, about a minute or two. And then at straight up 9 o'clock, the networks will go on the air, and then a minute 15 after that, I will say good evening to that camera, and we're in business. And at 9 o'clock, I will say, hey, quiet please, and we'll get on with it, okay? But y'all feel free to do what you want to do right now, and I'll be back in a minute. Thank you. 30 seconds to the candidates. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Mr. Jack Kemp and Vice President Al Gore. Until 9, and okay, about 1:30 to 9, and remember at 9, quiet, and the networks go on the air, and then about 1:15 after that, I do the opening, and we're in business. Okay. 1 minute. 1 minute to 9. Silence. Not you all, not you all. These folks out here. It is 9 o'clock. 1:15, we're in business. I'm hearing just talking back there somewhere. Here we go. Good evening from the Mahaffey Theater at the Bayfront Center in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm Jim Lara of the NewsHour on PBS. Welcome to the 1996 vice presidential debate between Vice President Al Gore, the Democratic nominee, and Jack Kemp, the Republican nominee. This event is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The rules and format, as drawn and agreed to by the two campaigns, are almost identical to those of the presidential debate last Sunday night in Hartford. It is 90 minutes long. The candidates are not permitted to question each other directly. I will ask the questions with no limitations on the subjects. There will be a 90-second answer, a 60-second rebuttal, and a 30-second response to each question. And with the help of some lights, I will help the candidates abide by those time limits. The order for everything was determined by a coin toss. There will be 3-minute closing statements, but no opening statements. So, we go now to the first question and to Mr. Kemp.
Jim?
Some supporters of Senator Dole have expressed disappointment over his unwillingness in Hartford Sunday night to draw personal and ethical differences between him and President Clinton. How do you feel about it?
Wow, 90 seconds? I can't clear my throat in 90 seconds. Jim, Bob Dole and myself do not see Al Gore and Bill Clinton as our enemy. We see them as our opponents. This is the greatest democracy in the world. People are watching not only throughout this country, but all over the world as to how this democracy can function with civility and respect and decency and integrity. Bob Dole is one of those men who served in the United States Senate. His public life is a public record. He fought on the battlefield. He has worked with Democrats and Republicans. In my opinion, it is beneath Bob Dole to go after anyone personally. Clearly, Abraham Lincoln put it best when he said, "You serve your party best by serving the nation first." And I can't think of a better way of serving this nation in 1996 than by electing Bob Dole the President of the United States of America. These issues are fully capable of being understood and reflected upon by the American people. This is a democracy in which we have the freest press and the greatest First Amendment rights in the history of mankind. And Bob and I respect that. These issues will be aired, but they will be aired with dignity and respect, and ultimately leave it to the American people to make up their minds about who should be the leader of this country into the 21st century.
Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Lehrer, and I'd like to thank the people of St. Petersburg for being such wonderful hosts. My family and I are very glad to be here. And I would like to thank Jack Kemp for the answer that he just gave. I think we have an opportunity tonight to have a positive debate about this country's future. I'd like to start by offering you a deal, Jack. If you won't use any football stories, I won't tell any of my warm and humorous stories about chlorofluorocarbon abatement.
It's a deal. I can't even pronounce it.
What I do want to talk about tonight is Bill Clinton's positive plan for America's future. We have a plan to balance the budget while protecting Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment, creating millions of new jobs, including 1 million new jobs in America's inner cities. I'm excited about the chance to talk about this plan, and even more excited about the chance to work on it if you, the people of this country, will give Bill Clinton and me the privilege of doing so for 4 more years.
Mr. Kemp.
I've really got only 2 differences with Bill Clinton, President Clinton, and Vice President Gore: foreign policy and domestic policy. Our foreign policy is ambivalent, confusing. It is sending strong signals to the wrong people, and we have learned over the years that weakness is provocative. The domestic economy is not doing what it can do. This president believes we're at our capacity. Bob Dole and I believe we can do a lot better. It's about the potential of the American people to lift themselves up and not have their lives controlled by the United States government in Washington.
Mr. Vice President, What do you see as the political philosophy differences in a general way between you and President Clinton on the one hand, Mr. Kemp and Senator Dole on the other?
The differences are very clear. We have a positive plan based on three principles. We want to provide opportunity for all Americans. We insist on responsibility being accepted in turn by everyone, and we want to strengthen our communities and their ability to support families and individuals in our common effort to create a bright future. Here's how we plan to do that. We have a balanced budget plan that has targeted tax cuts for middle-income families. We've already given tax cuts to 15 million of the hardest-pressed working families in America. Our plan for the next 4 years features a $1,500 tax credit called a Hope Scholarship for tuition at community college, junior college, or college. A $10,000 tax deduction for college tuition for those who go further, so that in essence no American family will ever be taxed on the money they spend for college tuition. Also, tax relief for first-time home buyers, tax encouragement for savings and help in paying health care expenses, and a tax break, actually the elimination of capital gains taxes on the profits from the sale of a home. All of this is within a balanced budget plan which protects Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment.
Jim, this economy is overtaxed, overregulated. There are too many people suing each other. There's too much litigation. Our education is not up to the standards that the American family and the American people want for their children. And clearly, the welfare system is a disgrace to our Judeo-Christian principles. It's not the values of the poor that should be called into question. It's the values of the welfare system from Washington and that prevent people from climbing out of poverty. Our biggest debate with this administration on domestic policy is that they think we're at our fullest capacity, that we've reached our potential, and that 2.5% growth is enough for America. Frankly, that's just not good enough for this country. We cannot just run the clock out on the 20th century. Clearly, we need to lower the tax rate across the board on working and saving and investing. I know my friend Al will suggest that's trickle-down economics. Well, Al, if it's trickle-down economics, ask Van Woods, a young entrepreneur who owns a restaurant in Harlem, if it's trickle-down. He said he would hire 60 more people if we would cut the capital gain tax.
Mr. Vice President.
I talked about our positive agenda for the future a moment ago. Your original question was about the contrast. The plan from Senator Dole and Mr. Kemp is a risky $550 billion tax scheme that actually raises taxes on 9 million of the hardest-pressed working families. It would blow a hole in the deficit, cause much deeper cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment, and knock our economy off track, raising interest rates, mortgage rates, and car payments. We stopped that plan before. We will stop it again. We want a positive plan for growth and more jobs.
Mr. Kemp, back to the philosophy question. Do you think there's a basic philosophy difference between these two tickets, or is it about specifics, which both of you have talked about?
Well, this is a perfect example. Bob Dole and I want to cut the tax rates across the board on each and every American working, saving, investing, and taking risks in America. All wealth is created and all growth is generated by risk-taking entrepreneurs. The tax rate on capital in America is way too high. It's too high on the family, and it's particularly too high on working men and women. The average family in America at a median level of income probably is spending 25 to 26% of their income sent to the federal government. That's more than shelter, food, clothing, and energy. That's just not right. When I was growing up in Los Angeles, my parents were one working family, one breadwinner per family was all that was necessary. Now, if a woman wants to go to work or a man wants to go to work, it ought to be their choice, not the choice of the Washington, D.C. establishment. Bill Clinton, the president, and Al Gore suggest that they'll give us a tax cut, but only if we do exactly what they want us to do. That isn't America. That's social engineering. The tax code should reflect our values in a Judeo-Christian sense. that work, and honesty, and integrity, and contracts, and property, and investment, and savings should be rewarded. And Bob Dole and Jack Kemp are not only going to cut the tax rates across the board and lower the capital gain tax, I'll be glad to talk about it a little bit later because there's not enough time, but we're going to repeal the 83-year-old code and replace the 7.5 million words with a flatter, fairer, simpler code, and that will take this country roaring into the 21st century.
This risky tax scheme would blow a hole in the deficit. You don't have to take my word for it. Time, Newsweek, U.S. News and World Report, Business Week, 83% of hundreds of economists in a random survey just recently all said it would blow a hole in the deficit. There's another feature that I would like to hear Mr. Kemp speak about. Just before he joined Senator Dole on the ticket, he said that the part of the plan that raises taxes on 9 million of the hardest working families in America was unconscionable. That means it's wrong and it shouldn't happen. I agree. It is still part of the plan. We believe that taxes should not be increased on those families. We have a plan to cut taxes on middle-income families within a balanced budget plan, eliminating the deficit and protecting Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment.
Mr. Kemp?
Every time this country in the 20th century has cut tax rates across the board, revenues went up. The economy grew. And I am surprised at this point in his career that Vice President Gore and the President cannot understand that you get more revenue from a bigger pie. And clearly, creating more jobs reduces the social welfare drain, clearly makes more opportunity for capital to be invested in our inner cities. And frankly, Al, we shouldn't just tinker with the capital gain tax. We should eliminate it in the inner cities of America to put capital to work to make democratic capitalism and jobs available in our inner cities of the United States.
Mr. Vice President, should federal government affirmative action programs be continued?
Yes, President Clinton addressed this issue when he said, mend it, don't end it. Diversity is a great strength in America. Look around the world at other places where they have not paid attention to the necessity of promoting harmony between different ethnic, racial, and religious and cultural groups. We ought to be very proud in our country, as most Americans are, that we've made tremendous progress, but we ought to recognize that we have more work to do. Now, the first thing that we are trying to do is to create 1 million new jobs in the inner cities of this country with tax credits for employers who hire people who are now unemployed. We are seeking to have vigorous enforcement of the laws that bar discrimination. Now, I want to congratulate Mr. Kemp for being a lonely voice in the Republican Party over the years on this question. It is with some sadness that I refer to the fact that the day after he joined Senator Dole's ticket, he announced that he was changing his position and was thereafter going to adopt Senator Dole's position to end all affirmative action. That's not good for our country. Bill Clinton and I believe that the United States of America has its brightest days ahead, and we will see them even brighter if we promote diversity and harmony among all our people.
Mr. Kemp?
Jim, my position on affirmative action has been clear ever since I left the professional football career for Congress in 1970. Some people think I quit playing a few years earlier, but I retired in 1970. My life has been dedicated to equality of opportunity, and our democracy should provide that, not equality of reward. Affirmative action should be predicated upon need, not equality of reward, not equality of outcome. Quotas have always been against the American ideal. We should promote diversity, and we should do it the way Bob Dole has been talking about, with a new civil rights agenda based upon expanding access to credit and capital, job opportunities, educational choice in our inner cities for a young urban mother who can't get the type of an education she wants for her child, and ultimately the type of ownership and entrepreneurship from public housing residents in D.C. to Nickerson Gardens in Watts, Los Angeles. People need to own, And that's what Abraham Lincoln believed, that when people own something, they have a stake in the American dream. That is affirmative action in America.
Mr. Vice President.
With all due respect, I do not believe that Abraham Lincoln would have adopted Bob Dole's position to end all affirmative action. There is a specific measure on the ballot in California. It was embodied in legislation introduced by Senator Dole to apply to the whole nation. Mr. Kemp campaigned against it, spoke against it, wrote letters against it, went to California to fight against it, and now has endorsed it. I don't think it's a minor matter. I think this is one of the most important challenges that our country has to face in the future. And I hope that Mr. Kemp will try to persuade Senator Dole to adopt Mr. Kemp's position instead of the other way around.
Mr. Kemp, what is your position?
Does that red light mean that we're supposed to
yeah,
stop?
he's right. What is,
you thought that was going to be your problem, not mine.
Yeah, right. Can't believe I'm keeping within the time limit.
Mr. Kemp, do we have a serious race problem in the United States right now?
Yeah, we really do. This country has yet to deal with the type of inclusionary policies. It is so very important for Americans, white and black, Jew and Christian, immigrant and native born, to sit down and talk and listen and begin to understand what it's like to come from that different perspective. Our country is, as the Kerner Commission report suggested a number of years ago, was being split, but they said between white and black. I think it's being split, Jim. Not so much between white and black, although that's still a very serious problem. We really have two economies. Our general economy, our national economy, our mainstream economy is democratic. It's based on incentives, a small d, Al. It's capitalism and incentives for working and saving and investing and producing and families and the things that really lead to progress up that ladder that we call the American dream, but which is really universal. But unfortunately in urban America, and I was glad to hear the Vice President talk a little bit about it, they have abandoned the inner cities. There's a socialist economy. There's no private housing. There's mostly public housing. You're told where to go to school. You're told what to buy with food stamps. It is a welfare system that is more like a third world socialist country than what we would expect from the world's greatest democratic free enterprise system. That must change, and it will under Bob Dole and Jack Kemp.
Remember what I said just a moment ago. If it were not so, he would have told you. The problems between races in America must be addressed. The good news is we're making progress. We've seen 10.5 million new jobs created in the last 4 years. We've seen the unemployment rate come down dramatically. We've seen the African American unemployment rate go below double digits for the first time in 25 years, and it's stayed below for 25 months in a row. We have empowerment zones and enterprise communities, 105 of them in communities all across the United States of America. Let me tell you a story about Joanne Crowder in Detroit. She was on welfare for 8 years until the empowerment zone was created there. She just got a job in the new business that launched its enterprise right in that empowerment zone. We want to do that for millions more all across the country.
Well, with all due respect, Jim, there are 9 empowerment zones, a few little tinkering with tax credits around the country for inner cities. Los Angeles, after the riots, did not even get an empowerment zone, believe it or not. That is just unconscionable in America to have left Watts, South Central, and East LA out. Earl Graves of Black Enterprise magazine said, the single greatest deterrent to black advancement is the lack of access to capital, credit, and ownership. That will change. We will green line every city in the United States where there's unemployment and welfare. And we will eliminate the capital gain tax and eliminate the tax on a welfare mother that takes a job. That's the answer. Give ownership and entrepreneurship to low-income people based on need, not the color of their skin.
Mr. Vice President, if reelected, what could we look forward to in the way of an inner city policy from a Clinton-Gore second term?
Before I answer that specific question, let me say that we did put an empowerment zone in South Central Los Angeles. It is in the form of the largest community development financial institution ever created in the United States or in any other country. And it is creating jobs in South Central Los Angeles right now. The Congress passed an enterprise zone after the Los Angeles riots 5 years ago. It was vetoed by the prior administration. Now, to your question, we have a specific plan to create 1 million new jobs in the inner cities of America with tax credits for employers who hire people coming off welfare, because we've passed welfare reform now. We promised to end welfare as we know it, and we are implementing this new legislation. We have moved 1.9 million people off of the welfare rolls and into good jobs in the last 4 years. Our new plan is to have 1 million more jobs in the inner cities. But that's not all. We are also implementing the plan to put 100,000 community police officers in our cities. We've already got 20,000 out there. We're ahead of our 6-year schedule. As a matter of fact, there are 8 here in St. Petersburg already on the beat. You may run into one of them leaving this auditorium tonight. St. Petersburg is safer because of this urban agenda that we're following. But we want the focus to be on millions more jobs, and we're very optimistic that it's going to happen.
Well, we've had 4 years, and there's no enterprise zone. There are empowerment zones, but you have to do what Bill Clinton and Al Gore want you to do. You get a $5,000 tax credit if you hire somebody that's unemployed, but you've already got to have an existing business. The answer is to say, and once again, green line any area in America that has been redlined for lack of mortgage money, lack of credit and capital, just say that area qualifies for no capital gain tax. Zero. Nada. That's what Eleanor Holmes Norton wants to do in the District of Columbia, and this administration said to D.C., drop dead. Drop dead. We don't want to change the legislation that would lower the tax rate in D.C., allow welfare mothers to take a job without any tax on the first 190% of her income, and no capital gain tax. That should be done in every urban area of America. That would make capital flow back, and you can't have capitalism, Al, without capital. You may want to give a tax credit, but it won't work.
Well, we have 105 empowerment zones and enterprise communities all across the United States of America. And with all due respect, that's 105 more than were there when we came into the White House. We have been implementing them in a determined way. They are making a difference. You know, that empowerment zone that I mentioned in Detroit is creating jobs not only for Joanne Crowder, who feels proud that she's off of welfare now, and we're proud of her. It's creating jobs for hundreds of others, and similar initiatives are working in the other empowerment zones.
Mr. Kemp, you said recently that one of the problems related to this was that all the capital was in the hands of the white people. What did you mean by that?
The single greatest problem, in our opinion, in the domestic economy, is that this tax code, 83 years old, a relic of the Cold War and hot war, inflation and depression, 7.5 million words long, overtaxes capital, overtaxes working men and women and families. Clearly, the Gordian knot needs to be broken in one fell swoop. Bob Dole and Jack Kemp, as soon as we get through this first step of cutting tax rates across the board, are going to repeal the whole code. While Bill Clinton and my friend Al Gore defend the status quo, we're going to repeal the 7.5 million words of the U.S. tax code and make it once and for all tax income once, not twice, 3, 4, and if you die, it confiscates your estate. That's unacceptable. We must have a tax code going into the 21st century that does not protect the establishment, and this tax code does. And by cutting and eliminating the capital gains, by cutting and eliminating the estate tax, by bringing the top tax rate down to something reasonable, like, here he goes again. I think in peacetime it shouldn't be higher, Bob, and I don't think it should be higher than 25%. Be phased in. But capital would flow out into the economy. We would have people getting access to capital, small business men and women, African American, Asian Americans, Latino Americans, female Americans would be able to start their businesses. Dana Christ of Lancaster said the day the tax bill is passed in the Congress, she will open a new factory with 40 or 50 or 60 employees in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. He'll call that trickle down. I call it Niagara Falls.
The problem with this version of Niagara Falls is that Senator Dole and Mr. Kemp would put the American economy in a barrel and send it over the falls. It is a risky $550 billion tax scheme that actually raises taxes on 9 million of the hardest working families. Again, Mr. Kemp opposed that and called it unconscionable. Now it is part of the plan that he is supporting. Not only that, though, it would blow a hole in the deficit. It would raise interest rates. That means higher mortgage payments, particularly those with the variable rate mortgages, higher car payments. It would also lead to much deeper cuts in Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment. It is extremely risky. And as for these harsh words, I don't take them personally. He said much worse about Bob Dole when he said Bob Dole never met a tax that he didn't hike. He wrote about 450 separate provisions in that code. You better check with him before you eliminate it completely. He may be getting royalties.
Jim, a $550 billion tax cut, this is something Al does not want to mention, has to be viewed against the context of a $50 trillion U.S. economy output of goods and services over the next 6 years. A $550 billion tax cut in a $50 trillion economy over 6 years is 1.5%. And the only hole it would blow is a hole in the plans of this administration to try to tinker with the tax code and defend the indefensible. It would blow up the bureaucracy, but it would expand the economy. That's important for America.
Mr. Vice President, what about Mr. Kemp's point that he's made a couple of times that what we need is to throw away the present tax code and write a whole new tax system? Do you agree with that?
We've passed the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. We have fought for new provisions that now make it possible to file over the telephone. We are fighting for tax reforms across the board. And most importantly, we have a plan on the table right now to cut taxes on middle-income families with several specific provisions. We already cut taxes on 15 million working families in this country, with an average of about $1,000 in tax relief to those making $25,000 a year or less. And for the last 2 years, we have had middle-income tax cuts on the table in the Congress, and they weren't accepted by Bob Dole and Newt Gingrich because they said they would not pass them without cutting deeply into Medicare, Medicaid, education, and the environment. We are determined to move forward during these next 4 years with the tax cuts that President Bill Clinton has proposed. Here they are again: a $1,500 tax credit for tuition, a $10,000 tax deduction so that no family pays taxes on the money for college tuition, capital gains eliminated for the sale of a home, a tax break for first-time home buyers and for health care expenses, and a $500 child tax credit.
You only get a tax cut in the Clinton administration if you do exactly what Al Gore and Bill Clinton want you to do. That's not America. When John F. Kennedy cut tax rates, the economy grew, unemployment went down, and we balanced the budget and revenues went up. Indeed, the Secretary of Treasury under John F. Kennedy and the Deputy Secretary of Treasury under John F. Kennedy endorsed Bob Dole's plan to cut rates, cut the capital gain tax, balance the budget, provide a $500 tax credit, and clearly, its plan should be to lift the economy, to get more revenue. Medicare will be saved because it'll be put into a commission where both Bill Clinton and Bob Dole recognize it has to be studied by the same people that would study, or did study, I should say, the Social Security system and saved it in 1983 and 84. Look, we can bring down the growth of government spending, but we have to grow the economy, and in Bob Dole and Jack Kemp's opinion, we should aim at doubling the size of the American economy in the next 15 years. Under their policies, it'll take 30 to 40 years. That's not acceptable.
The chairman of their National Campaign Steering Committee, Senator D'Amato, said that Bob Dole would have to cut into Medicare in order to pay for this proposal, but that he would wait until after the election to do it. The proposal to cut Medicare that Senator Dole pushed before and shut down the government to try to enact would have already raised by $268 the fees paid by the average couple now on Medicare. He tried to double the deductibles and give people less in return. We have a balanced budget plan that protects Medicare and gives tax cuts.
Mr. Kemp, is it really possible to balance the budget without reforming drastically the entitlements programs, including Social Security and Medicare?
Well, before I answer that, Jim, let me just say it is disgraceful. The campaign being waged to scare the American senior citizens in this state and my home state of, well, New York and California. About Medicare.
One other one in there, isn't there?
Medicare. Yeah, Maryland now. The amount of money being spent to try to mislead the American people is demagoguery, and only in the Clinton White House and in Al Gore's mind could an increase in spending per capita on a senior citizen from $4,800 in 1996 to $7,200 over the next 5 years be considered a cut. Does anybody think that Bob Dole, who almost gave his life for his country, who has served in the Senate, who helped save Social Security, who crawled out of a foxhole on Riva Ridge in northern Italy in 1945 to save a wounded radioman, does anybody think in this country that he could possibly want to move our country ahead and leave anybody behind? Of course we can balance the budget. Of course we have to hold down the growth in entitlement spending. But clearly you cannot balance the budget, Jim, without growing this economy. It's only growing at about 2.5%. We should double the rate of growth, and we should double the size of the American economy. That means more jobs, more wealth, more income, and more capital, particularly for our nation's poor and those left behind.
Mr. Lehr, our balanced budget plan extends the Medicare Trust Fund 10 years into the future. A commission is fine, but a commission would not do any good if we adopted this risky $550 billion tax scheme. The word scary has been used. A couple of days ago, I went with Governor Lawton Chiles, who is here, to Sarasota, to the Friendship Senior Center. I talked with a woman there named Dorothy Warnell, and she said, you know, we may not be as sophisticated as some of those people in Washington, but we can add and subtract. Here are the numbers she's adding and subtracting. Bob Dole's plan would have already imposed an extra $268 on the average Medicare receiving couple, and his plan would have doubled deductibles. It would have cost an extra $1,700 over the lifetime of his plan, and eliminated nursing home standards and guarantees of nursing home care for seniors. Bill Clinton prevented it from happening. We will never allow that to happen.
Jim, Medicare is too important to senior citizens around this country to play the type of politics that is being played on this issue. It is losing $8 billion as we stand here tonight by the president's own trustees of Medicare, 3 members of which serve in his cabinet. It will be losing $23 billion a year by 1998. Something must be done. Bob Dole suggested a commission, but clearly you cannot save Medicare, Social Security, or any program for the social welfare net of American people, under which they should not be allowed to fall unless we grow this economy at least twice the rate it's growing today. That is the issue, not scaring people in America.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Kemp has accused you of demagoguery.
Well, as I said before, he used much harsher language when he talked about Bob Dole. He said that Bob Dole's solution for every single problem was to increase taxes. He said just 2 years ago that the Bob Dole tax increase of 1982 was the largest tax increase in the history of the world. But let's get to the point. Medicare has been adjusted 23 times since it was created in 1965. Bob Dole, incidentally, just bragged this year that he was one of only 12 people who voted against the creation of Medicare in the first place. I don't think he didn't believe in it then, and the plan that he promoted last year would have certainly been devastating to Medicare. Again, don't take my word for it. The American Hospital Association said it could have closed 700 hospitals. The Catholic Health Association, the AARP, and many other groups who pay careful attention to Medicare said that the Dole-Gingrich plan on Medicare would have led to deep cuts, possibly set up a two-tiered system, and would have ended the kind of Medicare system that we have. Our plan extends Medicare 10 years into the future. We will always protect Medicare within the context of a balanced budget plan.
Folks, they have no plan. They have absolutely no plan. The president himself suggested that the reduction in the growth of Medicare over the next 5 or 6 years ought to be held to 6%. Under the Republican plan, irrespective of the numbers, it will grow at 7 or even more %. But that is beside the point. What has to be discussed is how we as a nation are going to create the size of an economy, create a national wealth that would at least double this $6 or $7 trillion economy. We would have $6 trillion in 15 years extra wealth for the American people, another $1 trillion of revenue with which to save Medicare, Social Security, and you can't do it with a tax code and a regulatory code and people suing each other with frivolous suits as this administration is allowing to happen. That has to change, and it will under Bob Dole and Jack Kemp.
I think Mr. Kemp has unintentionally made a mistake in saying that President Clinton called for a reduction to 6% or whatever you said. I believe you're referring to the Money Magazine interview, and the publisher of Money Magazine just sent Mr. Kemp a letter 2 days ago asking him to please stop inaccurately citing Money Magazine. It is not what the president said. It is not the president's position. Let me make clear what his position is. We will save Medicare. We will stop efforts to hurt Medicare, and we'll do it within a balanced budget plan.
Mr. Kemp, what, if anything, would a Dole-Kemp administration do to change the current legal status of abortion in this country?
I will answer the question, but for the record, I would like to release the letter to our friends in the press of the letter I got from Money Magazine suggesting that Bill Clinton wanted and did lower the cost of living allowance for senior citizens as a way of reducing Social Security. Putting that aside, we recognize there's no consensus in America. This country is split between those who call themselves pro-choice, and I'm sure very sincerely, and those of us who call ourselves pro-life. This is a very emotional issue. I'm sure it is for a woman. It certainly is for those of us, like my wife and myself, who have 3 adopted grandchildren. We thank God every night of our life that a young woman was given a choice, was given the opportunity to choose life. This country should not be torn asunder over this debate. It has to be carried out with civility and respect, and Bob and I believe it can be, but we should recognize that every human life is precious, and there should be all of the protection that we can give for an unborn human being. And to think that in this country, for every 3 births, there is 1 abortion. But even worse than that, as ugly as that might be, and I know it's a tragedy to many people both on the pro-choice and pro-life position, we have a president who vetoed a congressional ban on the ugly and gruesome practice of snatching life away from a child just moments before he or she enters the world. That is unacceptable.
Vice President.
President Clinton has made it clear that he will sign legislation outlawing procedures such as this if there is an exception to protect the health of the mother where serious health consequences, such as the inability to have any further children, are involved, and her doctor advises her so. What is really at stake here is whether or not women will have the right to choose. The platform on which Mr. Kemp and Senator Dole are running pledges a constitutional amendment to take away a woman's right to choose and to have the government come in and order that woman to do what the government says, no matter what the circumstances. Mr. Kemp has voted 47 out of 47 times to have such an amendment and to restrict this completely, no matter what the circumstances, even where rape and incest is involved. We will never allow a woman's right to choose to be taken away.
There is no consensus. A constitutional amendment would not pass. We must use persuasion, not intimidation. And Bob Dole and Jack Kemp will try to remind the American people of what a tremendous asset our children are and why there should be protection for innocent human life, including that of the unborn. But to think that this administration vetoed the one chance they had to ban that practice without working with people in the Congress who would have loved to have had the opportunity to stop that gruesome practice is just unacceptable to the American people, and Bob Dole would never have vetoed that ban on partial birth abortion in the third trimester of a woman's pregnancy.
Mr. Vice President, is the war in Bosnia really over, or is it going to break out again once the U.S. and the NATO troops leave?
The fighting has stopped in Bosnia. President Bill Clinton showed tremendous courage, vision, wisdom, and leadership in having our country take the lead in rallying our allies, bringing the warring factions together in Dayton, Ohio, and hammering out a peace agreement that has ended the war in Bosnia. We hope that it will stay over with. Elections have just been held. There is great progress toward peace and reconciliation in Bosnia. We ought to be very proud of our soldiers who have played such a critical role in bringing about this peace in Bosnia. It's not the only case where Bill Clinton has provided such leadership. We have restored democracy to Haiti with scarcely a shot being fired. We have seen movement toward reconciliation in Northern Ireland and in the Middle East. The Bible says there will always be wars and rumors of wars. As the President said the other night, there will always be troubles in this old world. But the United States of America can be counted on to provide the vision that the world looks for from the United States of America. Bill Clinton, as President, has provided that kind of leadership. We are more secure and stronger today because of Bill Clinton's handling of foreign policy.
Bob Dole supported the deployment of troops in Bosnia, but the problem with the foreign policy of this administration, there is none. It's ambiguous, it's contradictory, it is precipitous. To go into Iraq with bombing before we had even consulted with our allies, to think that Sam Nunn of Georgia or Colin Powell helped put together the coalition in the Persian Gulf were not even consulted. It was not only precipitous, it was a sign not of strength, but of weakness. What's worse, they declared victory. They've declared victory in every deployment. We've had more deployments in 4 years than any previous 4 years that I can think of. I'm 61 years of age. It's unbelievable that ambiguity can be called a foreign policy. Let me say what a friend of mine told me, and I believed it for my whole career. Weakness is provocative, and our message should be clear, and that's what our message would be to the world under Bob Dole as Commander-in-Chief of the United States of America.
We did, of course, consult with our allies before we bombed Saddam Hussein. But sometimes the United States has to take unilateral action when our interests are at stake. General Schwarzkopf is in the audience tonight. We're awfully proud of the way he led our coalition organized under former President Bush when the United States led toward the repulsing of Saddam Hussein from Kuwait. 3 times as he's tried to get out of that box, Saddam Hussein has felt the sting of a swift, certain response from the United States of America under President Bill Clinton.
Mr. Kemp, Senator Dole has criticized the president on Haiti, said he handled that wrong. What did he do wrong?
Well, it was Bob Dole that suggested that there be a fact-finding commission. President Carter was on it. Colin Powell was on it. You cannot say, in our opinion, that Haiti is a great success. Clearly, it was maybe the right thing to do. But we did not go in with enough information. We caused problems in the first place by denying Caribbean countries and third world countries a chance to trade freely in the United States. It causes economic problems and turmoil, and then we turn around, as we did in Mexico, having to bail them out. We caused the problem in the first place, and it cost us $20 to $50 billion to bail them out. Haiti is very ambiguous at best. We pray that democracy comes to Haiti, but so far, the message from Haiti is quite ambiguous, notwithstanding the declaration of victory by this administration.
Well, I didn't hear anything wrong. The fact is, we restored democracy to Haiti. When I say restored, actually it's the first real democracy that Haiti has ever had. And it happened with scarcely any shots being fired. I was in the Oval Office the night when President Clinton dispatched our troops from Fort Bragg. It was a tense moment. The planes were in the air, and our negotiators were talking with the dictator down there. And when that dictator got the news from his spies outside the gate that all these planes were taking off, he said, "Let's get out of here." That's how it was done. It was one of the most deft uses of diplomacy and military force in combination that you will find anywhere in the annals of the history of this country. I was so proud of our president in the way he handled that. And the result so far is excellent. And we hope and pray that it will remain that way.
Many more results like Bosnia and Haiti and Mexico and the Middle East, and we won't have much success. One of the most serious problems was the tremendous effort by this administration to force on Mexico a devaluation of their peso. The economy has dropped by almost 40 to 50%. Then we go in and bail them out. We cause the problem, and then we have to bail them out. We should have a foreign policy that's predicated upon trade, on spreading democracy, by giving people opportunities to trade freely with us, and making sure that everybody recognizes the rule of the golden rule, to do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Diplomacy first, and don't bomb before breakfast.
Mr. Vice President, Mexico, we caused the problem and then had to go in and bail them out?
No, that's not right. When Mr. Kemp started talking about the golden rule, I thought he was going to talk about the gold standard again. That used to be an integral part of this so-called supply-side economics, but it may be something else that he now agrees with Bob Dole on, because Bob Dole voted to take us off the gold standard, a wise vote in my opinion. Most all economists say that if we did that, it would throw us into a deep recession or depression and throw millions out of work. But let me come directly to this question. No, when there was a crisis involving the Mexican peso, again, President Bill Clinton showed bold and dynamic leadership. I want to hasten to add that Senator Bob Dole gave critical bipartisan support at the time. He agreed with the president. He supported the president. He said this is a wise move. He could not get a majority in the Senate, and Speaker Gingrich could not get a majority in the House to go on record in support of it. So the president, as presidents often have to do, went alone and did the right thing. You know, people said it was a big risk at that time. We've ended up making a $500 million profit. All of the loans have been paid back. We're using that $500 million to further reduce the deficit. It's come down 60% already. It's going down even more toward a balanced budget, and this is helping.
It's unbelievable that we could cause a drop in the standard of living of a friendly country like Mexico by nearly 40 to 50%. Unemployment goes up. We send U.S. tax dollars and IMF monies to Mexico, and we make a profit. At that level, that gives new meaning to the word profitability for U.S. foreign policy. The pain, the suffering, the unemployment, the bankruptcies, the loss of the standard of living, the people who've had to come across the border of California, Arizona, New Mexico, and Texas, if that's our foreign policy for the third world or Latin America, I believe more than ever, we've got to elect a president who understands trade, who understands honest money, who understands private enterprise, who understands democratic capitalism, not socialism caused by the IMF and the Clinton administration.
Well, I fail to understand the basis of the charge that we caused the monetary crisis in Mexico. They manage their own monetary policy. Years ago, we used to hear this phrase in American politics, the blame America first crowd. I never liked that phrase, but if it was going to be applied today, it would have to be applied to this statement. The United States of America shouldn't be blamed for the management of Mexico's monetary policy. We helped our neighbor in an hour of need, and they survived. They're stronger. They're coming back. They paid us back, and we got a dividend in the process.
Mr. Kemp, Senator Dole the other night criticized President Clinton for cutting defense spending and thus cutting jobs in California. Is that how defense spending should be seen, as a jobs program as well?
I don't think, Jim, that Bob Dole was suggesting that the defense of our country is a jobs or a socioeconomic program. But it's clear that the defense budget of this administration has taken defense as a percent of our national economy to a lower level than it was prior to Pearl Harbor. That's dangerous, and that's provocative. And the mixed message, the ambiguities of U.S. foreign policy are, I believe, and Bob Dole believes, is causing not only problems for this country throughout the world, but particularly here at home. And the type of changes that were made overnight in California caused very severe dislocations. And then, of course, the president ran out to California and announced, well, maybe we'll have another B-1 or B-2 bomber. That is not the way policy should be made. It should be predicated upon the defense needs, the security needs, the strategic needs of the United States of America, and that's how they'll be made under Bob Dole as president.
Well, first of all, there are virtually no large differences in the defense budgets put forward by President Clinton and put forward by the majority in the Congress in the last 2 years. They're very, very similar. There is a huge difference in our economic plan. This risky $550 billion tax scheme that I talked about earlier is said by the Concord Coalition, including Republicans like Pete Peterson and Warren Rudman, to pose a threat to our nation's ability to have a sensible defense budget in the future. They've gone on record as saying that this tax scheme would not only raise taxes on 9 million hardworking American families, but would also lead almost inevitably to deep cuts in Medicare and in defense. We have a balanced budget plan that protects the defense budget, also Medicare, Medicaid, education, the environment, and gives tax cuts to middle-income families.
Jim Allen has to hear one more time. Every time in this century, we've lowered the tax rates across the board on employment, on saving, investment, and risk-taking in this economy. Revenues went up, not down. Now, if the purpose of the tax code is to raise revenue, we ought to think, as John F. Kennedy did, about lowering the rates. They can't go to zero. They can't go too low because there's not enough revenue. But President Clinton apologized in Houston for saying, whoops, I raised your taxes, and they're too high. President Bush apologized for raising taxes. Bob Dole knows that the rates have to come down across the board, and then we'll get to the most important part, to repeal this code and go to a new system for the 21st century.
Mr. Vice President, some Democrats have charged that the environment would be in jeopardy if Mr. Kemp and Senator Dole are elected. Do you share that fear?
I certainly do. Let me first say that in citing John F. Kennedy's tax cut in the 1960s, I want to also remind you that Mr. Kemp has pointed out in the past, Bob Dole was in the Congress then. He was one of those who voted against John F. Kennedy's tax cut. The environment faces dire threats from the kind of legislation that Senator Dole and Speaker Newt Gingrich tried to pass by shutting down the government and attempting to force President Clinton to accept it. They invited the lobbyists for the biggest polluters in America to come into the Congress and literally rewrite the Clean Water Act and the Clean Air Act. President Clinton stopped them dead in their tracks. We have a positive agenda on the environment because we believe very deeply that it's about our children and our future. Clean air and clean water, cleaning up toxic waste sites when millions of children live within 1 mile of them, that's important. We have a plan to clean up 2/3 of the toxic waste sites in America over the next 4 years. We've already cleaned up more in the last 3 years than the previous 2 administrations did in 12. The president just set aside the Utah National Monument. He is protecting the Everglades here in Florida. Bob Dole is opposed to that plan. President Bill Clinton will protect our environment and prevent the kind of attacks on it that we saw in the last Congress and that are included in the Republican platform.
And so will Bob Dole. I mean, Al, get real. Franklin Roosevelt said in 1932 that the only thing we have to fear is fear itself. The only thing, Jim, they have to offer is fear. Fear of the environment, fear of the climate, fear of Medicare, fear of Newt, fear of Republicans, fear of Bob, and probably fear of cutting tax rates. They ain't seen nothing yet. Look, we recognize that this country has to live in balance with our environment. Every one of us who have children and grandchildren recognize how we have to reach a balance. It is not jobs versus our environment. Both are important. This is the most overregulated, overly litigated economy in our nation's history. And to call a businessman or a woman who sits down and has a chance to express his or her interest in how to make these laws work and call them a polluter is just outrageous. It is typical of the anti-capitalistic mentality of this administration. That will change because we believe in democratic capitalism for everybody.
There are lots of jobs to be created in cleaning up the environment. All around the world, we're seeing problems that people want to solve because they love their children. They want them to be able to drink clean water and breathe clean air. They don't want them to live next to toxic waste sites. When the United States of America takes the lead in protecting the environment, we do right by our children, and we also create new business opportunities, new jobs, new sources of prosperity for the United States of America. And we're going about it in a common sense way.
Mr. Kemp, you mentioned it already before, and you'd said on Meet the Press Sunday that the federal government engages in, quote, regulation reign of terror. What exactly do you mean?
Well, exactly just what I said. Regulations that would take property or reduce the value of some farmer or rancher or homeowner's property for wetlands or endangered species and take that property or reduce its value without compensating the owner, that is a reign of terror. It's happening. In Oregon, not too long ago, a farmer took 25% of his property and declared it a wetland. It had the runoff of snow that allowed it to be declared a wetland, but he did it himself voluntarily. He found within a couple of years that the bald eagle began to use it as a habitat. The Corps of Engineers, the Bureau of Wildlife and Fisheries, all of the federal agencies came onto his property, declared it a federal wetland, and said he couldn't drive. They took away the road. He couldn't mend his fences, and they wouldn't pay the value of the loss of the. They wouldn't pay or compensate, I should say, for the loss of value to that property. How can we, as a free society, turn people into enemies or adversaries of the United States government? OSHA does it, EPA does it, IRTA does it, and you name it. We should recognize that this country should live in such a way as to build an alliance with our free enterprise system that can build a better America for our children and our grandchildren. We can do it, but it's got to take new leadership in Washington.
Well, it takes values that recognize the importance of the environment. Mr. Kemp voted against the Clean Water Act, voted against the renewal of the Superfund Act. We have been taking a new approach, protecting the environment, but getting rid of unnecessary regulations. We're eliminating 16,000 pages of regulations. We've entered into a new project called Project XL. This is at the EPA, where we enter into a bargain with businesses. When they say, we'll exceed the standards, we say, give the EPA a way to measure the progress and then throw away the rule book altogether. Now, this is the kind of common sense approach that can clean up the environment while eliminating unnecessary red tape. Make no mistake about it, though, there are those who would like to go much further. Some have even proposed, and this bill he cites would do it, that polluters ought to be paid if they agree to stop dumping poisons into the river. The pay polluters provision is wrong. We've fought against it. We'll never allow that.
When I went to Congress from Buffalo in 1970, you could almost walk across Lake Erie because of the pollution. Today, thanks to the secondary and tertiary treatment plants, which many of us voted for on both sides of the aisle, which actually started under Richard Nixon, Republican president, our water is cleaner in the Great Lakes. We've got a lot of progress that we've made, and we've got to make more. But to turn the country into a regulatory effort by the federal government to suggest that we can't work in harmony, with the environment and with business, is a big mistake. We should use incentives, not always using sticks against business in America and the jobs that it creates.
Mr. Vice President, does the government of the United States, as now operated by the Clinton administration, operate on a reign of terror, through a reign of terror?
No, of course not. We're taking a brand new approach to eliminate unnecessary regulations, unnecessary bureaucracy. We've got lots of examples of this. There was a story in the newspaper the other day about a home testing kit that the FDA had held up. That happened under a rule in the last administration. We said change that rule. It's being changed now. It's under consideration by the FDA right now, and it will be changed. There are thousands of other examples. We believe that there is a new approach. Let me give you an example from OSHA. We're reinventing the way OSHA does its job. Some people would like to eliminate OSHA. We think that the protection of job safety in the workplace is very, very important. But what we've said is, look, start measuring the results. We found that the inspectors were being rewarded on the basis of how many fines they issued. We changed that completely. They used to go in and give somebody a fine if they didn't have a poster on the wall informing employees of their rights. To use this as an example of our new approach, now if they go in and see that poster's not there, they go out to the trunk of the car and give them a poster. It's the same approach that we're taking in all the regulatory agencies. We're making a lot of progress. We want the protection with common sense, not nonsense.
Well, we have to have the type of economic prosperity that will allow us to generate the revenues to provide this technology. 10% of all the emissions, 10% of all the hydrocarbon emissions, oxides going into the air, are caused by just 10%. 100% of all the emissions are caused by 10% of the automobiles. Now, there is technology that would allow infrared technology to be used to identify those cars that are providing the pollution in our atmosphere. It is not being able to be used because we're going to take every automobile driver in America, all 110 million automobiles, and charge them $17 or $20 or $25. Look, we ought to go after the ones that pollute, not go after the men and women who want to be able to drive their automobile to work or to school and to make sure that they have the type of opportunity to live like everyone else without having themselves regulated by a Washington establishment. We can use technology, that's the answer, but to get the technology, you've got to have a growing economy. This economy is not growing fast enough, and it will under Bob Dole and Jack Kemp.
Well, the economy is growing very strongly right now. We've had 10.5 million new jobs created just in the last 4 years. In the last quarter, the growth rate was 4.7%. The average growth rate is also coming up. It is higher than in either of the last two Republican administrations. Bob Dole said in February of this year, this is the strongest economy in 30 years. The conservative business journal Barron's says this is the strongest economy in 30 years. We've got good, solid growth. Let's don't risk it on some $550 billion risky scheme.
What measurement do you use, Mr. Kemp, in saying the economy is not growing the way it should be?
Well, as I said earlier, Jim, it takes two breadwinners to do what one breadwinner could have done just a relatively few short years ago. As long as a woman or man wants to go to work, it ought to be their choice. But in America today, that woman or man must work in a family one to pay the tax and the other to help the family. That's not America. It doesn't leave enough time for the children. It doesn't leave enough time for people to enjoy their families. It doesn't allow people to save. The family is the most overtaxed institution in the United States of America. When I was growing up in Los Angeles, a family that median level of income might have sent 4 or 5% of their income to the federal government. Today it's close to 30, or at least 27 or 28%. That's just unacceptable, and for Al Gore to keep suggesting that we can't afford to reduce the tax rates across the board on the American people and on the formation of the capital necessary to create the new jobs for America is just totally at odds with the experience of both Ronald Reagan, John F. Kennedy, and other times in this century. One other thing that's very, very important. To call it a risky scheme reminds me of the fact that this administration is suggesting that they're going to give you a tax cut if you'll do what they want you to do. They want to cut the capital gain tax, but only for homeowners. How about the small business men and women of America that create 91% of all the new jobs? My daddy was a truck driver who bought the truck and started a company. We need more truck drivers becoming truck owners, and they can't do it if they don't have access to the capital and the seed corn for the next generation of truck and jobs for America.
We've had the creation of more new small businesses in the last 4 years, in each of the last 3 years, than in any other year in all of American history. We've seen the creation of 10.5 million new jobs. We have the lowest combined rate of inflation and unemployment in 30 years. Business Week magazine said, these are the kind of results that you want. Lower inflation, lower interest rates, more jobs, and more growth, all within the context of a balanced budget. We have reduced the budget deficit 4 years in a row. We've cut it down 60% after it went up by almost 300% during the previous two administrations. Now, this is the kind of growth that we want more of. We think we can do much better still. That's why we're pushing these income tax cuts for middle-income families in the context of a balanced budget that protects important programs.
4 years too late. You told us that 4 years ago, and we still don't have it. How can we trust an administration that all of a sudden 4 years into, or the last year of its 4 years, tells us that now they're going to follow through on the promise they made 4 years ago? This economy is not growing fast enough. The haves are doing well, but Jim, the have-nots are not doing well. There's people hurting. There are families that can't stay together. There's jobs that are not being created, and the unemployment rate in our nation's inner cities is somewhere between 16 and 25%. That's morally and socially unacceptable in a modern-day economy.
Mr. Vice President, Senator Dole raised the same question to President Clinton the other night about keeping promises made. What is your reaction to that? What is your response to that charge against you and the President?
President Bill Clinton promised to create 8 million jobs. He's created 10.5 million new jobs. He promised to cut the budget deficit in half. He has cut it by 60%. He promised to end welfare as we know it. He passed and signed the welfare reform law. He has already moved 1.9 million people off the welfare rolls into good jobs. We've got a plan to move 1 million more off welfare during the next 4 years. He promised to implement the death penalty. We passed an anti-crime bill that has 60 new death penalty provisions. He promised to pass a plan that would put 100,000 new police officers on the streets. It is law over the opposition of Senator Dole, and 20,000 of them are already on the streets. 2,000 of them have been funded already for here in Florida. We're ahead of schedule, and we're going to get the additional 80,000 new police officers on the streets in the coming 4 years. 45,000 of them are now already funded. That is a record of promises made and promises kept. He promised middle-income tax cuts. We've cut taxes for 15 million families, and our plan to cut them for all middle-income families has been waiting for action in the Congress for 2 full years. In the next 4 years, we will pass it.
Well, to say that this is the best economy in 30 years just staggers the imagination. We have a growth rate of the last 4 years of about 2.5%. My friend Al Gore says it's better than the Reagan years. It isn't. But irrespective of whether he thinks it is or not, means less than the fact that this country cannot morally and socially and economically accept an economy running out the clock on the 20th century. We're treading water. We have families that are hurting. We have people who are unemployed. We have people with no property. We have an administration that is demolishing public housing in our inner cities and not providing anything else but more public housing. Their solution to the inner city is more, excuse the expression, but it's true, socialism. It is not for the people. It is for the government to tell them where to live, where to go to school. We need school choice. We need to privatize public housing. We need to sell it to the residents. We need to put enterprise zones into America, and we need to lower the rates of taxation on labor, capital, and the factors of production. That'll happen under Bob Dole.
We are demolishing the outdated projects that did not work, and we're replacing them with new units that do work. And we have private vouchers so that individuals can choose for themselves where they live. And we're selling these units to many of those who want to buy them. Mr. Kemp had a good idea when he advocated that years ago. He talked about it, we did it. And we're going to do a lot more of it if we have the opportunity with the help of the American people.
Mr. Kemp, some are saying these days that something's gone terribly wrong with the American soul, that we've become too mean, too selfish, too uncaring, and the spitting incident, how it was handled, the baseball players used as a recent example. What do you think about that?
Civility, responsibility, racial reconciliation, healing the wounds of our country has to be one of the greatest, most singularly important goals for this country here on the edge of the 21st century. How in the name of American democracy can we say to Eastern Europe that democratic capitalism will work there if we can't make it work in East LA or East Harlem or East Palo Alto, California? How can we tell South Africa and the new Mandela government that democracy and private property and limited government and the rule of law and civility will work there if it's not working in our own backyard here at home, or the South Bronx? How can America go into the next century and leave so many people behind? USA Today just a few weeks ago did a study. They said the affluent are doing very well in America, the haves, but the have-nots and the poor are being left behind. It's a giant, in my opinion, zero-sum game, kind of like musical chairs when we were young boys and girls growing up, and it seemed like when the music stopped, the big guy elbowed out the little guy from that last chair. That's not America, folks. We need more chairs. We need a bigger table. We need a greater banquet. We need to create more wealth. We need to create more jobs and more access to credit and capital and educational choice and opportunity for any man or woman and child to be what God meant them to be, not what Washington, D.C. wants them to be.
I think, Mr. Lear, that throughout much of his career, Jack Kemp has been a powerful and needed voice against the kind of coarseness and incivility that you referred to in the question. I think it's an extremely valuable service to have a voice within the Republican Party who says we ought to be one nation. We ought to cross all of the racial and ethnic and cultural barriers. I think that is a very important message to deliver. And we ought to speak out against these violations of civility when they do occur. You asked about the incident involving Roberto Alomar. I won't hesitate to tell you what I think. I think he should have been severely disciplined, suspended perhaps, immediately. I don't understand why that action was not taken. But the same could be said of so many incidents in all kinds of institutions in our society. But I compliment Mr. Kemp for the leadership he has shown in moving us away from that kind of attitude.
Well, I thank you, Al. I mean that very, very sincerely. But I'm trying to make a bigger point. That civility cannot return to our country unless every person feels that they have an equal shot at the American dream. That if you're born in this country to be a mezzo-soprano or a master carpenter or a school teacher like my daughter or a professional football quarterback, nothing should be in your way. And removing those barriers is what Bob Dole is all about. Moving our country forward and leaving no one behind.
Mr. Vice President, do you agree with that thesis, that in order to solve the problem of civility, the problems in the American soul, you have to, it's an economic problem more than it is something else?
I think that economics is one of the single most important parts of this problem. That's why we're focusing on tax credits to hire 1 million more people coming off welfare in the inner city. That's why we're focusing on an economic policy that has already created 10.5 million new jobs and is going to create millions more within the context, again, of a balanced budget that protects important programs. We have focused especially on the most distressed areas because we cannot leave anyone behind. Our empowerment zones and enterprise communities, the tax credits that will encourage the formation of new businesses, the new approach by the Small Business Administration to get more loans out to individuals that have not had equal access to capital in the past, these are parts of the plan. Another part of it is the community development financial institutions. And the law that says deposits that are made in a community, in the inner city, say, should be kept in the community. Not entirely, but some percentage of them should be kept there. That prevents that money being taken from the community and invested in some go-go investment on the other side of the world. And when they invest in the community, they find that there's a better payback rate, more small businesses are created, and the community improves. That's happening in America today, not fast enough, but faster than before, and we think we can accelerate it with our plan.
There really is no separation between a strong community and a strong economy. And you can't have a strong economy without strong communities and strong families. The word economics in Greek came from the word family, or law or custom of the family. A family without a job, where both breadwinners are away from home and cannot spend time with their children, or can't send the child to the school of their choice, rather than just the choice of the federal bureaucracy, cannot possibly be as strong as a family that has the nurture, the love, the dignity, and the justice that goes along with one breadwinner, a strong job, and if that man or woman wants to work, it's their choice, not just to pay taxes. So we need both. We need strong community. We need strong schools. We need schools that nurture the type of discipline and respect from teachers and parents. And Bob Dole wants to empower the public school districts and the teachers, not the federal bureaucracy at the Department of Education.
Well, Senator Dole has said that he wants to abolish the Department of Education. He voted against the creation of Head Start. He vigorously opposed the Family and Medical Leave Act, which was the first law that President Clinton signed as president. Now Senator Dole has suggested that he would repeal the Family and Medical Leave Act if he had the chance, if he was elected president. We believe in more educational opportunity and measures to strengthen families, not restrict their access to education.
Mr. Kemp, speaking of the family, where do you come down on that? Do you believe it should be repealed, the Family Leave Act?
I wouldn't have voted for it. It's in place. Their answer of this administration to every single problem is another regulation and another tax. Clearly in America, we need, I am astounded to think that you can have a strong family leave act or policy by a business if they're not making a profit, if there aren't a lot of jobs, if there isn't the type of policies that will enhance the formation of the seed corn and the oxygen and the capital that would allow that company not only to retain that profit, but to invest it. As I said earlier, Dana Christ of Lancaster, Pennsylvania, who runs a small little manufacturing or distribution center in Lancaster, said that she, as an entrepreneur, would start a whole new factory if the federal government would cut the cost of capital. She wants the capital gains rate reduced. And to Al Gore and Bill Clinton, that is somehow trickle-down economics. Tell that to Dana Christ. Tell it to Van Woods. Tell it to the men and women that I met in South Central. Tell it to anybody who understands how to make democratic capitalism work. I want to say it one more time. The real excitement of a Dole-Kemp administration would be to get out of this current tax code that redistributes wealth and create a brand new system for the 21st century that's pro-family, pro-growth, and stops the double, triple, and quadruple taxation of income from work, savings, investment, and entrepreneurial risk-taking in America.
The question, as I recall it, was about family and medical leave. Here's how it works. If you have a child who is critically ill or has been seriously injured, and you have to stay with that child in the hospital, some employers have said you can't take too much time off in spite of these circumstances. I personally know people who have been fired because they made the choice to be with their child. Don't tell me this doesn't happen. It happens all across the United States. But since Bill Clinton made this the first law he signed, it has been used 12 million times by American families to reconcile the demands of work with the responsibilities to the family. We now want to extend it to PTA meetings and scheduled doctor's appointments. It shouldn't be repealed. It ought to be extended. 75% of businesses who have had experience with it say they like it. It works.
Well, it was here before Bill Clinton, and it will be here after Bill Clinton. Senator Tsongas, a good friend of Senator Gore, Vice President Gore, suggested that he was afraid his party was falling into the trap of loving the employee but hating the employer. You cannot love labor and hate employers. You cannot drive this wedge between workers and management. And businesses were providing family leave. They will continue. They should. They've got to make a profit. And the tax on business, capital, labor, and families is too high. And we want to reduce that regulatory burden and that tax burden in a new Dole-Kemp administration.
Gentlemen, that was the last question. So now we go to the closing statements. There will be 3 minutes each. And Mr. Kemp, you're first.
Thank you, Jim, and thanks to the people of St. Petersburg for a fantastic hospitality, and my friend Al Gore for a vigorous debate. I think this is the most exciting time in the history of the world to be alive. We have lived through what Jeane Kirkpatrick called the bloodiest century in mankind's history. We have defeated, in this system of ours, fascism, Nazism, communism. Socialism is defunct or debunked around the world. The evil of apartheid has ended. There's only one last question remaining for the next century, indeed the next millennium. Can we in America make the world's greatest liberal democracy, this democratic experiment in private property, limited government, the rule of law, respect for families, and traditional Judeo-Christian values work so it can be a blessing to our country and a blessing to the rest of the world? With all due respect to this administration, they've got a foreign policy in disarray. They have a lack of credibility around the world. Weakness, I said earlier, is provocative. And clearly this economy is not performing up to the standards that we would expect from this great nation going into the most exciting global economy the world has ever known. There's something amiss. Our culture seems to be weakening all around us. Families are under tremendous pressure. People do not feel safe in their homes. A mother doesn't feel safe sending her child to school. Our schools are not educated. It's not the problem of the teachers. They are overworked, and my daughter will tell you they're underpaid, and we know that. They need to be empowered. We need to reform education. We need to reform welfare. We need to reform litigation and regulation, and we certainly need to reform this tax code that is a product of this terrible century of war and recession and inflations. It can be done. We need somebody who understands the potential of the American people. That we're not just doing well for ourselves, we need to do well for the rest of the world because they're looking at us. And we need to make it work in every neighborhood and community in America and for every family so that no one, as Bob Dole said in his San Diego acceptance speech, is left behind. Bob Dole, as I said earlier, is a man of courage, a man of principles, a man who crawled out of a foxhole on Reaver's Ridge in 1945 to save a wounded brethren. The Bible says no greater love hath a man than he give his life. Well, Bob did, just about. He'd been through the valley of the shadow. And he, as commander-in-chief, can take this country with the courage of Churchill, the principles of Lincoln, and the indefatigable optimism and spirit that this nation expects from its commander-in-chief and the next president of the United States, Bob Dole.
Vice President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lear. Thanks again to the people of St. Petersburg, and thanks again to Jack Kemp. I have enormous respect for Jack Kemp and for Bob Dole. They're good men. I don't agree with their plan. I've tried to make that clear tonight. And one reason I've tried to make it clear is that in just 27 days, the United States of America has an important choice to make between two approaches to the future of this country. We have a plan that will create millions more jobs, bring the deficits down further, and balance the budget while protecting Medicare, protecting Medicaid, protecting and preserving the environment, our air, our water, the Everglades, the Tongass, the Mojave Desert in California, the Utah Red Rocks area, all of which have been protected by President Bill Clinton. We also have a plan to expand access to education. There's a family in the audience tonight, the McNeil family, who lives right here in St. Petersburg. Both parents are teachers. They're not rich in money, but they have strong values, and they value education. Their oldest son is a freshman at St. Petersburg Junior College. Their younger son, Roderick, is a sophomore in the same high school that Don McNeil teaches at. Roderick is concerned that he may not be able to get the tuition he needs to go to college when the time comes. Our plan gives a $1,500 tax credit to make that junior college essentially free, and a $10,000 tax deduction to make it so that no American family, or almost no family, will have to pay taxes on the money they pay for college tuition. This plan also gives tax breaks on the sale of a home, up to $500,000 in profit, tax-free. It gives a new break for first-time home buyers, and again, all in the context of a balanced budget. We have seen progress during the last 4 years because policies like these have been working. This risky scheme that I've described tonight has been said by many objective observers to not add up. It would be a serious risk. Our plan, by contrast, has been working and will work more. We want to build a bridge to the 21st century, and we want it to be strong enough and broad enough for all families to cross, and we want it to lead to a brighter future for America, because our best days are ahead.
Thank you, President.
continue to watch the Vice President and his GOP challenger make their way through the crowd in St. Petersburg, Florida, we will also tell you that in a couple minutes we'll begin taking your telephone reaction from around the country. You can see the numbers on the bottom of your screen. If you are supporting the Clinton-Gore ticket, 202-624-1111. Tell us what you thought of the debate specifically. Was there a moment in it that you thought you learned something from, or really made the debate for you? If you're supporting the Dole-Kemp ticket, 202...
I wish, on the other hand, they'd realize and that the candidates would just come flat out and say that the Republican Party, Bob Dole and Jack Kemp, are for lower taxes, less government involvement in our personal lives, and I think that's what it comes down to, and I wish that that particular question had been answered a little bit better tonight.
How did you come to be a part of this evening?
I was a guest of the of Vice President Gore.
And I was actually a guest of the Kemp campaign this evening.
And was there anything in particular that you were looking for tonight, a particular issue that you were looking for an answer to?
I was interested in hearing more about education, what the candidates proposed, what concrete plans they had, and I think Al Gore addressed that. I wish that Mr. Kemp had talked about that more. He seemed to speak in generalities, and often I felt like he was a little bit out of touch with people. And one thing especially that sticks out in my mind that I found a little disturbing is that he mentioned several times this concept of Judeo-Christianity, Judeo-Christian values. And last time I checked, there was a separation of church and state. So that was very puzzling to me.
You bring up a good issue. The thing that I really take away is a lot of focus this year has been on the tax plan. And I was actually looking forward to hearing how both candidates and how both parties were actually going to finance their plans. I was looking for specifics. I kept getting the role that, we're going to do this, we're going to cut 15%, and we've already made 10.8 million jobs on the other side. But I was actually looking for more specifics as to how they were going to pay for both their tax plans.
We thank you both for your comments tonight.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shed.
Scored hands down over Gore. Gore was just telling half-truths, lying, as his master, Bill Clinton, does. So that's my opinion.
Tell me something that you heard that you thought was a lie or a half-truth.
10 million jobs. 10 million jobs are created in the private sector, not by the government.
All right,
and he's taxing everybody.
Thank you for your comments. Washington, D.C., you're on the air.
Yes, I've tried quite a while to get on C-SPAN.
Well, you're here. What's your comment, please?
I think that I read the Washington Post every day, and I know that Kemp has gone against a lot of the things that I understood that he was supposed to have believed in before in order to join the Dole campaign, which to me is really, well, it's just not kosher, And I know that Gore is not lying about. I've heard these things so much after living in Washington. I found out what is local news in D.C. is not necessarily local news in other parts of the country.
Thank you for your call. We'll be here until midnight Eastern time, taking your reaction and also watching some of the activity in the press room where representatives of both campaigns are trying to frame the debate for their candidates. We'll be listening to your calls, taking your emails and your faxes. And then at midnight Eastern time, 9 p.m. on the West Coast, we'll be re-airing tonight's debate in its entirety. Next telephone call comes from Scottsdale, Arizona.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for C-SPAN. Enjoyed the debates tonight. I'm an independent voter, and I'm really disgusted with both parties. There was a lot of half-truths and lying on Gore's side, and not great responses on Kemp's side. And I think this country is headed towards the toilet unless we get some honest people with integrity out there that know what the facts are.
Next is the call from Washington, D.C.
Can I say something?
You're off the air. Let's move on to Fairfax, Virginia.
Hi. I would just like to say that I'm a 20-year-old college student, and I feel that the Dole-Kemp campaign is very much for me. I'm very disgusted with the Clinton-Gore campaign. I felt like I was a third grader listening to Gore this evening, and I felt like Kemp really spoke to me. Thank you.
Thanks for the calls. We'll show you some of the comments that we've received on our webpage where people are posting their reaction to tonight's debates. Speaking with this one from Baton Rouge, where a viewer writes, "I wish Kemp could switch places with Dole as candidates." And from Mount Pleasant, PA, this comment, "I think that Kemp scored outlining what affirmative action should be, a true level playing field. That is what Abe Lincoln would have wanted." And this, Gore wins, the word liberal has been used way too much and is backfiring. The people know what's good for them. 4 more years. This election should be about issues, not insults. And we return to telephone calls. Next, Alexandria, Virginia.
Hello.
You're on the air. What's your comment about the debate, please?
Yes, I think the vice president spoke and summed it all up by saying that the economy was the best it's been in 30 years. Less inflation, the interest rates are down, and he spoke directly to the issues, and I think Kemp kind of avoided those.
Thank you for your call. Roanoke, Virginia.
Excuse me?
You're on the air, Roanoke.
Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina.
All right, go ahead, please.
I wanted to say that I think that Kemp was the clear winner tonight, and I felt like I was insulted listening to Al Gore. I felt like a kindergartner, and I just wanted to say that I think that Kemp did the best job, and that I think Al's beating around the bush, and that it's time to elect Dole and Kemp for our next president. Thank you.
Next is Bakersfield, California.
Yes, my position, of course, is not for Bill Clinton, and as far as I'm concerned, Al Gore and Bill Clinton, because of their position on the partial birth abortion issue, which I believe is murdering babies, that I just pray that they're out of office come Election Day, and that we can turn this detestable thing down that they voted in. Now that we have all 3 departments of our government voting for that, I think there's a terrible blight that's on America, because we're killing our babies, and they're moving toward killing the elderly as well. And I pray that Dole gets in there for that reason.
Thank you for your call. We'll return to the Mahaffey Theater in Florida to hear more about debate reaction from the audience there.
And Donna Hayes, who is a Republican. Was there a defining moment tonight in the debate?
To me, the defining moment was when one of the candidates finally got around to talking about what's near and dear to my heart, which is education in a positive way. And while Vice President Gore talked throughout the evening, mentioned education as priority, when he used that in his closing statement as the focus for what we need to be doing, that to me summed up everything about Clinton and Gore.
Donna Hayes?
Well, I felt the real defining moment was whenever Jack Kemp talked about the economic situation in this country, the fact that we have a 2.5% growth, and I think there's been a lot of confusion with people on exactly what is happening in the economy. And of course, this our plan, the Republican plan for the 15% tax cut, and a capital gains tax, and of course the $500 tax credit for children. I think that people are really ready to focus on the issues and want to have the facts explained and exactly how this will produce growth in the economy.
You're both seated here in the Mahaffey Theater. What's this like to watch a debate in person compared to watching a debate on television?
Well, first of all, you really get to see the expressions. You really, you get the feeling of the people around you. There were great vibes and a lot of great interest in the audience. And I think that was the most important factor of it, was to see the reactions from people around me.
The reactions around us were interesting, but I enjoyed watching how the candidates really were responding to one another, and as they were formulating their answers, trying to respond to the issues that came up in the course of listening to their opponent. And you don't see that part of it on the TV screen. As you watch the TV screen during the debate, you could see just the camera on one person, and so you didn't pick up the whole realm of the picture.
Anything surprise you?
I was surprised by the lack of message that came from Mr. Kemp. Mr. Gore was on message the whole evening. He kept emphasizing what the Clinton and Gore campaign and administration is all about. I saw no message coming from the Republican side, and that really surprised me, that it was all attack, all a confusion of the facts without any clear focus. I have no idea what it is that the Republicans would like to do for our country in a positive way.
Donna Hayes.
Well, of course, I was very much surprised at the attack on Bob Dole's record and the relationship that he has had with Jack Kemp. I was very, very surprised that Vice President Gore did take such a deliberate attack on this a number of times. I felt that there was more issues to be addressed. And, of course, I was very pleased. I did feel that we did have a message going all the way through. We were hearing a message from Jack Kemp all the way through on the economy and the future of the country and this recirculation of money and what it would do for the economy.
We thank both of you for coming by this evening.
Thank you.
The third in this series is the 16th of October. It returns to the presidential venue, and the format will be town meeting. You'll see live coverage of that on this network as well. And we return to your calls seeking your comment in reaction to tonight's vice presidential debate. Potomac, Maryland. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I just wanted to say that Vice President Gore handled himself like presidential material, while I think that Mr. Kemp reminded me of Mr. Nixon in the Kennedy-Nixon debates. I also think that Mr. Kemp is a good statesman, but certainly not presidential material, and it's a shame that he's running as vice president in this particular case.
Thank you for your comments. Columbia, Maryland is next. Go ahead, caller.
Yes, this is Columbia, Missouri. I've called in on the other line. I think both candidates did a good job of laying out their positions. I think we have a pretty clear choice. I liked what Kemp said about getting the government out of our hair, but at the same time, historically, if you look at the government, the more regulations they've put on, the better off the lower tier of society has become. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. Annandale, Virginia, your comments. Annandale, you there? All right, we'll move on then to Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yeah, I'm for Dole, and I really appreciated the opportunity to speak. I feel that the Clinton administration is pitifully creating a dependency within the social classes. We definitely do need a stronger tax cut in order to help small business and hopefully stop the sidestepping of the Democratic administration. I really feel poorly in regards to the fact that if they do get elected, which I hope they don't, it will devastate this country. Socialism basically is being preached by them, and it's time to uncover the lies of the Clinton administration. Get tough, stop curbing spending, and stop creating a very dependent Democratic society, which is basically what they're doing, because that's the only way they're going to be able to become in office, by creating dependency. And I feel it's absolutely ridiculous what they're doing. We need to uncover the lies, basically.
Thanks for the call. Next, we take a telephone call from Watertown, New York.
Yes, how are you? Thank you. I just wanted to make a couple of comments. I thought the debate was really very educational, and I think that the Vice President was definitely on the mark with very little slips. I'd like to say that what we've heard from the Republicans in 1980, 84, 88, and again in 1992 by former President Bush is still the same, that they somehow feel that the economy, as important as it is, can seem to solve all of our problems. That's not necessarily true. We mustn't forget the purpose of the 1992 election and the successes that President Clinton has delivered. No matter how you measure that, he has delivered on what he said he would do in 1992, and he does deserve re-election, and I really think we need to give that serious consideration.
We want to say a special welcome to our international audience tonight, and we do invite your participation in our phone comments. You may also send your comments by fax and email as well. If you're calling from outside the United States, please do remember the international dialing code for the U.S. before you dial our numbers here. And we're going to return to some comments by fax. This from a viewer in Virginia Beach who sends us the fax that says, according to Gore, the American people are living in paradise. Thank you, Democrats, for making me think my life is better today. Hogwash. And this from a viewer who in Kentucky who writes, it's a shame that Jack Kemp can't be on the Clinton-Gore ticket. And this viewer says, I don't know about anyone else, but Jack Kemp didn't seem to want to answer a lot of questions. And when he did, they didn't make too much sense. I expected this debate to be more intense. Jack Kemp disappointed me. I expected better. He really blew it on the environment. Therefore, Gore wins hands down. That's from Clinton Township in Michigan. And finally this, Kemp Gord. Back to telephone calls. Clovis, California.
Hi, I'm calling. I'm a married father with a child, and I dispute the Clinton and Gore claim that the economy is better off than it's ever been. My wife and I both work, and we don't choose to work. We work because we have to, just to make ends meet. I think it's unconscionable, the scare tactics that Clinton is using with the seniors, telling them, you know, that the Republicans want to take away their Medicare. That I think that's ridiculous. The system's going broke. It needs to be fixed. And I just don't believe what the Democrats are saying. I don't believe they're telling the truth. I think they want to talk down to us and treat us like children.
Thank you for your call. We are going to take you now to the press center where you'll see some of what's called spinning going on.
You know, most people... today than I was 4 years ago. And that's true of most Americans feel that way. Now, we're not there yet, but we've turned things around. Deficit's down, unemployment rates are down, been cut down to less than about 5% here in Florida, lower than the national average. And then they see Mr. Gingrich and Mr. Dole going after Medicare and Medicaid and education and hurting people, frankly, but for the veto pen of President Clinton. And so I don't think they've made the case. They don't like us to talk about those issues, but it was their plan that got vetoed. And people in Florida, particularly those who are retired down here, who need that Medicare, they're concerned. They're concerned about a Bob Dole who says, look, last year said, I'm proud I was one of 12 to vote against Medicare in 65. Now, you're going to trust someone who's proud that they voted against the program that they count on to reform it down the road, or you're going to trust someone who says we need to reform it, but we're going to do it in the context of a balanced budget and not cut any deeper than we have to?
Did you see anything in Mr. Gore's performance that was lacking?
No, I really did. I've known Al. We've served together for 20 years. I've served almost as long with Jack Kemp. And I thought Al Gore was as good tonight as I've ever seen him. And in any situation, he was knowledgeable, precise, knew his facts and his information, made clear, logical arguments about why we're in as strong a shape as we are on domestic and foreign policy and where he wants to see the country move under President Clinton's leadership for the next 4 years. And I don't think Jack Kemp ever made a point that people either follow or understand.
Was he warm and friendly enough for you?
Well, yeah. Listen, Al's a warm and friendly guy. Jack's a friendly fellow. That's, you know, they had a little bit of humor thrown in there, and this is always a tense situation for them. They're both nice people. That's not the issue. They're both good people. The question is, who do you want to lead the country? Not who's a nicer guy with a broader smile here, but who's got the best ideas for putting people back to work, make it more affordable to educate your children, to buy a home, to be able to retire with dignity and security. That's the issue that most Americans are worried about, not who's got a broader smile or even who has a better debating point, necessarily. And tonight, if you listen to this debate, you come away with the conclusion that if you want to secure America at home and abroad, we ought to keep Bill Clinton and Al Gore on the job.
Thank you. Kemp not really getting into taking that bait, but just simply saying, look, it isn't a lot when you look at the size of the American economy. He'd like to do more. He proposed with capital gains, get rid of it in the urban areas, in these really economically depressed areas. So I thought that Jack Kemp just kept coming back to a theme of optimism, and I guess I happen to think most people are optimistic and forward-looking and are not nearly as persuaded as the Vice President, Mr. Clinton, are that government's the answer for their problems.
Do you think Kemp was forceful enough on issues like, say, Medicare and partial birth abortion?
Well, certainly partial birth abortion, I thought he was superb. I thought he really, in a very sensitive and compassionate way, talked about the problem of abortion in America today, and and made it very clear that believed in. There just is a flat-out difference on that issue, and I think that for people who want to look at that issue, the difference was very, very clear. I think he also, on the Social Security and the Medicare question, I thought he did a nice job of sort of further debunking that Medicare campaign that the Democratic Party has been running, and we really got into, Jim Lair followed up at one point, is it being demagogue? And in effect, it is being demagogue, because we've had people trying to suggest that increasing the expenditure is a cut. And when the vice president challenged the number tonight, he obviously committed the one factual gaffe that was obvious, because Hillary Clinton's testimony on that on behalf of the administration in 1993 was that, yeah, we can hold these growth rates between 6 and 7%. So the vice president just factually blew one there, and I thought that that will help. And I thought Jack Kemp handled that very nicely.
One more question. Do you think this debate changed the dynamic heading now to the final debate?
Well, I don't know that it changed the dynamic at all. I think it's just more information, more for voters out there, undecided voters who are looking at this election. I don't think there was any, I mean, all these sports metaphors of the knockout, the home run. It isn't that kind of a process. I mean, this is information, and it's good information. And again, I thought that the sort of the delineation, the sorting out that took place tonight is very helpful for the Republican case aimed at voters in states like Michigan, those suburban voters, these families that are working very hard, in many cases working more overtime than they want almost, but need it for their standard of living. I thought it was aimed nicely at those voters. I thought it was aimed nicely at the kind of undecided, independent-minded voter who's really trying to figure it out. You kind of know what Bill Clinton's all about, and Al Gore didn't tell us anything we didn't know tonight that we didn't know going in. I mean, yeah, it's government's pretty much the answer, and either we had a program that worked and it fixed your problem already, or we've got a new program coming in that'll fix your problems shortly. Jack Kemp said, no, wait a minute, you know, I've got not 100 little government programs, I got one big idea. Let's cut these taxes across the board. And I think that is a winning strategy.
Governor, thank you.
One from each side there in the media room in St. Petersburg. They call this process spinning after the debates. There are representatives of both campaigns there to present their side of the story. About 1,300 people in the media granted credentials for this vice presidential debate. And we're back to taking your telephone calls. Birmingham, Alabama.
I'm very much for Kemp. I think he did a wonderful job tonight. He wants to reduce our taxes, which will help the family structure, and I'm very much for helping the family structure. I think we started this country with taxation without representation. We had the Revolutionary War over it, and now we've got taxation due to the wrong representation. So we need to change it. I agree what he said about the partial birth abortion. We don't need to be killing babies or old people. I think the morals of the Dole and Kemp are much better than what I've seen of the Clinton administration. And I think some of that needs to be brought out.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your call. Colleen, Texas, you're next.
Yes, my husband and I are both Clinton supporters. And I think what the country witnessed tonight is more of the same. We saw the same indirect answers given by the Dole supporter, by the Dole campaign. And I think the Clinton team had their answers. They gave us the answers. They gave us the facts. I think this country has gone forward. And I think if we take a look at the facts and the figures, we'll know that Clinton-Gore is the best team for this country.
Thank you for your comments. We will show you some more facts as we've received. This from Manteca, California, where the viewer writes, what is democratic capitalism? Capitalism is not democratic, it is authoritarian. I ask Kemp, I think Kemp is talking about socialism. And this Kemp-Gore debate, how many of the 10.5 million jobs that Clinton-Gore say they have created are real full-time jobs that will support a family and pay for health care? That's from Tampa. And this viewer writes from Walnut Creek, California, good debate. The old quarterback beat the old Paul, though I thought he let a couple of opportunities pass to gig Clinton on the broken promise to cut taxes on the middle class and highlight the hypocrisy of calling Dole's tax cut a tax scheme. And this from a viewer in Redwood City, California, having been a longtime supporter of the Democratic Party, I am somewhat dismayed by the performance of Al Gore against Jack Kemp. Gore repeatedly operated in the ozone with his warm and fuzzy vagaries. It is becoming quite apparent that the Republican Party may well have the correct approach to current issues, both domestic and foreign. I feel there has been far too much statistical manipulation on the Clinton-Gore side, so much so that the common man is now catching on even with all the smoke. And this, another independent for Clinton-Gore. At long last, we have an articulate president and a vice president who does a mean Macarena. And finally this, having watched 5 conventions and 2 debates this season on C-SPAN, I will be voting for the Libertarian candidate, Harry Browne. By thinking through the issues from a completely objective starting point, you will discover that the rhetoric and platitudes offered by both the Democrats and Republicans do not disguise their incomplete logic. And we return to your telephone calls seeking reaction to the debate. Chowchilla, California.
Thank you. Jack Kemp didn't sound programmed like Al Gore. He didn't continue to repeat the same things over and over, like 10,500 jobs. Where are they? Gore throws around big numbers without backing them up. Land preservation is confiscation for the eventual takeover by the UN. The environment, like farmers being put in jail for disking their own land and disturbing a rat's habitat. Don't forget Al Gore's electric car. They want to confiscate your 4-year-old and older car. Hillary said, if Bill is reelected, she and Al Gore will be turned loose to do whatever they want. That's pretty scary. Thank you.
Thanks for the comments. Lewiston, New York. You're on the air.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Great honor. Thank you.
I'm sorry. I know it's difficult to get through, but we don't have a very good connection. If you can, possibly, I'm going to ask you to try back. Olathe, Kansas. Go ahead.
I was a little bit disconcerted by the fact that Jack Kemp didn't use a few more figures in his talk with Al Gore about the economy. A few weeks ago, you had some people by the name of the Cato Institute on that clearly showed that under Clinton, the growth rate has only been 2.5%, which was very low. In fact, they said the growth in the 1990s has been the lowest in the economic decade since the Great Depression. I think it's too bad that so many people are uninformed about the facts of the issues this year, and I really hope people will get informed so they'll get behind Dole and Jack Kemp.
Thank you for your call. Next is Cedar Falls, Iowa. Caller, you're on the air.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to make 4 quick points. After watching the debates, I think both Kemp and Gore are just offering more government solutions to the problems that government has created. Secondly, neither have offered realistic solutions to reducing government involvement in our lives. Thirdly, I believe Harry Browne is the only candidate that is giving individual freedom back to Americans. And if you'd like to know more, read Harry Browne's book, Why Government Doesn't Work, or find him on the internet. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Chicago is next.
Hello?
You're on the air.
Yeah, I thought I appreciate your network, and let me turn the sound down. I appreciate your network, and I thought it was very important. Let me say that I'm a Clinton-Gore supporter, and the only thing that I regret out of Gore's speech was his choice of words when he said that right now we have the best economy in 30 years. He should have said the healthiest economy. We have had better times. We have had more growth in the past. However, you know, I've always heard every 10 years we have a recession. And that's why, if we let growth run rampant and unchecked, we head for another recession. And right now we're in a situation where that won't happen. And as long as it remains this way, it's the only safe vote that we can make is to vote for Clinton.
Thanks for the call. Here are some comments from the internet. This from a viewer in San Antonio. Clean sweep, Republicans 2-0. Kemp stuck to the book. Gore kept attacking Kemp on personal things and lacked an outlook on the future and what needs to be done to make the U.S. the best it can be going into the 21st century. And moving down to the next one, Al and Bill said they were going to give us a middle-class tax cut. And when they got into office, Clinton said, I looked at the numbers and it just isn't there. Then he says he thinks he raised taxes too high himself. Now they say Dole's $550 billion tax cut is going to blow a hole in the deficit. I say they couldn't add then, they can't add now. That's from Atoka, Tennessee. And we return to calls, Abilene, Texas. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. I'm in the military, and I would just like to say that I think that everybody should just look at the information that's given to them and absorb it and make the best decision possible. I would just like for everybody to vote and make the best decision possible for them so that their future will be right for them and that they can make a better future for their children. Because I have 3 children, and I'm saving all the time. I go to school part-time. My wife goes to school part-time, and it's very hard. It's not easy. She's getting benefits from the VA, and it just doesn't seem to be enough. I really hope that everybody takes the information that's given to them, and even if you have to pay for information, pay for it, get the information any way you can, because if you don't, you'll be left in the dark, and that's the only way you're going to get ahead.
Thanks for the call, sir. Allentown, Pennsylvania, what did you think of the debate tonight?
Well, I thought it was a very well civilized debate, but I have some comments about the world is free of communism. I mean, here we have Clinton and Gore administration having China as the most favored trade status nation, and yet they're the country that's communist still, and they also force abortion on their citizens, and also don't have any kind of religious freedom for, like Christians, for example. Also, here in Allentown, Pennsylvania, small businesses are all closing down everywhere, scores of them. I don't see any kind of economic growth here in this city. And my third issue is that the polls that really matter are the ones in Election Day. I encourage everybody to go out and vote with your conscience. Thank you.
Thanks for the call. We're taping 2 Debate Watch programs tonight at 2 universities, one at Catholic University here in Washington, D.C., and one at Eckerd College in St. Petersburg, Florida, where young people who watch the debate are commenting about what they saw. This is an official program of the Presidential Debates Commission. You'll see those events on our network tomorrow. And as we return to your telephone calls, Claremont, California is on the air.
Okay. Hi, this is Philip Brooks. I'm calling from Claremont, California. I was very proud to see the Vice President deliver to the American public a vision for America. And I think for the state of California, he speaks well for the new technologies and solar and photovoltaic cells and to create the new jobs that young people will be are studying for today, and under that new the possibility of having people get college and have a way of getting it paid for, I'm sure they'll be able to carry out those skills well. And I thank the station for allowing us to comment.
Well, thanks for participating, sir. We'll return to some faxes now. Here is a fax from a viewer who says, a good debate. However, there's one major problem with the Clinton-Gore ticket. When a business person hires someone, it should not be based on a $1,500 incentive to hire only the unemployed person. It is not a business's responsibility to be the social helper for all. They should hire the best qualified of all applicants, not just the unemployed. Let business keep more of their money to start with, so they, not the government, can decide where it is best spent. And this is from younger viewers of the debate. We watched the debate between Gore and Kemp. We also watched the debate between President Clinton and Mr. Dole. We think Dole and Kemp are very honest people, and we think people need honest presidents and vice presidents. We think President Clinton is not a very honest person. Sincerely yours from a 10-year-old and an 8-year-old.